Parallax should be replacing Smugplug.
Hi. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Based. Right.
I
Oh,
guess
my
I'm gonna be
first
the
dual.
only VTuber.
It's okay. It makes you unique.
Yeah. He DM'd me a minute ago and said that he might be coming on. Is that true or like no idea?
Parallax?
Yeah, Parallax.
Yeah, yeah. He's my replacement, and Smugbug had to piss off.
Smuggled bailed.
Well, his
Mistakes.
internet died, and it ended his stream too. So, um, he's not bullshitting me at least.
All
But
right.
we're gonna do it anyway. We'll just start, and when the late people get here, the late people can get here. I appreciate y'all coming on. You guys
Yeah.
have all
I
been
have
on my show
another
before.
Smugbug replacement.
Aw,
Another
Kitty
Smugbug replacement.
probably have just as good a
What?
takes, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Meow. Say meow. Meow meow. Oh, okay. He doesn't listen.
Okay, but yeah, you know how the drill. I'll say hi to my chat. Um, I will introduce the topic, and we'll just get into it. I'll give you all brief, concise, please, introductions, and yeah, we'll talk for about 2 hours or so. I might or might not have an after show. I don't know yet, so please don't complain at me if I don't have an after show or write mean tweets or something. Appreciate that. Okay, let's go live in 5, 4, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of the Wick TV show, across the ideological space where we gather people from both sides of the aisle to discuss topics, political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. How is the audio, gang? Is it coming through? Again, I'm using a new OBS, new setup, so I just want to make sure I could be heard and everyone's good there. Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Reservoir, for the raid. Gang, if you haven't been following Reservoir, you should absolutely follow Reservoir. He's wonderful. He's great. He's amazing. We have our differences time to time, but I generally love the guy. So thank you for the raid. Really appreciate you. Also, this is our first ever dual stream. So if you want, you can also come and give me a view on YouTube. I'll put the link in chat. But with that out of the way, let's get down to business. Today, we're going to be talking about the increase in loneliness that has been sweeping the nation, right? Depression is on the rise. People are generally more angry, less happy, more sad in general. Why is that? What is causing this? We're going to talk about it, and we're going to talk about maybe possible solutions. But I want to give everyone here a brief introduction and allow them to say hi to you. We'll start with Jenny Matrix. Go ahead.
Hi. Thanks for coming. Thanks for inviting me, Wick. So, loneliness and depression have been a growing issue for a very long time now, and the largest driver in the last few years has been the online space and the information economy and the loneliness economy. There is an increased incentive, and there has been for a very long time, to provide services that isolate people effectively from the world around them. Things like social media has been a very big one for this, moving the entire social experience online. This has expanded into other areas of life as well, such as OnlyFans, moving the experience of sex online, or Netflix, moving the experience of television and film online. And the power of this is so great and it affects us so deeply that you, audience member, are being affected by this at this very moment. As I speak to you, as my words are beamed into your head, you are experiencing something that 10, 20 years ago, you would only have been able to experience by going to somewhere in real life and engaging with real people, and this has all been sublimated into the information space. No longer do you have reason to go outside because everything that you live for can be done with a computer from the comfort of your own couch, of your own chair, in your own bedroom, as I'm speaking to you right now. That is why we are so isolated and so far apart. And yeah, it's fucked, and we're all gonna
Okay.
die. I have to let my cats out. Sorry.
Well, we are all gonna die anyway. Thank you, Jenny, for being here. Thank you for that, not exactly concise, but it was a good introduction to the topic. Next up, we're gonna have, uh, what do you go by now? Kimmy?
Yeah, Kimmy.
Kimmy. Okay, sorry. If I mistake and use your old name,
That's
please
fine.
forgive me.
You
Okay.
can still call me Anna if you
Okay.
want, I don't care.
Fair enough.
Also, just I'm sick, so I'm sorry if my voice, like, cracks a little bit. Yeah, I have a
No
cold,
worries.
so,
Okay.
um, yeah, I mean, I somewhat agree with what Jenny was saying that, um,
Hello.
the loneliness and depression, I mean, social media certainly does seem to exacerbate those issues, I would say, but I'm not sure if, um I think actually it's more the, economic stress that, is contributing more to the rising rates of depression and loneliness, and also other mental health issues that go along with those. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll get into it in the open. Next up, Lactoid, please.
Yeah, so in taking a look at this, I want to just do quick three things. First of all, this problem is crazy and it keeps getting worse, right? So 22% of millennials don't have a friend. They describe themselves as not having any friends. According to Statista, among Gen Z, 79% describe themselves as lonely. Among millennials, 71% describes themselves as lonely, and then boomers drops all the way down to 50% describe themselves as lonely. Even though, although 22% of millennials don't have any friends, only 9% of baby boomers don't have any friends. And this is a group of retirees and people who've likely had a whole bunch of their friends die. And only 9% of this group still says they have no friends at all. Uh, this is a concern, especially because loneliness is correlated with a strong increased likelihood of mortality, up to 32%. In fact, there is between the deleterious health effects of loneliness are comparable with smoking, right? So we have a whole bunch more loneliness. We know loneliness is super bad, and what do we do about it, right? Well, I don't. This is going to be an interesting discussion because how to address this is a problem. Um, there are some like indicators of what's causing loneliness. Church attendance has dropped dramatically. Church used to be a great place for people to meet each other. People spend less time socializing with their neighbors. They spend less time doing face-to-face socialization. I know plenty of people who are millennials who can't make a phone call because they have too much social anxiety because all the communication is based off text-based platforms or social media. I do think social media is a problem and technology is a problem, but there's all this benefit that comes with that. So we have to find some way of weighing the benefits against the detractions. But it is a problem. I don't think it significantly has to do with the economy. Basically, the three big indicators that I was able to find was church attendance, marriage, and if you lived in the same place for a long time. Those three things are significantly, by far, the most likely, the most determinative factors if you're going to be lonely or not. So I think that's kind of be like we have to figure out how to address human interaction. That's what needs to happen first and foremost.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Miss Honeywine, please.
Well, thank you, Wick, and thank you for inviting me today. I'm going to go against the grain here. I was researching between clients today, pulling from my source at ourworldandata.org/loneliness epidemic. They declare that loneliness actually is not increasing um, whenever you're comparing for like same ages and from like the 1920s until today. Um, the reason I don't want to get too much into it, but quickly, the reason why they cite why older people like boomers actually do have more friends than young people these days is because as you age, you are more specific about who it is that you let into your life. And as those people get past your requirements for being part of your life, it's easier to consider them a friend. So you have at least one friend usually as you get older, but you're more specific about it. Um, Other than that, I don't want to go on too much of this. I'm going to try to be a foil a little bit here. What is important is that in this space here, there is a perception of increased loneliness, which makes sense because in this space, I'm sure that ourselves, as well as the people that are watching us, tend to be a little bit terminally online. But that's an individual problem, and I don't think that that's necessarily extrapolating to the rest of society right now. You can find me at Miss Honeywine anywhere. Anyways, I'm gonna
Awesome.
let it go.
Thanks for being here. And next up, first time guest on our show, but hopefully not last time. Hopefully they enjoyed it. Nina, is that how you say your name?
Yes.
Nina, what are your thoughts here?
I have a lot of thoughts, but I just got off first. I'm a little frazzled, so forgive me if I take a little bit to catch up. But I think loneliness has a lot to do with. This is gonna sound maybe silly. I'm sorry if anyone ever covered this before, but like infrastructure wise, the fact that like I think the suburbs cause a really really big issue that causes loneliness because you're so isolated. Like I grew up with like in a more affluent area, which meant that there was, like, mostly older people who didn't have kids. So it was really difficult to casually hang out, like, because you couldn't walk to anything, like, you're not, like, around people all the time. Like, we don't have, like, in America, we don't have, like, public transportation that is good to the point where you can just walk and go to your friend's house if they don't live, like, within a block of you. And, like, the isolating nature of just, like, the suburbs in general, I think is why a lot of people do tend to be terminally online. Like, that is exactly why I was. I lived alone by myself in, like, the suburbs for a very long time, and it was mostly families, and I was, like, 22, so it was like, I'm not really gonna get along with any of them. So, what I did do now I have a lot of friends, but I met all of those friends from Twitch, actually, which is why I live in Austin now because there's a great streaming community here. So I think again, like if there's more of an infrastructure way to just naturally meet people the same way that we are able to meet people on the internet, like on Twitch, having these discussions, like imagine like being able to walk down to like a bar and just like having like a conversation like we're having right now, or like a night where like they may have like karaoke or something like that, and it's just you could just walk there. That means everyone that's there is all local. So then there's probably gonna a high chance that you're gonna see them again. And I think that really helps to create connections that you don't necessarily think about when you're going through your average day is like the person that you see every day, even if you don't even talk to them, I think can be incredibly important in ways that again we don't think about, but
Gotcha.
are important.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna open it up for discussion. If you have troubles getting in, please just let me see your hand, and I'll try to make space for you. Other than that, yeah, let's figure this out, gang. What do we think?
Yeah, Miss Honeywine, you mentioned that loneliness actually hasn't increased. Could you elaborate on that? Because that seems to be
Okay.
blatantly wrong.
Yeah, so I mean, like, this is reality, perception of reality, and again, I am using data and statistics. Statistics
Well,
are,
I've got statistics as well,
yeah,
which say the
biased
exact
analyze and
opposite.
statistics and interpretation of statistics, right? So the limitation on the data that I found was that it was 2017 England is, and I think it was, and then they also did one in Germany that was like 2018. Each one of them had about 3,000 to 4,000 self-reporting participants. So
What was the
I think
age
we need to
range?
determine, like, yeah, it was all ages, all ages.
Oh, okay.
The
Thanks.
thing that I think that this is such a complex and complicated topic because we all know that just because you're around other people doesn't mean that you're not lonely. Loneliness is not about being around other people, it's being around people that you can relate to and that you can interact with and you feel like they can understand your journey and you can understand their journey. As far as, and I'm not wanting to like poo poo on anyone here, but like the idea of just going to the bar and finding people, there's a reason I don't go out. I come to the internet to get my social time because this is where I can find
Can
people
I ask,
about the
if
things
I
that we
may?
talk
Can
about.
I ask, do we think that the social interaction benefits that we get online, do they map on to this in the same way that the social interaction benefits that we get on
No,
offline are?
No.
100% no.
Not
Wow.
at all.
I think that they can transform into them, but I would
They
agree that
can.
it's not just the exact same, like having online friends and having like, people
They
that you
aren't a
hang out with.
suitable replacement for them.
Fair
Yeah, I
enough.
mean,
Okay,
I have
carry
some
on.
hot takes as well. I'm gonna like throw them out there, but I don't want to like monopolize the panel or anything. Hot take number one: everybody nowadays is way too entitled and way too selfish to not be lonely. Number two, what was number two?
Well,
Sorry.
can you
We'll come back to
explain
that.
the first one a little bit
Okay,
more in depth?
so again, complications. Everybody, like most everyone that I meet, they're waiting for somebody else to start something, to do something, to set something
Okay.
else, something up. Oh, I'm never invited out. Oh,
Mhm.
there's no places to go. Oh, there's nothing to do. You can do things,
Mhm.
but you don't want to. And that's where all this loneliness and isolation comes from, is that people are not willing to sacrifice and be a leader for their group and their community and take on the responsibility of setting up a space for people to meet each other.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying there. Like my boyfriend is that person, so I kind of get like the benefits for free a little bit. But it is so much stress because then you have to manage like the
You
friends.
do,
Like,
you
yeah, if
do.
it gets too big, like then you have to manage the friends and like the other friends and who to invite when, and
Yeah.
if somebody doesn't get invited, people are gonna get pissed off. So I definitely
So
agree that
like,
it's a lot of work.
yeah, with like Wik and Parallax maybe, when I
Mhm.
was young and just as the internet was starting up, because I grew up with the internet when I was around like middle school is when the internet started becoming a household thing. In my late teens, I had a friend group of like 20 to 25 people, and we would just go hang out at this dude's apartment, at whoever's apartment, whoever
Mhm.
had space and time and was able. Like, you didn't even have to call first, you just showed up,
Yeah.
right? And you just hung out. And I don't think any of the younger generation really has this experience. And it's because we would rather, and I've fallen into this myself, I would rather do what I know is going to give me at least a little bit of satisfaction, which would be coming home, turning in, either looking at the internet, looking at stuff, instead of going out and risking being disappointed.
But just real quick, Miss Honeywine, you opened up with you think that loneliness isn't increasing. That was your kind
Right.
of message that you're putting out there. I don't know if the statistics back you up or not, to be honest with you. But the second thing I would say here is what you're saying after that seems to kind of contradict what you're saying here, because you're saying that you have admitted that online interactions does not have the same benefits as offline interactions, and you are saying as well that most kids these days choose online instead. So there's some sort of disconnect here. Can you help
Yeah, but
me
I mean,
figure
well,
it
that's
out?
easy. That's super easy. So, like,
Okay, please.
just because you choose to be alone does not mean that you're lonely.
What do the rest of you think of that, gang?
That's true. I mean, we have to remember that loneliness is technically it's a state of distress in reaction to perceived detachment and isolation, whether that's objective or not. Whether you are objectively detached from other people and isolated doesn't matter. Loneliness is totally subjective.
Yeah.
And so someone who chooses to be alone isn't necessarily lonely.
I think
But
that's
when you say chooses to be alone, I'm not sure that's really like the fair framing here. People are incentivized to be alone, and we've created an environment that allows people to stay in comfortable bubbles and not make hard choices. Like you said, it used to be the case that you were in these big friend groups because spaces like the internet didn't exist in the way that they do now. The incentives didn't exist to move that experience online, so you were forced to go and make these connections with people and spend time with them in the real world.
Right.
And
This is
now
why I
that
say people are too entitled and selfish to not be lonely, because you're taking advantage of these incentives, which mean you don't have to go anywhere to
the
get the things
the
that you need.
incentives are
You don't
taking
have to
advantage of
interact with other
you.
people.
These services are created to be addictive
I
and
mean, it's
extremely
kind of,
convenient.
well, I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I haven't been addicted to like Uber. I haven't been addicted to DoorDash. I haven't been addicted to having my groceries delivered to me.
People have been addicted to OnlyFans and to Twitter and
Well, I
Instagram
can
and all
understand
these
only
social
fans and
media
Okay,
Twitter
one at
accounts.
a time. One at a time, please.
My
Parallax.
mother is quite literally addicted to DoorDash. She's quite literally addicted to it. She has spent over $700 in a given month on DoorDash, and she is disabled.
I don't know. Okay, like
We
that's a
already
very
know that
complicated thing. I
social
don't know
media
if I would call that
people.
like addicted.
I don't know.
We
Yeah,
literally
No,
have
she has other sources. Trust me.
So okay, I want to give space to
I wouldn't throw her under the bus like that and then
Got you.
leave it on the distance. Like, it's my mom, right? I love her so much, but like at the end of the day, that's just the reality of it. Like, she has other resources.
I want to give space to Kimmy here for a minute.
I just wanted to say that we literally have so much data on social media addiction and problematic social media usage. So, I mean, I don't see why we would debate whether it's a thing or not. Just seems a waste of time.
Yeah, I'm not debating addiction, but what I am saying is that every time that you decide to do this, it is a choice that you're making. Every time an addicted person who's addicted to cigarettes lights up a cigarette, they're making a choice to light up that cigarette.
So we can agree that people are making a choice sometimes. The question is why. I guess depending on the prescription. I'm not necessarily making a prescription here, but we should honestly evaluate the problem and its causes. I did find that one study you were talking about. I mean, the longitudinal meta-analyses that take that into consideration seem to indicate that loneliness is growing. I wanted to respond to something that I think was interesting as to one of the causes here. It was brought up infrastructure, suburbanization, which is an interesting point, and it would seem intuitive. But I think there's some empirical realities that point to it maybe being more along the technological lines than maybe even the physical proximity. So, old people, for example, consistently report lower levels of loneliness and participate in these social events and having friends and all that jazz that we want people to do, yet are much less likely to live in urban areas, right? It's the people who are living in the urban areas, the younger people, millennials and Generation Z, that consistently report the highest levels of loneliness. And I don't think it's because they live close to each other. That wouldn't make any sense. But I do think it's probably a more likely culprit is that young people are more likely to spend a significant amount of their time on the internet, right? And we see this in Japan, an incredibly urbanized culture or society that has an incredible problem with loneliness and social isolation to the point where now people can pay for other people to pretend that they're their family, right? I mean, it's really the removal of social structures and the removal of the importance of the family, declining birth rates, just being around people less in the familial setting and then also the friend setting clearly is the problem, right? I mean, that's clearly the issue of not having enough socialization.
I mean, those are many contributing factors for sure. Yes.
Yeah, I
can
mean, I
easily
would
with
agree with that.
The one thing that I won't agree with, sorry, real quick, is
Oh, go ahead.
the demonization of the suburbs. I grew up in the suburbs. I rode my bike to my friends. Like that did not prevent me from having a friend group at all.
I love the suburbs.
We
It was
played
very
on the
hard.
suburbs all the time. we went like under the sewers, like those storm drains on the side of the road. We went down there and we would go explore down in the sewers. Like
Hell
that was
yeah.
what we did. Like you just have to go do things instead of being comfortable in your own home.
Just need a
Like that's
bicycle.
Well, I don't think that
So-
like you should be attracted to the sewers as a
Well, no,
social place to be.
Yeah.
You know?
We all
I'm
float
just
down
gonna
Listen,
say,
here.
Proof how boring
destination, it's
schools
going-
are.
the destination is adventure.
I think all
Okay,
you've
that's
told
the
us with that
destination.
one is that you love the original Stephen King's It too much. You're
Yeah.
you're-
Looking for Ninja Turtles.
I was about
Okay, fair
90s
enough.
were where it was
No,
at.
So obviously I wasn't here for the start. I didn't get to make an opening statement. I am a bit of a last minute fill-in. I would just like to say, broadly speaking, I think the biggest contributing factor is the disillusionment of community, which has only been exacerbated by technology and social media. We, broadly speaking, do not have community. And we also do not have, more importantly, community leaders. We don't have as many youth pastors. These things like this, we're seeing rates of like youth pastors and things like that decline. Parents are less likely to be coaching their children's baseball team, things like that. And when you don't see these community leaders as active, you don't have as much community.
So
And this is all
Parallax,
exacerbated by technology.
just
Uh,
real quick. Why? Why is this happening? Because I think we've all kind of touched on this. We've
Okay.
all kind of observed this, and that's fine.
Okay.
You weren't here, right? But we
Yep.
all kind of observed this. My curiosity, right, and indulge me if you will, is why is this happening? What is causing this to occur? One of the things that has been put forward is social media addiction. That is a factor that is driving people away from these types of things. But is it just that? Can we also point to maybe
Technology in general.
technology in general? Fair enough. And maybe can we also point to the increased polarization that we're
Yes, so
seeing?
that is exactly what I was
Less
going to say.
religiosity.
Go ahead.
That's exactly
Go
what.
ahead.
Yes. So I think there's a number of factors, and I think technology does contribute to all of them, but I still think they bear notice in terms of like being separate categories. So obviously, technology, as noted, And the broad availability of information and misinformation has also created more division. And so we're creating more differences. We're pointing out more differences between myself and the person next to me, right? Instead of more similarities. And then as much as like I'm not necessarily personally a religious person, I still think that religion brings value. I've made this argument on your panels before, Wick. On the first one I was ever on, I made this argument. I think that the disillusionment of religion is just another community space where people can learn things, people can learn values, people can learn to socialize. This is just another community space that's been destroyed. My dad was part of the Moose Club when I was growing up. Where are the Moose Clubs, the Eagles Lodges? Where are these places? They're all gone.
What is that?
And I think the why. What is that? It's basically where old white dudes go drink shitty alcohol.
Okay.
I don't know.
Sorry to derail you a
No,
little bit.
no, it's fine. It's like a gentleman's, like not like a stripper club, but like the old school gentleman's club with cigars and shit.
Gotcha.
But like I think it has to do. I think division's a really big part of it. And that's definitely been since kind of like the turn of the century. I've noticed that. I'm old enough. God, I cannot believe I describe it like that. Anyway, I've
The
definitely
turn of the
seen, like,
millennium, Parallax.
fucking A, man. That
Back in the
hurts.
aughts, right,
That
when we
hurts.
had
Oh.
the moose lodges and the men were men, right?
Yeah, fuck. No, I've noticed like a real, like, with the availability of information, an increase in us pointing out our differences and our similarities. And I really think that that's the biggest thing, is that we have found more ways to divide ourselves in modernity than we ever have in the past.
Micro-otherizing. What do we think about that, gang? Micro-otherizing. Is that a contributing factor or is that bullshit?
Define what you mean by that exactly. I've
As
never heard that
he
term before.
said, finding more and more ways to create us versus them groups. So more using more granular identity markers. So instead of just saying we're American or we're part of, I'm from Pennsylvania or I'm a part of this town, where it says, well, I'm an American who happens to be cis, het, white, older, etc., etc., etc.
Brown-haired, blue-eyed.
Yeah. Is that a problem, or is that actually?
It's a
What do
problem.
we think?
Well, I
It's
think that
absolutely true. Sorry,
comes from
you
no.
Well, I
it's
want to
you're
get
fine.
I want to give Nina a chance to because I think she disagrees with me. I think she has a
Well,
disagreement face, and I want to explore this.
well, like when we're talking about these moose clubs or whatever, which does sound like a strip club, but anyways, the idea of like when that was a thing, like you're saying that your dad went to one, right? So I assume your dad's an older man, obviously, and I think
My
that at
mom
that
went
point,
too. It's just where old white people went to
right? Sure.
socialize.
But you kind of hit the nail on the head there, and kind of like also referencing the thing about Japan is fucking racist as shit. And I think that definitely contributes to their isolation because they're just kind of a culture of not having other people in their
Oh, you
lives.
mean xenophobic?
And I think that we're relating it to
Real quick, Nina.
sorry?
The xenophobic, I think Anna, or I'm sorry, Kimmy was right in that. Xenophobic's probably the better term there. But also,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Also, there's.
I was
I
just
don't
trying
know
to
if
be
you've
funny.
ever been to Japan or
I
anything.
have. I am actually
It's
half
all-
Japanese.
Oh, fair enough. It's mostly Japanese there. So I
Right.
mean, if they're xenophobic, right? Even if we'd grant
Why
you
why
that.
would that stop them from
Yeah.
coming together
Yeah,
and
why
forming
would
community?
I
Because
just
it's an
don't understand
isolationist like idea. Like you can extrapolate that concept into saying that like okay, everyone else outside of Japan is like not
Well,
like what
okay,
like
let
it's
me
not
be
like they're
clear.
trying to like have like a super welcoming space. You know what I mean? Like they're not
I
super
think you're
Well,
conflating.
sure,
I think
but
you're conflating two
not for
ideas.
each other. I don't think that
Yeah,
follows at all.
you're
Sorry,
you're
Parallax, you go.
conflating. Yeah, you're conflating like political isolationism, like nationalism, which would create community.
well,
With
if you know the
individual
Japanese
isolation.
culture though, it's very
Hold on.
all right.
No, let
You're, you,
let
you're
her
creating.
respond to you real
No,
quick.
it's fine. You can
I'm
finish.
still saying what I was saying.
Okay,
You're
finish
all
your
good.
shit.
you're
Why not?
conflating political and cultural isolationism with personal isolationism. So political and cultural isolationism will actually take a group, a homogenous group, and make it stronger. So in theory, this would create more culture in Japan, more community in Japan
Well, I think
amongst the Japanese.
I think it'd be silly to think that your general politics do not influence the way that you act in interpersonal connections. I mean, like that seems to be really the case when it comes to a lot of things that like how conservatism. Oh shit! I didn't close that thing. Sorry, I have a work thing up, and I was really afraid it was going to show on screen.
No, you're okay.
I'm so sorry. I forgot what I was saying exactly. But what I wanted to extrapolate a little bit more on with that was the saying that I think that when we're talking like back in the day, like what has changed with like micro identities, or is that what you called it?
Micro-otherizing.
Otherizing. Yeah, I think back then, to get to the otherizing, it was just like, oh, white people and black people, and now we're so mixed and intertwined that I think that has changed that to be more of your identity isn't just like white, generally. I'm sure it is for some people, but like when we get into that micro
No, I
otherizing, so it's
understand.
hard to say.
I agree with you. I agree with you on this part. I agree with you on this part. Yeah, you're right.
I have a spicier take and direction that I want to
Ooh,
explore, but I don't
let's
want to
go.
Well,
necessarily.
first of all, Nina, did you get your point out? Are you?
Well, I was hoping that was just adding to the conversation. Because I do think that does contribute to why we don't see those trends of like having like how you said the old white guys all hang in the same place. 'Cause I think there's a lot of um there was like that was the space for people, and I think that now it's like more smaller spaces around, even in the internet. You obviously see those like very small niche communities that end up popping up.
Okay. Honeywine, you wanted to add something here, or?
Okay, I thought of this just because Erudite covers a lot of red pill stuff. Red pill incel stuff seems to be very popular right now. A name that constantly has been coming up when I look into these things is Briffault. Are y'all familiar with Briffault's law?
I thought you were gonna say Andrew Tate, and I was about to lose my shit.
Oh, this is much older than Andrew Tate. This is somebody
Educate
from
us.
the 1800s.
Yeah,
Educate us,
I am not
please.
familiar.
Okay, so Briffault's law is basically the incel red pill rallying cry because it basically says that in the animal kingdom, when here it is. Okay, the female, not the male, determines all the conditions of the animal family, where the female can derive no benefit from association with the male. No such association takes place. I'm wondering if Briffault was actually tapping into more human nature and not just women or female. Whereas if we have all of our needs taken care of, if we have everything that we want at our fingertips, we don't bother talking to each other.
Well, this
That's
would
my
play
spicy take.
into sure, but this would play
It's an
into
interesting
Jenny's
point.
point, right? This would play
Yeah.
into Jenny's point about technology making life so easier and things so convenient. I can literally press a button and talk to a friend, right? Halfway across the world.
So
Yeah,
I think
that
there's some.
seems to be that kind of draw. But I guess then, first of all, do we all agree with this? If this is something we all agree with, I have more questions if we are all going to be basing off this foundation. If we disagree, let's talk about it. What do you think?
Is
So
that the
I would
micro
go
otherizing
ahead,
point?
Jenny.
Sorry.
No, the point Honeywine just made about
The
how
having our needs met by technology.
yes.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, I mean, I
Um,
mentioned that in my opening, so yeah.
yeah,
Is
I would
there
change the
research on
framing.
this?
I would change the
Hold on.
framing just a little bit from having all of our needs met to having like such a high level of like satisfaction and such a yearning for more because we're always getting more, right? Like the difference in the way that we perceive like a new thing, like a phone or a tablet or whatever it is we get, a new thing is like if you look at like tribal societies, they're much happier with just kicking a ball around than we are with our fucking iPad after a week of having it. And it's just the nature of like always having the next big thing and needing the next big
Yeah.
rush.
I want
So
to
I don't know if it's about needs met so much as like high levels of very very high levels of satisfaction.
I want to get
Uh,
in the others too. I want to just before you go. I see you, Jenny. Okay, fine. Jenny, go. Then I want to
all
hear
right.
from Kimmy. Then I want to hear from Lactoid. That's the
I
order we're gonna go in.
agree. I agree with what Parallax just said, but I would change one bit. I wouldn't call it satisfaction. I'd say it's like a very because satisfaction to me implies a kind of a long-term, more deep, more fulfilling kind of happiness. It's more of like
Serotonin
a
rush.
short, yeah, it's like short bursts of pleasure that it provides you with, just enough to keep you going. That's the addictive model that a lot of these technology platforms are built on. That's what they hook into. And also, wait, I just want to ask a quick question, Wick. You mentioned the micro otherizing thing a minute ago. I agree with that as well, but then I ask you, what has been the main driving force behind that? What's enabled it more than anything else? Social media. That's where these labels originate. Things like xenogenders and neopronouns, all of this stuff, it comes from there. That's where we get half our labels from these days.
Okay. Um, Kimmy, then Lactoid, please.
Oh, I'm good.
Oh,
I'm still listening.
you're just
Yeah.
cooking. You're just cooking. Cool.
Yeah. Yep.
Lactoid, are you
Yeah,
cooking
no,
too, or?
I'll talk. You give me the opportunity to talk, and we're going to turn it down. So I think what we all agree on is the main core issue, which is you know We're all boomers here. Technology, right? These fucking gizmos these kids are using are killing their social drives. And, they're not getting laid. They're not talking to each other. They're just off in their corner with their iPads and their machines, doohickeys. That's all true. And I think that's irrefutable at this point. I think the more interesting question is the tangentials, right? What are like the little things around that are potentially contributing? They're not the main cause because we know the main cause and we don't want to change the main cause because these doohickeys are fucking awesome.
Why don't we?
Because my phone folds in half, Wick, and it's incredibly
I want to
awesome.
change the main
And
cause.
Any phone can fold in half.
Okay,
I
well,
already
this
know.
phone can, sure, but this phone can fold in half and still be usable. And I can play games on it, and I can message people, and I can look up any fact and prove somebody wrong in an argument at the bar, right? There are incredible utilities that come with this device that I don't want to get rid of, and a lot of people don't want to get rid of, but it's causing a problem. It's causing a severe problem. Loneliness is such a problem. I actually saw this study and it blew me away because alcohol is not good for you, right? And I mentioned the bar, and some people have brought up like moose lodges or other places where really the purpose is you go and you sit and you drink booze, right? It's not good. That being said, people with moderate alcohol consumption actually have somewhat better mortality rates than people who don't drink alcohol at all. And the reason is because you go to the bar and you sit with people and you talk with people. That's literally that's explains all the variance. This is one of the biggest problems with like vegetarians and vegans is that they have a tremendous amount of difficulty like adapting to the social climate. And so that leads to like some negative health ramifications. Now the diet itself is better for you and like it should be more socially accepted, but there is kind of a lack of social acceptance which causes issues. So no, I think that kind of on one of the tangential points that I think is interesting to explore is everyone having their own little identity. I do think that does contribute to somewhat of like a lunchroom effect where people want to sit with the people, like their own people. They don't want to talk to white people. They don't want to talk to this group. They want to, kind of sit with people who all identify with the same thing as whatever they are. And I personally, like when I go out in public, there are obviously people who I don't approach because they look like they hate me. And they look like if I go up to them and talk to them that I'd receive some lecture because I'd say something wrong. I mean, that affects.
Wait, looks like they hate you. What type of person looks like they hate you? How can you tell someone hates you just by looking at them?
I mean, there's indicators, Wick. All right.
What are some of these indicators?
Do you mean like hating or like that they just don't want to talk to anybody? Like that they're like purposely trying to not look like.
Yeah,
wanna
well,
be
so that's
approached.
part of it, right? Like if they got the
Okay.
earbuds in and they're looking down, they don't want to talk to me. That's like
Right.
the easiest, right? But like, there's other indicators where, I mean, I'm pretty outspoken about my political beliefs. Where if I say the wrong thing, it's going to cause like an issue. There's not going to be a conversation that stems out of it. There's going to be a fight that stems out of it. Do I think this is the main cause? No. But is this some kind of peripheral cause that I've noticed? I think so. Like, Wick, let's be honest here. Let's say I'm at the bar and there's somebody sitting down the bar with, colored hair and,
God,
spikes on their armbands or something like that. Do you really think this person on average is going to
Pronouns.
like me? Like if I go and talk to them, I'm a little bit
Well,
afraid.
maybe if you stay quiet.
I guess I have to. That's part of the problem. We're all sitting quiet in a bar now. It's not.
I don't think
loud,
it's that
bustling-
hard to not be like mean or even talk about politics if you're just going to talk to somebody.
I don't
If
agree with
that's
that.
what you're concerned about. Wait, that you can't do that?
I mean, I think I could do it, but generally, but I think there's people who. I guess this is the question with every conversation: is the person talking the problem, or is the person listening the problem? Sometimes it can be one or the other, right? I'm sure, especially after a couple brewskis, I could be annoying. That's probably that's on me. But there's
Why do you
also
think
probably
it requires
people.
the brewskis. Oh, got him! Just kidding.
Damn, savage. Hey, Wick gave me an
Scared
opening,
me.
and now I'm here.
Look,
Can I expand on Lactoy, what he was
please,
saying?
please.
Okay, I think that you're starting to touch on something, but what I would say is that the issue that we're running into is that in those situations anyway, people aren't really valuing getting to know other people. Like we enter into these social arenas, we feel lonely, so we need to go fix that. So we go out and we're wanting to fix our loneliness, but we're still self-centered on this. Fixing the loneliness is taking it outside of yourself and focusing on somebody else. Because once you get to know somebody else, once you show that you have an interest in them and who they are, and you want to talk to them, it's a surprise they want to be around you more. And suddenly you're not as lonely anymore. If you value the things that they're telling you about themselves, their lived experience. This is why I'm saying that people are too entitled and selfish to not be alone. because you're thinking about yourself too much instead of trying to find someone else
Are we too
and understand
selfish?
them.
And is that different than it like so what changed in your opinion? Because we're seeing spikes, we're seeing increases in these things. So obviously there had to be some catalyst. Is it once again technology that's making us more selfish, or is there another cause?
I don't think
Well,
we're getting
is
more
that even
selfish. I think it's
true?
just easier
I
to be
just wanna I
selfish.
just wanna give Kimmy a space here. Go ahead.
Well, is that even true? Because this is her opinion that
Yeah, I don't.
people are more selfish and entitled, but is there data that backs this up? Is
Okay,
my
okay.
question.
I need to clarify. I'm not saying necessarily that people, and I may have misspoken. I don't think people are more than they were before. I think it's just easier for people to act in selfish and entitled ways than we could before. Because again, we don't need other people to do things as
Do
much
we
anymore.
agree with that, gang?
Okay.
Um, that's a good question. I would say obviously it is easier because then you don't need people as much because you can, like we're saying, get just DoorDash or isolate yourself in any way that you want, but and still like literally live. Um, so I would say that that probably does play a role into it. I don't want to take up the whole floor here.
Well, no, I
Kimmy,
mean,
jump
like,
in.
I'll jump in with you. The problem also is that I think that we spend so much time online. We can choose the groups of people that we can put ourselves into our own bubbles
Right.
and stuff, and we're not willing to leave our bubble. So, like, if I wanted to have a really good friendship with Parallax, I would have to spend time with him outside of these specific spots. However, Parallax is a human, just like me. So
Mhm.
even though there are things about Parallax that I can like, I also have to accept that there's probably some things about Parallax that I'm not going to like, that I find irritating, annoying, frustrating. Maybe he smells weird. He probably doesn't.
Oh, I thought you
I'm
were gonna
just
say he
saying.
probably does. Damn, thank you.
Well, no, I'm just saying that we are in a culture where we can customize our experience so much that it feels like we are less willing to put up with any kind of negativity or friction or conflict, anything that may happen that might make this a little bit more difficult. But that's
So
what's frustrating
we
because
all
that's where the magic
have
happens. That's
we
where
all
the
have
adventures
thinner
are.
skins. Is that what you're trying to say? We all are more
Yes, in a
picky
way. I
and we
think that
have thinner skins, less willing to
So,
deal with criticism, less willing
especially
to
the younger
deal
hold on,
with
generation. I
Miss
think with the
Honeyline.
younger generations,
Is this
y'all don't
true?
get
Like
rejected
are
enough.
are we just saying this or is this
Well, I
true?
think I know what Miss Honeyline is trying to get at, if I may. I think what she's trying to say is that, and it's probably tied to online. I know you weren't necessarily going there with it, but it's probably tied very much to technology. Because we're not interacting physically with each other, we aren't having to deal with the idea that like a person you might enjoy might also have some shit about them that's irritating. So before we were able to kind of segment ourselves off online and just click a disconnect button to get away from our friends, you'd be sitting in a basement and your friend would do something fucking dumb. And you'd go, that was fucking dumb. And you guys would have it out about that fucking dumb thing that irritated you. And you might have it out about that thing once or twice a week until either your friend stops doing the fucking dumb thing or you get used to the fucking dumb thing about your friend and accept it about your friend. But because now we're in these online spaces, if Miss Honeywine calls me a fat, stinky piece of shit, I can just click disconnect from this call and not have to sit here for a moment longer and deal with it. I don't have to deal with the fact that every once in a while, Miss Honeywine in this scenario is an asshole, right? Where in reality, I would go, hey, you're a fucking asshole. Don't say that. I'm right here, right? But because we're not in the same room, it doesn't create the same problem. A really fun microcosm to look at this is Among Us. Look at the way people talk to each other when they play that fucking game. Somehow you can turn someone you love into Satan in moments playing Among Us. But that game, remember, was designed to be played in the same room as the people you were playing it with. And only during the pandemic did they come out with an online mode. And as such, people turned into Satan when playing it. I hate that fucking game.
Parallax, I'm sure you smell like roses and wine.
This is a good point, though. I think this is a very good point. The and this just doesn't apply to the topic that we are discussing when it comes to loneliness and things. This is with everything. We are less tolerant. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to go with. We are less tolerant now than we have been in a long, long time.
Yeah, I
Life's
just
really
want to give
fucking
like a
good,
little
isn't
bit of
it?
evidence on that. A
Is
little bit
that
of evidence on that is the fact that people are very unwilling to be friends with or date people of different political affiliations now than they were. They're
I
far
mean,
less
that
likely
makes
to do that.
sense.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, but it's an example of exactly what Wick's talking about, right? It's about that propensity for people to not engage with people that are like them.
Do you
All
think
these
people are just
differences become
more
amplified.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, don't apologize. You just cut them off because they'll cut you
Oh.
off. Amina, come on, let's go. Throw some elbows here. Go
Uh,
ahead.
I was saying, do you think that's maybe because like we are more honest with our personas because they're online? So maybe like if like you didn't know. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My fur baby is being really annoying. Hopefully it's not.
Don't talk about Wick like that.
Where I think
Roasted.
like you might have not known that maybe somebody you were talking to is hates like gay people or something, but if you're seeing them like reposting a lot of shit about it online, like you're gonna know that like do you think that might add to like the fact that we're just able to be more honest online, and then that we are I don't really know where you want to go with this exactly, but I just want to ask you the question. um
By you
would
mean me?
you or no, I'm sorry, Jenny. Would you agree, I guess, that it might be like an honesty element to the fact that we're able to isolate ourselves and not wanting to be interested in like, somebody who like doesn't like some of your values or stuff like that?
I'm not really sure. I think it's much more of like an ease of access thing, like Parallax was talking about. Like it's so easy to just leave a call or to block someone or like any of this. Whereas like before there were all these barriers in the way that would kind of create situations that would lead to other outcomes other than you cutting them off directly. I think if anything, like people are in some ways like are much less honest. Like 20, 30 years ago, if someone was like kind of racist, they'd probably be fine just kind of being like, yeah, not a fan, or homophobic or whatever. But like now people, because of like, like the way that everyone's filming everything now. Everyone's like, you're constantly being recorded. There's this expectation that anything you say could get framed in a certain way and posted online in a way that makes you look really, really bad. So in that respect, people are less likely to be honest about their beliefs and like what they think about the world. So I think that might not even be the case that people are more honest.
That's really interesting to think of it through that lens. I hadn't really thought of it that way before. So it is absolutely true, and I think Destiny is probably. I hate to go to Destiny on this, but he's probably a good example when he voiced his opinion on saying the N word in private. When he did so, had he kept that opinion to himself, no one would have given a shit because it would have been something that was happening inside of his home in privacy, right? But he would still express that maybe when he felt secure with someone, and then thereby expose them to that like nasty part of Destiny they didn't like, and they would either have to contend with liking or disliking that part of him, right? And that's something we've removed, is that contention. We no longer have to do that anymore. We just decide we don't deal with it anymore.
I want to nitpick the language that we're using a lot here, if I can.
Sure.
The language that's being used, if it was typed out on a sheet, would suggest that people have changed. We haven't. We are not some evolutionary leap in the past generation. People have always been like this. It's become more accessible.
Oh,
There's
no,
absolutely evidence to
Stabby,
counter
just
you.
real quick. Not Stabby. I'm sorry. My apologies, Miss Honeyline.
It's okay. I look like
Miss
that.
Honeyline, right? Miss Honeyline. I guess I would say that you're right in that people haven't changed, but absolutely the circumstances have changed.
The circumstances
The
have definitely
context
changed,
which
but
we
this is
exist, the
yeah.
systems and society in which we exist, the culture has changed, and thus our responses are going to change, right? Our behaviors are going to adapt and adjust because
Yes
that's
and
what
no.
humans do.
So this is actually
Yes and no.
patently false. This is all patently false. We are changing. So young children have synapses that fire at a faster rate than we do right now because of the fact that they're exposed to like iPads and technology at a very early rate. But similarly, they also are lacking in fine motor skills that allow them to do things like write their fucking name. My daughter is the only 3-year-old in her daycare room that can write her name, and she doesn't own a tablet. This is something we are seeing across the board, is that these kids' synapses are firing off more rapidly, and they're actually, in the long run, able to process more complex information a little bit faster than we were. And give it 50 years or the 3 or 4 generations down the road, and we're going to see our synapses have completely rewired themselves, and we're going to be way faster. We are absolutely changing, and the argument we are
No.
not is
No. Okay, I'm going to fight you on
biologically
this.
changing. You're wrong though.
No, we are not. No,
I
we're
can
not.
show you the science.
Okay, I can show you a 1950s video of like these units of teenage boys, right? Like their environment made them that way. You can say, like, with us being schlubby and fat and lazy, looking at them like, wow, that's a human evolution. Look at them go. Like, no, it's their environment. We're capable of that. We just don't put ourselves in that
That has
environment.
nothing to do with our brain synapses. That's an actual change that's occurring. That's real.
Okay.
Okay,
I know.
we need
I
to look at a
know.
study for that then.
I think we're gonna like this. This is just kind of
Well,
a
the only reason why I'm fighting on
irreconcilable
yeah, okay,
difference here.
okay. So the only
Right?
reason why I'm fighting on this, I don't really care about the facts there. What I'm talking about is the language that we're using. Because if you put the fault of things out there, it's something that we can't do anything about because we don't understand it. What
You
we
don't think
can
we can
do,
change our circumstances?
no, we can, but not if you're putting the language as if it's something that's outside of your control.
Okay.
If you're saying that all of humanity is changing and evolving and we just don't know what to do with it, then we don't have solutions to this. This conversation isn't going to go anywhere.
Well, I am curious as to your solution, but I do want to give Lactoid some space. He so kindly, so politely raised his little hand, like a little polite
Little,
panelist, right?
little
And
hand.
I wanted to give him space, so go ahead.
Just wanted to emphasize the quickly before we move on the discussion about what I think is essentially echo chambers. The idea of, well, not only can you disconnect from somebody if you don't want to deal with them, which I think is super easy, and move on to the next thing, yada yada yada. But you can also form organizations and kick people out if they don't belong, right? If they violate some kind of rule, or if they violate some kind of unspoken rule, you can just remove them. And to the extent that this contributes to loneliness is interesting because church is essentially something of a echo chamber, right? Almost by definition. So back when people were going to church every Sunday, like it was good. Like it was good in terms of lowering loneliness, right? Church is an effective tool against loneliness. But right, so if this is an echo chamber and this is an echo chamber that helps loneliness, like how does that kind of fit within the overall scheme of do echo chambers increase or decrease loneliness? I think the question is whether or not you are always in an echo chamber, and that exclusion limits the amount of people that you're interacting with on a daily basis. Having a few echo chambers and then generally being open to the public and generally being open to new ideas and engaging with them, engaging with people, I think is sort of the kind of the key, right? That's the best kind of medium to be in, where you're interacting with most people possible, but you're also sort of interacting maybe to a greater extent with people that you agree with, as opposed to now, which is, if I make one Facebook post that's a little bit off or doesn't use the right word, 5 people are gone, right? And 5 people that I may have met like in
That
real
sounds like
life
a
who really
you
loved me, right?
problem.
Or loved me as a
I
person in
mean,
the
using
past, and now they're
Facebook is
gone.
the first problem.
Yeah, bro.
I'm a boomer. Okay, we're
Imagine.
ranting about Gen
Imagine.
Z. Of course I'm on
I'm
Facebook.
35. Get off of Facebook. That's an order. I'm your elder.
So
Well,
I want
I'm
to
working on my
explore this though,
Farmville
just real quick.
village.
I know we're memeing a little bit. And it's always fun to meme on Lactoid, and I do it too. It's great. But so Kimmy, you mentioned that it's a him problem. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit, or
Yeah, I mean,
please?
that's not the experience that many other people have, so I don't know why you're bringing it up. That's a you problem.
I'm talking about my experience.
What are you posting that's getting
So
people
yeah,
really
so
pissed off?
I think
Yeah,
what he's
what are
saying
you
is
posting?
I'm a
what
little
he's
confused.
saying
What
is-
you're
I'm
gonna
not
say.
even. It's not even that offensive. This is
What?
this
Give
is
us
the
an
thing.
example. My dogs are offended by it.
If it's not that
Apparently,
offensive, share with the class.
I'm
Yeah,
not
you shouldn't have
sharing
lost
my
friends. Tell
fucking
us more,
Facebook
Lactoid.
feed
Wow.
on Twitch.
Self-report,
It's
come
not
on.
happening.
No, just tell us what you
Yeah,
posted.
just tell us
share
what you
the
said
news.
that got you in trouble.
Right.
So, like, one of the things was like, so some of you may know, like, my career is an attorney, right? And I think that lack of social adeptness is becoming a major problem in my field as well. People can't talk on the phone, they can only send emails. It's becoming kind of a major issue. And so, yeah, there are times in which I'm interested in using what I have a degree in to comment on contemporary issues that may have something to do with the law, such as, hey, like, this is the procedural history of certain cases, legal cases, such as, the Rittenhouse case was one of them, where I pointed out like a couple legal factualities, and all of a sudden, like, people get really upset by that. And I don't mind people getting upset by that. It's I'm going to get upset by that, and I don't want to see anything that you say, even though it is a informed, doctorate opinion. I don't want to see anything you say removed, right? That's removed, and by removing me, am I going to stay awake at night Not really.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
But this is like
yeah,
inducive of
I
a
get
bigger
what you're
problem.
saying. I get what you're saying. Then I'd ask Kimmy. Here. Do you not think that that is maybe not an experience everyone has, but it is a growing commonality that is experienced by at least a sizable minority? Or would you take issue with that?
I think it's still like a minority, I would say.
Sure, but if something is being, if a minority is sizable enough, and if this minority, I would argue, is probably growing, and again, I don't have data on this, so this is just my inference, my intuition here.
Yeah.
So take that with a grain of salt. But let's let's entertain the idea that it is a sizable minority and it is growing. Should we not address it, or what do you think?
I mean, yeah, we should address it if it's a sizable minority that's growing. I just am not really sure if it is or not. I'm not, yeah.
I mean, anecdotally, you hear all these stories, right? But these are
Yeah.
just anecdotes, and I agree with that. Like people
I mean, it might
being more,
be more of like a vocal minority type of
it
thing.
could be, but I
Can
hear
I?
all the time, right? People are scared to speak up, right? Scared to reach out. In the Friday show we did with Kidology, right? She mentioned, and I asked her directly, "Are you now, since she had all this backlash, are you now scared to just say what you feel, say what you think?" And she said, "Absolutely, I am." And I think that there are things that ideas and I have that I hesitate to express because I know that's going to affect my income, right? I know it's going to affect my income. I know it's going to affect my networking with people. There are ideas where I just hesitate to kind of be able to be honest, as back to the honesty thing. And yeah, thinking about it, it does seem to be kind of a problem. But I don't know. That's my intuition. That's all I'm saying.
So, I mean, maybe in terms of this being a problem. So, this isn't directly related to whether or not it's the correlation between this and loneliness, but the public university system in my state recently had a survey done, and the survey indicated that somewhere over 70% of conservatives felt afraid to state their opinion due to action from the school or social isolation.
I wonder why.
And over 70% of left-wing students wanted the administration to remove students for expressing conservative opinions. We are seeing a shift in like people, their mindsets of I don't want to even deal with these people. Get these people away from me. Like they don't let them talk. Don't let them be around us. Like that. I think that is again. Do I
But
think
is
it's the
that
major
Is
shift?
this
thing in a
conservative
way?
position?
Is that not a
Yeah,
good thing?
maybe.
Like, folks, seriously, Lactoid, is that not a good thing in a way? Do we want people to feel comfortable just being racist?
I don't think people should feel comfortable expressing bad ideas. I think the solution should be people arguing with them and explaining to them why they're wrong and like trying to shut down that opinion as opposed to get out of my sight. You are now a social outcast. You have to go with your group, which is all the racists over
What
there,
do the rest
where
of
you're
you
going to
think
form
on
a
this?
fucking terrorist cell. Yeah, like that's
Yeah,
what we
look,
have to avoid.
the
Go
point
ahead.
of that is it's punishment. It's like classical conditioning. Like the rejection is supposed to punish you and you're supposed to do better and be a better person, but not whine about it.
I don't
About how
think
you're being
people
rejected for being a bigot.
I don't think people
Right.
choose their beliefs. I think people are convinced of their beliefs. So if I deal with somebody that has a terrible opinion, my initial response is not to be like, "Oh, this person is choosing to have awful beliefs." My first reaction is, I wonder like what led this person to believe this terrible thing. How can I get them out of it? How can I bring
So,
this person back to the surface? That's how I
so
approach
can
every
you,
conversation.
in order to reply to it, can you give me an example of the type of belief we're talking about here? Because if it's some milk toast ass like conservative belief, then it's fucking dumb. But if you're gonna be like, well, professors are afraid to point out that there's like a lot of Jews in Hollywood. Well, that's kind of a take I don't really want professors pointing out. So what do you mean? Like there's a scale here, right?
So I guess the problem is like what immediately comes to mind is like the trans issue because that's like a newer issue that's very divisive and conservatives kind of have this sort of traditional understanding and then that traditional understanding is seen as well if you express this understanding we can't even fucking play the video games that are associated with the book that you wrote, right? We have to like remove you from our fucking point of view, right? um I think that's
Yeah.
like an example.
I
There's
wanna
other
tie this back.
examples,
I
but
understand, but I wanna tie this back a little bit to the original topic at hand. Do we think that this behavior is increasing loneliness?
Well, it's part of the
Okay,
micro otherizing.
I think it's
so
part of it. Yeah.
ish,
Part of
ish.
the micro otherizing, right?
I'm going to speak from an old person's point of view because I'm old.
Aren't you always?
Yeah.
Got her.
Only ever increasingly so, too. I'm basically becoming an ancient. Eventually, I will transcend and glow
Be
or
a
something.
wise elder.
There you go. So I was there when Facebook started.
And MySpace.
I don't. Well, yeah, I guess technically, I was a little bit late comer to MySpace. Tom was my friend, but in any case, Facebook specifically becoming open to the public. Um, the internet before social media was where all of us social rejects used to gather. And this is where normies comes from, right? I got in trouble on my Facebook account because the internet was a playground before social media. We shit posted all the time. We talked trash all the time. That's just what you did on the internet. It wasn't real. Okay. But then all of my real life friends, family, acquaintances, and all that sort of thing start getting on social media. And I'm still shit posting because I'm having fun on the internet. Right. But they
It
don't
was
get
a
it.
weird time, man.
Yeah, they don't get it. So I got in so much
So
trouble
weird.
all the time. And what I'm getting at with this is subcultures no longer being as subculture and are now visible to a larger group of people, being the entire world, because every subculture now convenes on the internet. So now everybody is seeing how all these other cultures interact and are judging them for it.
I totally see where you're coming from with that. Like, I think that's actually a really good insight about the idea of like, yeah, you can have it like within your friend group back in the day, you know, it's not going to get posted to potentially like hundreds of like maybe like
Yeah,
thousands
you
of
were
people.
safe
Oh
being
shit, I'm so sorry.
yeah, you were safe being vulnerable in your fin group and in your community and culture
Eh,
because they understood where you were coming from. But then
Well,
you
I
have
wouldn't
these
necessarily
people.
say that as much as like even if they were trying to be malicious and being like, oh, I'm going to share the notes that we were writing back and forth to each other back in the day, it was only gonna be to like maybe like your school, I guess, but now it could go to like literally like anybody, you know, when it's
Yeah.
online. So I definitely think that you have a point there with
And I
like
can sympathize with what Lactoid was saying about like how he would respond to somebody who may not have like the best idea or the best opinion or something, right? To take a slower approach, to be like more compassionate, more patient, and all that sort of thing. And that's good that Lactoid is able to do that. But unfortunately, we cannot expect that of every person on the internet because, frankly, most people are below average intelligence. Well, I guess half people would be below average intelligence, right? So like
Well,
they're not going to
average.
be able to keep up, right? Well, I mean, like that's why it's average, right? It's in the middle. So
Right.
like
I don't think
half
the
of everybody you
impressions
meet,
work like you think they do, ma'am.
right?
Medium.
So like the more structure it takes to interact with each other, the less people are going to do it, right? Because if you have to be able to have this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill to understand how they interrelate, to communicate with other people, you're going to be leaving people behind because they're not going to, one, they don't want to, waste their time on that. Two, they may not be able to comprehend it, why it's important. Like there's so many things that get in the way of keeping people from taking on these more complex forms of interacting with each other.
Can I,
Yeah.
oh, go ahead, respond.
I feel like that's kind of growing pains when it comes to the internet. Like, I mean, you guys keep calling yourselves a boomer. I'm 30, so I don't know if I'm in that category. But
For Twitch, you are. To be clear,
So
for
you're like,
Twitch, anyone over 25
yeah,
is a
you're
boomer.
right. You're
Twitch,
Am I
right.
the
Yeah,
youngest
yes.
one
but
here?
you're still one generation below Hannah and I believe.
All right.
You're muted if you're trying to talk, Jenny. So if you've been trying to
Lactoid,
talk
how
to us,
old are you?
I'm
Because I
27.
think, oh, you are not the youngest in the room.
Okay, shit. All right.
carry on. Sorry.
I'm
sorry
the
for
youngest
interrupting you.
boomer.
Go ahead.
Anyways,
Youngest boomer, sure.
I think it's growing pains of like the shift from being a very like this is kind of going on what sorry Parallax, is that what we say your name? Like the dragon. He's
Yeah,
freaking
it's
funny.
parallax.
What he was saying a little bit where it comes to like how we're shifting the way that we're not thinking a lot more in a different like not physical sense. We're like thinking more online and like certain things, like humanity's like big thing is that we can adapt, right? Like that's like why we took like fat W's all the time, was because we're like really, really good at adapting and stuff like that. And I think that's the same thing that we're kind of have growing pains right now with technology, because we are adapting to it. But I think not everyone's adapting at the same rate, because younger people are obviously going to pick up um, you know, having different social like having socialization be with social media. And I think that a lot of us as our boomer asses sometimes do find a big disconnect when it comes to relationships having in the same way. So I actually think it's kind of curious to think of your guys' opinion on, do you think that, or if you guys have stats, I don't know, when we're talking about trending of loneliness, do you think it's just maybe the like kind of transitional like millennial
A
people that are
temporary thing?
mostly hitting that, or do you think it's both, or not both, but like is it just the older people that are having
Well,
that weren't like necessarily as comfortable with social media as like maybe
no,
Gen Z?
the older people, at least the statistics that I've seen show older people aren't as susceptible to this as the younger people, but I could be wrong.
Gen
Well, they're
Z are
probably
the
not online as
I've
much
seen
though,
the
right?
same. Yeah.
Gen Z are the loneliest demographic
Yeah,
so far.
that's what
Really?
I've
Okay.
seen.
And
And
they are the
also the
most
most mentally unwell.
Yes, and they're the most technologically adept.
Well, let's talk about that too, because that was also part of the prompt, right?
Okay.
Rise of depression, which we'll categorize other mental illness here. Now, one of the confounding variables here is that we have gotten better at identifying mental illness and depression and categorizing these things.
Mhm.
So it at least to me remains unclear whether or not it is simply a matter of this is increasing in numbers, or if we're simply identifying something that's always been a thing and now we're just able to see it more. More people have access to diagnoses, more people have access to be able to kind of get the help they need, and so they're more willing to come out as I'm depressed or I have ADHD or what have you.
I
So
will say to that,
go
all
ahead.
of the data that I've seen shows a huge uptick starting right after 2009, and it's like especially into the 2010s, which suggests that it's something that happened specifically around then. Which, I'm always going to come back to this point because I think it is the main point. Is that's when the internet started becoming more accessible to normal people. That's when social media really blew up. It's just after the release of the iPhone. The iPad, I think, was introduced around then as well, and that's where all of this came from, was from there. So I would say that again, it all comes back to the internet and technology, and it's not
And
not
parents
Facebook.
really
throwing a
about.
pad at their kids instead of like
It
arranging play
might.
dates.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So
100%, 110%.
Facebook's IPO was in 2012. So like this is exactly the time frame at which Facebook, Twitter, all of these social media companies were starting to grow. Facebook, if Facebook's IPO was in 2012, that means they were already worth what did they get estimated worth? 104 billion fucking dollars has been their peak, but their IPO, I don't know. Either way, it was 2012. It's an absurd amount of money to have to even do that. You have to be worth so much money that you're essentially saying, I don't want to own this alone. I don't want to be responsible for it alone. Either you and your board of directors, or you as a person, right? So like it absolutely correlates.
Okay, small intermission while I just say, hey, if you're following me on YouTube and you haven't hit that subscribe button or that like button, please do so now. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, because that's how we grow the algorithm and that's how we decrease my loneliness. You feeding into me will make me less lonely, and I appreciate that. For those of you on
I
Twitch,
just want to add on to that, Wick. There's
I'm chilling. Let me chill.
I'm about to
Bits,
shill for you. I was
thank
gonna do a bit with the shilling. It was gonna be
Okay,
great.
do the bit, and if it's bad, then there will
Another
be
huge
consequences.
contribution to the rise in loneliness, especially on this panel, is Wick not having enough money in his bank account. For just £3.99 a month, you can help end loneliness forever worldwide. Okay, so go ahead, buy some gift subs, and do it right now. Okay,
Adopt a wick today.
From
exactly.
CTV to you,
Adopt a
I
wig.
say,
I'm here
you
for
give
it.
Same
this
price as a
garden
coffee.
version of Gandalf some
Okay.
fucking money, okay? From CTV to you, you give
Okay,
Gandalf the
enough
garden some
intermission.
money.
Apologize for the intermission. Okay, thank you for the bits, Feder Methodist. You're a real one. But yeah, so back to the point at hand. So I guess, is the benefits of social media enough to outweigh these costs that we're seeing? Is there a way we can adjust social media or our consumption of social media in a way that will mitigate some of these costs that we're seeing, or should we just scrap it altogether?
Ban it for
Well,
under 18s, blanket.
So I'm somewhat in favor of that, but maybe like limit the time period, like under 18, and then like increase the time period limits like as you go down, and then nobody under 14.
It's a
Yeah.
I
question
disagree
of
a little
yeah,
bit.
definitely.
It's a question of enforcement. The reason why I like, in principle, I might agree with all Actoy just said, but for practical reasons, no way. The way that you would have to implement this, it couldn't be in a way that you could just mediate the amount of time. Because if you're not cutting off access completely for under 18s, they're going to use like VPNs to get around it. They're going to use duplicate accounts. It's got to be, if you have an internet connection with access to these services, you've got to have ID to
So
age verification.
I want to push
That's
back.
how you've got to do it.
I want to push back against that though. I mean, you could add that if you wanted to make it even more secure, but the reality is some people are going to use VPN. Some people are always going to use a fake ID to sneak into the bar. But the idea is if you make something more difficult and more inconvenient to do, you're going to shave off a lot of numbers of the people that do it, right? So
Exactly.
are some people still going to like sneak in? Sure, I suppose, but it's going to be difficult because they're going to have to like figure out how to make a new account. It's going to be right now like with the social media, it's account based. So prove you're 18 and then you get limited access, right? Kind of like porn sites in the UK. If we figure some
Yeah.
way out of doing it, I think that's would make the most sense to actually like help children not be
I've
mentally
been a
ill.
kid trying to get around those barriers, and they're rarely good enough.
Can I give
But
a
it,
spicy
Okay,
ass
well,
take?
I didn't try and
Oh,
get I
oh,
didn't try and get around those barriers. So, there were all
Here's a
different
really
types of
spicy
people.
take. I'm
okay.
all for
I
the
was a good
internet.
girl.
I'm all for the fucking internet license tied to your real life ID. I'm all fucking for
I was
it.
kind of gonna say
Spicy
that with
take.
like government, because I don't
kinda
really
like
want
that,
to
actually.
trust like a private company with my like ID. You know, like if you're gonna have to talk about like social, like fucking with leaks that they do, because they're obviously just like so capitalistic driven that I feel like I would feel, if it is tied to your like what you're saying, like your um government or whatever. I think that would be like
Okay.
way more safe than like having it
wow.
just a
I
private
want to.
Wait,
company.
I actually thought
I'm
of a
gonna push
system.
back against this. No, I want to push
No,
back against this. This is a
I knew this would be a
terrible.
spicy take.
This was
I
a
knew
Like, yeah,
this
I
would
don't
be
know if you think
spicy.
they're not gonna spying on you anyway. It's like
okay. This is
whatever.
a
Yeah.
terrible idea,
That's your
right?
Why?
opinion.
The ability, right? Like back to making it harder and making the government have to jump through hoops to do it. Limits, right? Its access. Yes, they're spying on us. Yes, they have access that we are fairly unaware of. Most people are fairly unaware of. But making it so that they can revoke your access if you don't have the proper social credit score or what have you. There
I'm
are
not
just
for
so
social
many.
credit.
I understand, but this is kind of a step along the road that I think is just too dangerous to take. I think there are other solutions that we should explore before we do this because again, like I think it's just it opens up uh problems that we could probably avoid. But anyway, a
I
lot
don't
of
do the
people want
slippery
to.
slope thing, you
okay.
little content gnome. I
I
don't
am
believe in it.
absolutely going to do the slippery slope
I'm
because
gonna
if the
I
slope
don't
is
believe in it, you
slippery,
little
slippery
it's
content
slope
gnome.
it.
slippery.
You
Okay,
little
so
content gnome.
I'm
I
gonna
think
I'm gonna jump in here. I agree with the sentiment, but not the methodology. So the sentiment
Ooh.
is we want kids not as much on the internet, spending more time in real life with other people. That I agree with. Taking access away from anybody under 18, I do not agree with because LGBT people still exist in places that don't like LGBT people. And we need access to other people that can help us through the most trying times in our lives, which for many people is going to be the teenage years. If I didn't have internet access when I was going through my teenage years, I probably would have killed myself because I wouldn't have had anybody to talk to. I'm sorry, unalived myself.
In
No,
Minecraft,
no,
in
it's okay. It's
Minecraft
okay.
game.
Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
To be clear, this is why I like the license better because the kid could still use the internet, and you can, as a parent, monitor what they're doing, make sure they be.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
about
scary
access to certain
proposition,
sites.
especially given all the governmental pushback from all the conservatives right now. You probably don't want to be identified as LGBT by the.
I mean, it depends.
Oh.
Oh,
They
They
got her.
got her.
they cut her off. Oh no! See,
Wait, did something happen?
My boy
Yeah,
DeSantis.
Those
This was you the whole time.
The CIA got you.
Yeah. Tell me all your secrets. I'm here for you. I'm your friend.
Wick, I want to tell you how I actually figured out the perfect way to do this after
Oh God,
a
let's
long
hear it.
discussion. Okay, so
This is a deep fake of Hannah now.
here's how it's summed up, right? This is like my least libertarian, like, or I guess mainstream libertarian take, but I think it makes sense. So there, you legislate that certain websites, specifically pornography websites, gambling websites, and maybe to some extent social media, or any other like violent video content or harmful content to children, right? In order to access that, you have to use like one of those Google Authenticator codes. In order to get one of those codes, you have to log into your local DMV and you have to like enter in your driver's license information and then get the temporary code in order to enter it into the website. And so, because it checks your age, if you're under the age of 18, it can set like a limit of, let's say, like 3 hours a day on social media or something along these lines. That's how
That
you do
sounds
it.
so authoritarian, dude.
Yeah, I'm kind of forced.
Based.
Like
I like it.
The shit
You
that
know
I
how
saw at 12
sometimes
years
I like
old,
to
like
apply some
I'm
socialism,
definitely damaged.
sometimes a little
I mean,
authoritarianism.
Lacto is right.
Ooh, work it in. I'm with him.
Yeah, just because something's authoritarian, that doesn't mean it's bad. That's not an
I want
argument in
to
and of
hear.
itself.
Sorry.
Yeah, I want to hear Kimmy explain why he's right, though.
I mean, it's basically what like psychology researchers are recommending at this point because it's so bad, especially because which I wanted to bring up before that like um yeah, it is proven that depression rates are on the rise, especially among American teenagers and especially teen girls, which has to do with I don't know if anyone heard about like the Instagram research that like Instagram was a causal factor in like body image issues and depression, suicidality, and eating disorders, particularly among girls, who are now almost 3 times as likely as teen boys to have depression, by the way. I don't know why. Well, I mean, I do kind of know why. Depression is far more prevalent among women than men, but yeah, it's kind of a really big issue that we need to address.
Sure. No, I don't disagree that we need to address it. I just worry that we're just so quick to run to these authoritarian measures when I think there might be other measures we could use and
That's the question
explore.
I want to ask.
Go ahead, ask.
And I may be going too far ahead here, but is this actually an issue that we feel requires government or societal intervention, or is this something that's on the individual?
But they're children. They can't like decide. I don't feel comfortable holding like a 15-year-old accountable for their behavior when they're 15 or 14
Well, I'm
or
talking about
12.
like the loneliness and isolation thing and depression.
Right, but like if a 12-year-old is spending all their time online and they're not going out and meeting friends, like how much of that is
Okay,
really
well,
their
before it was the
responsibility?
internet, the 12-year-old was reading books all day. Like this is
There's a really
this is what I'm
obvious
saying.
answer.
People
Our
aren't
brains
changing that
react
much.
to
Just
Yeah,
the
different
stuff that
statistically they weren't.
Calm down. I think there's a really obvious answer here, which is the answer is that it's both. We can both societally approach this and we can approach it on the individual level. So, for example, as a parent, my 3-year-old doesn't have a tablet. She's the only fucking kid in daycare that doesn't have tablet time because she doesn't have one. Okay? That's my personal approach to it. I absolutely don't think that means we can't look at the government and go, can you fuckers help us out a little bit? Because we've got a whole failure on a societal level going on here. Like, you want to fucking help out? I think we can do
Yeah.
both. I don't know.
We-
That's kind of a silly question.
So we've all agreed, I think, to some extent at least, that technology and the internet has been a major contributing factor to this, right? Like, can I just get a broad yeah? Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yep.
So Wick, I mean, and everyone who's saying, maybe we should try the individual approach. That's all we've been trying for the last like
No, we
15 years or so. Yeah, we have. Of course, we have.
Nobody has been actually trying on an individual level. No,
Who
that's why
doesn't
we're
know?
here.
No. This has happened because people haven't stepped up as individuals. Who doesn't know that Instagram is bad for their kids? Everyone knows that, but everyone
Do
does
they?
it. Yes. Are you
I
kidding
mean,
me?
that information
No.
came
Give it to
out
the kids.
recently.
The
I
idea
think
that
it's
social
pretty
media is
common
bad for you,
knowledge that social
that's
media is
very
bad.
common knowledge.
No,
But
Okay,
it's-
so I think yes, you're right. I think look, sometimes changes in behavior take a while to kind of manifest in the data and things like
Right.
that. When absolutely when social media first came out, very few people knew how to handle it. I think, in my opinion, we're still coming to grips as a society, as a people, of how to handle social media, how to deal with it, how to navigate it. Look, when Twitter first came out and things like that, people engaged with it in much different ways than they do now. Facebook, same with Facebook, same with streaming sites. like our behaviors have changed because this is new to us in a way. It's something that as a species we haven't had before. All this ease of access, like we talked about earlier. So I wonder though if if we can't just write it out to an extent, right? Like if the new generation coming up are going to be much more savvy about internet spaces
I want
and
to make an
social media
analogy
spaces. Go ahead.
since we're talking about health here. And to try to bolster my point that people haven't really changed that much. We're getting fatter and heavier because sugar and oil and salt is much more abundant, and we like eating them a lot. I think the same thing, the same similar phenomenon, maybe not the exact same, right, but a similar one, is happening with internet use. We're getting constant dopamine hits on demand anytime we want to, just like fast food. Like, we're in a glut, right? Now the fast food approach is it's still personal responsibility. Some states try to limit like how big your drink was, right? I think New York did that for a little bit, but I don't think it really caught on. Now the government is not monitoring our food. The government's not stepping in and say, "Hey, don't give your kids McDonald's every day." I would
Yeah,
say that
maybe they
that's
should
worse
be.
for. Yeah, well, I
I
mean,
mean, they do to some extent, not enough, but go
well, I
on.
mean, like it's not enforceable, right? Like there's no program that has like a registry of how many times you've ordered McDonald's
They
this
are
week.
putting incentives out there like sugar tax, sin taxes, and things like that on these things
Okay, well,
that
maybe
are
that's the
just
approach that we should try
incentivized.
to take if we're going to do like
Like
a
a sin
government.
tax for the internet.
Maybe. I mean, if that's the direction that y'all want to
Mm.
go, if you want
I
somebody
don't
else
know.
to regulate your behavior for you.
And I just want to be clear, right? Like I don't know the answer here, right?
Well,
This
yeah,
is
we're exploring
I don't know
ideas,
the answer,
right?
and so
Just limit it to kids.
We're
Mhm.
already having our behavior regulated by these companies through advertising and mass media.
I mean,
Like,
it's your argument that just because they're already doing it, we should just give in and let them do it more and
no,
dictate our lives to us?
no, I'm saying that the companies should be stopped from doing that.
From
From
advertising.
doing what?
Yeah, we should ban most advertising, like straight up. It's horrific for us.
The
It's
entire economy
psychological
will collapse
manipulation.
overnight.
You're not,
Yeah, I don't agree with banning advertising.
not
Advertising makes the
literally,
world go
not
round.
Yeah,
literally
certain
all
types of
advertising.
advertising.
Advertising for certain
All
types of
advertising.
things. Yeah, we already have restrictions on things like advertising for alcohol and cigarettes.
I
Why not
just
for
want to
fast food and
know.
social
I
media
just
as
want to
well?
know. Can I still advertise my Twitch channel, or
There
are you
you
gonna
go.
ban that?
No,
Yeah,
never.
that's going to be the only legal form of advertising work.
Oh,
Don't worry
yes,
about
Oh,
it.
fair
I
enough.
would
Don't worry.
regulate underage people from being able to donate on Twitch. Or all platforms.
Unironically true.
I
Unironically
agree.
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
But if you're underage and you're here and you're not subbed, since it's not banned, and you're if you're
No, if you. Hey, no, fake.
Evil.
Oh, serious talk. If you are under 18,
Steal your parents'
Not
stop.
even
credit
If you're
I'm
card.
that
under
evil.
18,
don't steal your
turn
parents'
the
credit
stream
card.
off. Turn the stream off. Go find your
After
mom
you
or
sub,
dad.
yes.
Right? Go find a parent or guardian. This is
Sub
not the
and
place for
then
you.
turn it off.
Now, if you are 18 and over, welcome. Let's hang out, right? And give me your money. But under 18, this may not be the stream for you. That's all
Would
I'm
you
saying.
advertise
But
watching it with a
sub
parent,
now,
maybe?
So when you are 18, you can just count back to this many months of your sub and go, there it is. I remember him.
I think we're always okay with more regulation when it comes to dealing with children, obviously, because we have people who can't decide things for themselves. So if we want to put limitations on children eating sugar or
I
using the
disagree.
internet,
I mean, just with the statement that you said,
that
because we're
children can't
not.
decide things for themselves?
No, that's not what you said just now. What you said is that we're okay with more regulations on children. This has already been shown and experimented with, and is in current contention with library books being taken out of schools.
Wait, we have
And a
more,
lot of people are not
wait.
okay with this.
No. We have more regulation on children, right? We don't let kids drink,
Right.
smoke,
Right.
gamble, or
The kids
sometimes
aren't equal.
drive,
This is pretty.
No,
it's pretty-
that's
no.
fair.
Kids aren't
which is good. And then we just like extend that to social media, sugar, oils, right? I think that makes sense.
Are you going to look to the government to tell you how many sweets you can give your children every day?
Potentially, right? In the same way we don't let parents give their kids like a bunch of
Okay.
alcohol.
I think come out as a huge boomer right
we
now.
have these kids that
The
are
new
like
generation is a bunch of fucking cunts.
we have these kids. We have these.
She's not wrong.
Listen. We
You're
have
looking
these.
for
We
someone else
have
to find
these.
solutions for you all
Yeah.
the fucking
Yes.
time. It's irritating the shit out of me.
We have these fucking kids that are like giant.
You-
They're
you are
obese.
these
They have
fucking kids.
diabetes at fucking 13 years old. How do we look at that and not realize there's a problem? If I
No,
was
there
giving
is a
if I was
problem.
giving my kid crack, at some point you'd be like, yeah, the police have to stop me. And so if I'm giving my kid a McDonald's burger every day and he's gonna die at 30, yeah, we should get involved at that point, shouldn't we?
Well, I mean, like, this
Great.
is government lobbying, and we need like statistics and all that, because like any government policy probably is not going to happen without a study
How am
that backs it
I
up.
the one advocating for like government to
I
come
don't
in?
know. This
I
is
know,
weird.
I'm a
I need to
lefty
spice with my
advocating for
socialism
Again, though,
advocation.
me and
Again,
Lactoid
though,
together, brother.
the
bang.
alternative to having government regulation is just letting the corporate world just dictate our lives for us, right?
No,
Right.
no, those are not the
It
only
is.
two options.
Of course it is.
That sounds pretty
There is
bad.
no other option.
No. Embrace your
Okay.
own agency. Be your own person, for fuck's sake.
Okay, that's great
Well,
when
then
you're an
That's
adult.
not working for most people.
Well, no, that's great when you're an adult, and I'm fine. I'm totally fine putting like personal moral responsibility and failings on adults. I'm with you on that. But when we're dealing with like a kid, which in terms of social media and these kind of regulations that we're talking about, that's who we are okay with regulating. We're saying, no, you're a kid, you can't do this. I think that's fine.
Okay, I'm going to tell you why this doesn't work. All right. So, the reason why the kids are in this position in the first place is because their parents are neglecting them. What that means is that they're already learning how to self isolate and be lonely for the rest of their lives. It still comes back to the parents. You can regulate it with the government, but that's not going to fix that problem.
So you can have parents, obviously parents have some level of regulation, but there's also like, again, if I'm giving my kid crack cocaine, the government, despite me as a parent who think, look, it helps him clean his room, it really gets him
illegal.
get his shit done.
McDonald's is not.
Okay,
you wanna-
fine.
Argument
Okay,
for
alcohol then.
regulation,
Yeah,
what do you
alcohol
mean?
then. If I'm giving my kid, a bottle of Jack Daniels every night and he's 14, I think it's reasonable for the government to say, hey, no. And I think
Yeah,
it's
but
Is
we
the
also,
are
solution to say that fast food, you have to be 21?
look, at the end of the day,
I would limit fast
at
food
the end of the day,
purchases to
stop,
18.
stop. At the end of the day, right? We all recognize that anything can be abusive almost, right? Like if you give children an excess of something, it can be abusive. But do we not already have laws around that? Do we not already have regulations around that?
Not when
Why
it
do
comes
we
to
need
social media.
more?
We don't have
Not sufficient
regulations around
ones.
social media, though.
Okay, and which regulations do you think would be best? Age gating, how? Like by tying a child's identity to their online presence, or requiring you to have some sort of ID to log in to the internet? Like, how do we stop this? Because I can absolutely see if we do something like that, like kids, I guess, yeah, there'll be less of them doing it, but I don't know. I'm just unconvinced, but I
I'm
remain
open to
convincible.
options. I'm open to options on this. The best like idea I've been able to kind of cook up, right, is that to have an internet connection with more than like a set of like whitelisted spaces, you should have to provide some kind of proof of age verification, which isn't then stored itself, but a marker of the fact that that connection has been verified, if you like, as being tied to someone who's over 18, and then saying that if you give that to someone, or if someone uses like a fake ID to bypass that, then that's an act of fraud, and that's like, we're talking big fines and prison time. You gotta put harsh
For
For the
penalties
kids?
15-year-old?
Yeah, for
Huh?
kids.
for the people who
All right.
provide them with those.
So can I ask Hannah? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Do you believe the government should step in if parents are physically abusing their children?
Yes.
Do you believe the government should step in if parents are maliciously neglecting their children?
Yes, I think I know where you're going with this, and whatever
So-
the solution or the end point of this is, if there is a study that backs it up and there's a group that lobbies the government to make the changes, then I'm behind you. But if there's not a study, then it's never going to get off the ground.
I'm just saying, regardless, I'm just saying if it bears out that it is demonstrative that it is a similar or greater level of damage to the children that parents are not monitoring this, would you then support the government stepping in?
Yeah, generally.
Okay, so I need.
Yeah, I don't want to give parents like carte blanche to like chain their children down in the basement or anything like that. But what I
You
did,
just need literally any study on social media, and we're there then, because it's just that's the case.
well, I mean, it's I would assume that it would have to have some kind of legitimacy behind it, besides just like a poll or something like that, right? We know that physically abusing children and emotionally abusing children and mentally abusing children is problematic and it causes problems later on in life. What hasn't been established in a longitudinal study, for whatever reason, maybe it probably has been, but the lobbying groups in the government have probably kept it from becoming anything, is yeah, fast food's bad for you if you eat it in large quantities, right? Like, we know this, but like,
How's
there's no
personal
regulation on it.
responsibility
But
working
we
out for
let
childhood
kids.
obesity?
Yeah, we let kids do
How do
it.
we even
Personal
And
track
they're
this?
responsibility
fucking
is on the
dying.
parents.
Like, how do we even
And
track
what are the
this?
parents doing? They all know how bad obesity is for their children, and they're
No,
still feeding them
100%,
shit.
They're
Jimmy.
fat themselves.
Unfortunately, there's not a solution to this unless everybody thinks and acts the exact same way, and the government is there at every step of the way. Like,
I
you
think a lot
can't
of times
stop this.
That's
You
not
can't make
true.
people love their children and to take
I
care of
wanna-
them.
I want to give space to Nina real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah, I
She has
can.
Well, I
something.
just think a lot of
Start
the whole
salad.
fast food debacle is you know, it's affordable like for a lot of people. So I mean, I feel like there's a lot of economic influence that comes to contributing to obesity and stuff like that.
Right.
So I'm unsure of how everyone go using that because obviously social media is free. So I'm kind of having a problem with like relating social media to fast food in the way that we're doing it so far.
I don't think it is affordable. Like, what, bananas are like, what, 59 cents a pound in my state? And fucking, and these, every time if I go to McDonald's, I'm spending 20 bucks, right? I mean, this shit is
What are
is
you ordering
expensive.
that you're spending $20?
I like literally like
Nuggies,
two
20-piece
burgers,
chicken
two burgers and a
nuggies with a
fries.
milkshake and some
No, I don't get.
fries.
No, I don't consume sugar. I'm just saying, like, well, I guess I get indirectly.
There
I
are
do. I
there are
know.
literal food deserts. I mean, in like impoverished areas, there are literal
So
food
I
deserts.
hear this all the
How
time.
how
This
does
is
the food
it's
Oh,
so
deserts
maybe it's
contribute
'cause
to
it's correct.
loneliness?
there's like a weird definition of food deserts. Like, there's never been like a definitive like connection between the so-called alleged like food deserts and like not having access to anything other than fast food. The reality is fast food's addictive, and people in these areas are more susceptible to addiction. And then when you give your kids the fast food, they're more likely to be addicted later on in life. That's the problem. That's why you shouldn't give
You're
your
more
kids addictive
susceptible to
substances.
addiction.
Yes,
Oh.
absolutely.
Right.
So how does this contribute to
Statistically.
loneliness? And fuck you for being able to order 2 burgers and all that shit and live like that. I eat an apple and it goes straight to my ass. You're a dick.
Yeah, how dare you, Lactoid?
Sorry.
But no, I guess yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to continue on the food desert debate
Well,
or
I
if you
mean,
want to
I
get back to the
can link
topic
this
at
back to
hand.
loneliness. I can
Oh,
easily
can
do
you?
that.
Can please
Yeah,
help?
yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, what did we used to do before we would go out and get food all the time at a fast food place? You would be in the kitchen cooking it, and you would eat around the kitchen table with your family. People don't do that anymore. It's all about convenience, selfishness, and entitlement. It always comes down to
Exactly.
this.
It's so easy.
Well, I feel like that's
And
just like
that's a
people not
personal
having
issue.
time.
How do we incentivize people to be
Capitalism.
less selfish?
Well, this was what church and
Socialism.
religion was for.
Oh, but that's assuming that
Go.
that selfishness is a causal variable, though.
Well, so
What's
okay.
made us more selfish, Honeywine?
We haven't gotten more selfish. We just have more access or ease of
Okay,
access to
sorry.
the things that we already
Sorry.
want.
What's made things more convenient? What's been the main driving force behind that?
Well, increased production lines, increased connectivity through internet, like all kinds of things. Yeah.
It's technological advancement, right?
Well,
And-
yeah. So was the
and
fucking
these
the
outcomes-
was a technological advancement.
these
We
outcomes-
managed
Just
to,
some housekeeping. Just some housekeeping,
Oh,
gang. I got someone malding in my DMs, and I'm going to ask you if he pays me enough money. Would you be okay with me adding tuna chip? Only if he pays me money, though.
Yeah, bring tuna chip on, please.
No,
Who's
he's
tuna
got to pay
chip?
me. Is
Okay,
is
fine.
anyone not okay with that? If you're
I'm
not
not going
okay,
to
I
tell
just
you
won't.
not to take money,
Please,
Wick.
I'm
You were
just
just
saying.
talking about how much
I
money
don't
you
know
needed.
who it
Like, let's
is,
do
so I'll
it.
just say, yeah, I
Irrespective
don't
of
want to
money,
talk.
Irrespective of money, I think tuna chip will contribute greatly here to getting us back on track.
Tuna chip's first contribution is going to be calling Honeywine a retard, by the way. Just letting
No,
you
that's
guys
fine.
know.
I'll fight with Tuna Chip. Because I have the
Okay, if
trump.
we get-
At the end of the
if
day,
we
it's
can
always
get-
your
if we can get-
responsibility.
To clarify,
get,
you
like,
will
at
deserve
least-
it.
If we get at least 3 subs in chat from anyone, I don't care. I'll do that. But until then, I'll just leave them out. Let's continue. Go
Curious
ahead.
what the
Bro,
story
Was it
is.
the
You're
food
so
deserts
cheap.
point?
Be a more expensive. Be like a congressional hoe, Wick. Ask for 5 or 10 subs. What is with this corner shit?
Okay, 3 subs to get Gibbs on? Okay. Give me 3 subs and we'll get Gibbs on too. Fuck it. Fuck it. Give me money.
Capitalism,
It'll
baby.
make us
Best
all
system.
less lonely.
Yeah.
And so far, we've only been talking about like friendships and acquaintances kind of loneliness. We haven't even dipped our toes into romantic
I
loneliness
don't
yet.
know.
Speaking of
Go ahead.
no, sorry,
But
go
I'm
ahead.
watching chat, so I'm not gonna let anyone in until I get those subs. Go ahead.
Do you think there's a significant difference with romantic and friendship loneliness? Because I feel like they're very closely tied, like correlated.
No, there's
or
a lot
tied
of
to each
overlap.
other.
There's loads of overlap. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just one of those things whenever like I'm just imagining somebody answering a questionnaire and it says, "Are you lonely?" And what are they thinking of? Well, I don't have anybody to share my bed with, so yeah, I'm lonely. But I have lots of friends, so I don't feel lonely. Right? And it's just which one are they more focused on at the time whenever they answer that question. So, I mean, are you really lonely if you have lots of friends? Not really. You have lots of people that you can talk with and relate to and all that sort of thing, but you are still going to bed alone every night.
Right. Do you think maybe the commodification of like social interactions, like even for like us being all online, like I assume you guys are all streamers or whatever, like the fact that we're providing kind of a service in some way by talking to people, like it is kind of like a Ouroboros status where it helps, but then it kind of like feeds in.
Well, it
Go ahead.
depends on the other
prophecy,
side of
right?
it.
So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So if we are theoretically the online content creators and we are the thing that people are consuming, right? And we are sitting here trying to tell them how to like better themselves, right? Like how to stop otherizing and micro otherizing and start interacting in your community. But then we're also going, but come back tomorrow night. So yeah, we are the problem trying to solve the problem. It's the same thing with Instagram influencers or anybody that's just a Twitter warrior. Like any of these people going out and making prescriptive suggestions about society and telling them to get off the internet is a hypocrite because they're doing it through the hypocrite. And I understand we still like you can't out groups can't in group themselves. You've got to use the tools at your disposal. It's like people bitching at Hassan for being rich while promoting socialism. He lives in capitalism, so we got to live in the world we live in. We got to use the tools at our hands. But yes, it does feed itself. And Tuna Chip, please get us back on track to loneliness.
Okay. We've got a million things on loneliness. Before we get through this, though, everybody's been talking about this fucking personal responsibility. Am I coming through?
I'm everybody, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
This personal responsibility shit. Anybody talking about this personal responsibility has failed. And what about the fucking responsibility we have for the kids that are being beaten, abused, neglected, not fed things? We have
it was
public
their
schools
fault.
where they're not being fed. You're fucking insane if you think that that's the libertarian argument. The libertarian argument is no, let me finish my fucking point. Take care of the kids while they're kids so that we don't have to spend millions of dollars on insulin subsidies. All of these problems, you're not being financially responsible by putting it onto the parent. You're going to fucking just let these kids die and become a tax burden for the rest of their fucking life. They're going to be poor. They're going to be working terrible jobs. The state is going to have to pick up the mess later. So fucking fix it in the beginning. Why are we doing these things?
Can I respond to that now?
Yeah,
can
please.
I just add something to that before you respond? I just want to
No,
add this.
Gibbs, let her respond and then you can go in. Cool? Cool.
So yes, I completely agree. I'm the first Lovejoy out there that says somebody think about the kids. I get that. But who makes the kids? Whose responsibility is the one that makes the kid? Like at the end of the day,
people who are neglecting kids who we need to make not neglect kids.
No, here's the problem with your solution. If you take responsibility out of the hands of the people who have this problem, they'll never figure out how to solve the problem. So
they're already never going to figure it out.
No,
they're already never going to figure it out. People are stupid.
That is a black
poor people make so many fucking kids. Just
You're very
fucking turn those workers into competent people.
I gotta be honest.
They're not getting away with anything. You're getting away with not paying
for more subs. I should have asked for more money. I should have absolutely asked for more money.
There is no getting away with.
Hold on. There's just the irony of a guy like Tuna Chip advocating for children is not lost on me. Look at that fucking face.
They need to not be predated on. They need to be smart enough.
Gibbs,
I don't know the instant memes enough yet.
Stop. Let's let Gibbs in. Go ahead.
So I think y'all are kind of, when y'all talk about the personal responsibility, you're kind of hitting like around the topic that's a bigger topic that's tied directly to the loneliness, right? And I think it's that social media has enabled a certain society and certain culture to develop, and that's the a complete lack of personal accountability as a value that's valued in society as a whole, right? I mean, you look at our celebrities, look at Logan Paul, you look at like other people like this, Amaranth, you look at people like all sorts of, they have these controversies, and then like Eric Bischoff said in his book, controversy creates cash. It's almost, like it's lauded not to be accountable. And then that kind of ties into all the different things y'all touched on, which is the social media, which is lactoid at the bar. All these different things are all, tied into this concept of accountability as a value that's not a value anymore. And we go, so say if you have your viewership challenged, you've been told your whole life you're special. So why would you want to sit here and have that reality that you have in your head challenged? And then to sit here and go, oh, we're going to regulate all this stuff out. Well, regulation is bad, in my opinion, in the first place, especially into something that we're just going to throw money at and we're not even be able to enforce it in any like meaningful capacity. So I just think that y'all are really like not focusing on this accountability issue that I think society as a whole has really developed and continues to develop and enable. And I think that's a bigger issue that's causing more people to be lonely, because if nobody's accountable, you can just treat people like shit and then go, well, I was right. And then when they match your energy, you go, well, I'm going to cut them off. And then now y'all are both lonely.
Okay. Open it up to the rest of the panel now. You guys have gotten your 3 subs worth in, so continue.
Does anybody feel strongly about either of those?
Oh no, Hannah, I feel like you should just go ahead.
Just go ahead.
I feel like you have some things to unload on your chest, Hannah.
Okay, so I'm going to go back and I'm going to invoke the topic of the stream, right? I mean, yeah, we can just talk about things. We can say, oh yeah, we're all feeling lonely. Yeah, it's probably social media. Yeah, it's probably this. Yeah, it's probably that. Do we have goals? Are we going to investigate solutions? What, like, for us here and the people watching, yeah, you can like write a letter to your congressman, I guess, but what can you do right now to change your situation if you're feeling lonely? That's what I care about. Because if you keep passing the buck to somebody else, oh, it's society, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, you're never going to be able to make the change. You're never not going to be lonely because you're always waiting for somebody else to fix the problem for you.
Go to church.
Isn't that what
or
you're
the
doing
bar.
when you legislate things, though? You're passing the buck?
Time out. Just to be clear, that framework is you're putting it back to the individual. You're literally eliminating the possibility that
At the end of the day, the individual is what it is.
Hold on.
But everybody's lonely. Everybody's lonely.
Yeah,
and it seems to be from the same causes.
Yeah,
why would we all address this
framework,
individually?
Yes, you're literally you're telling us to solve the problem with the problem. That doesn't make sense.
No, I'm not telling you to solve the problem with the problem.
Well, tell me how you're not, because we have that's what Tunachip is saying, and he's correct. We have failed on a personal responsibility level to solve this problem. So, for example, I love my parents. Hold on. I'm telling you right now, I love my parents. My mom is currently in my chat. I am a fat fuck. I have lost 140 fucking pounds. I grew up drinking soda, eating chips and hot dogs and boxed macaroni and cheese and ramen noodles and canned ravioli and frozen fucking food.
That's my diet.
Absolutely awful food. I had to lose 140 pounds to look this not hideous. And my parents, in that regard, failed me fucking miserably. Yeah, and I still look like a fat Ted Cruz. Fuck you. That's true. Okay, my blood type is ravioli, as someone said.
The Zodiac Eater.
Okay, so the Zodiac Eater.
He ate the whole damn Zodiac.
Those are fucking. Listen, you eat kids. That's not fair. Shut up. So
I play with them first, like a cat does their prey.
My point being,
I don't need the kids in here, okay? So let's calm down.
In that regard, my parents failed me. And parents are still failing in that regard. My dad's fat. My mom still doesn't eat very healthy. I love her very much. She can hear me, like I said. This is just the reality of the world we're in. Personal responsibility is just not... Like, in 2023, what the fuck else are we expecting of our government? Our government is supposed to keep us safe. Right now, one of the biggest threats to us is us.
Well, I'm sorry.
That's a really dangerous line of thought.
Here's my hardline stance on this. If you acknowledge at the end of the day that it is your responsibility, even if it wasn't your fault, and you're still not going to do anything about it, then die. That's my
sorry, Hannah. I'm sorry, Hannah.
That's pretty base.
You would die, Hannah. Hannah, you would die.
That's pretty base.
I think getting into we can't get away from social media. It's going to be a thing. I think that maybe we could be a little bit more inclusive or be like I'm not sure
Well, I
exactly
need
that
to.
inclusive itself is the right
let
phrase.
her
I
finish.
think I'm
Let
the
her
only
finish.
one.
Stop. Let Nina
I
have
think
some space. Go ahead.
we're working in a new territory. Like this is like not like I don't know if you like not that long ago, like we didn't have anything like we didn't have like phones, like even like the average like landline. Like we're going through a very quick thing. So I feel like we can't avoid social media and I think we run into a lot of regulation issues when we come about like just like a negative sense of it. Maybe we're not looking enough into a positive sense of using social media, like maybe a local social media that does encourage a lot of
Can you give
actual
me an example?
interactions.
Can you give me an example of that? What that would look like or might look like?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. I would imagine like there's a lot of like sites where you can meet up and like go hang out in like groups like in your local space, but a lot of those is like a lot of like weird pressure. I think that it needs to be refined so that it's like, okay, something's happening at a place. You can come. You don't have to come. Like whatever. I know there's like obviously versions of that right now, but I'm saying like I think that would be a better way to lean in. My point is, I guess, leaning into the social media aspect of it instead of just completely denying it and saying that that's the problem. You know.
Okay. Does anyone else have any kind of ideas of how social media can maybe help the situation? Uh, so Nina mentioned like meetup apps and things like that. Is there any other kind of things anyone could think of here that social media can be used in a positive way to maybe help decrease loneliness,
So
isolation, etc.?
I think a fun one to look at would be Pokemon Go. Remember when Pokemon Go released?
Hell yeah.
Everybody, I was walking, bro. I think I lost like, and this is before I actually started losing the weight. I think I lost like 20 pounds at work. I worked at a car lot and we were just walking around the lot catching fucking Bulbasaurs. It was a good time. And I was in a college town where there were just literally fucking tuna chip, go fuck off.
That's what
There
you
were
look like when you're playing fucking Pokemon
if
Go.
you're
Oh, we
alone,
had
yeah.
fun with
mediated
Pokemon Go.
socialist.
Pokemon Go is fun. I
Listen.
play it
If
still.
you were
Get him, Tuna
alone,
Chip.
if you
Fucking
were
get him.
Was
alone, when
fun.
this shit came out, there were groups of like 20 people going to parks together and getting outside. No, that's not all they were doing. They'd fucking go catch their Pokemon,
Mhm.
play fucking Ultimate Frisbee like weirdos, catch some Pokemon, play some Ultimate fucking Frisbee, and then walk back to their college campus. I saw it all the fucking time. It was awesome for like a month. So there
Yeah,
are
and what
times.
happened?
Well, now
Yeah,
it's
why
Well,
is
just
it not?
I actually
now
still
it's
Cheap
just lonely
thrill.
people walking down the street. Okay,
I
that's
think
the people you
thrill.
were describing.
Wait.
I
now.
think there's a lot of
Solution
apps
to
that
this
are
Temporary.
good.
problem is not more technology. We can't tech our way out of this, okay? We've got to cut it out. We've got to get rid of it. We've got to reduce
Return to
access
monkey.
to it.
So then
Yes.
That's not gonna
I'm just
happen.
answering
That's
your
just not
question.
That's
gonna happen.
There's no thing.
unrealistic.
Why not?
Every
Okay,
time
I'll
that
tell
you
you why
Why
you
not
engage,
do
stop.
that? We
Stop
can
because
Because you need it to
everyone,
work. What do you
everyone
mean?
Okay, I will start muting people if they don't stop. Okay, so I will answer this question because I want to. It's my show. So the reason that's not going to happen is because any country that persists with the technology, because these technology does not just have these social ramifications, it actually has economic and productivity implications. So any country that does not abandon it will advance economically, militarily, productivity in ways that the other countries that did abandon it won't and will far surpass them. And that it's just something that we can't just get rid of. We're stuck with it, unfortunately.
Wick, I
Does
gotta
anyone disagree
disagree
with
with you.
that?
I definitely disagree with you. So
Mm.
if you look at look at China as an example, you can still use technology and limit the use of technology by your own citizens. I know you're going to go ahead and give the thing, but they are winning on several metrics. The whole point here is not to be a good people. You're talking about how to not hold back the progress. Your point wasn't, oh, what's the ideal society? The ideal society probably fails its citizens in many ways and then trades it off for other failures. But if you're talking about, oh, we're not going to have the same military advances, we're not going to have the same. If we limit the use of social media on children, for instance, which is one of the main things during developmental
My
periods up
children?
until the point of like 16. What?
My children?
What
My
children?
Just let him finish. Let him
Okay,
finish
whole
his
point.
point, please.
You can spend time limiting that, and you're going to get rid of the type of mental decline that we've seen that a constant stimulation is causing in these children. And then those people, once they're adults, are more productive workers. They are getting They are going to be achieving more success. You don't have to limit the entire population to all technology. Return to monkey is a fun little way to describe it, but it's not about return to monkey. It's about to stop being the button monkey. It's to get out of the fucking Skinner box. This is being an animal. This is being an animal way more than not having internet until you're an adult is. We need to
Speaking of
actually
animals,
learn.
remember to hit that like and subscribe button, my little Twitch monkeys. Okay, make sure you remember to hit those you hit those metrics. Follow if you haven't, right? Okay. Anyway, carry on.
When I'm
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're
my
saying. I
proposition,
understand.
if social media was to be an asset, or just technology in general, the internet was to be an asset towards this, is if you actually make it so that you have to be academically inclined in order to use these social medias. The original social media was Facebook, right? And although Facebook, or sorry, not Facebook, no, Facebook's the one that had the educational. It started out first just non-educational uses with colleges. If we want to make it so that there is social media for kids, it should be something that requires, maybe you have to do fucking math tests to log in instead of a CAPTCHA. Maybe you have to prove something else. If you really want to put like some form of like healthy stimulation in, you can do that. That's what social media will be willing to do. But fundamentally, the profit mode is going to push them away from it. The government is the main person who's going to be able to do anything here.
Yeah, but how is any of that enforceable? Like, if you're sitting here telling me
Buy a
they're
gun
gonna
like everything
buy
else.
a gun, buy a gun. Okay, it
Like everything else.
I mean, I just want you to sit here, some of the things going on in like society as a whole, and tell me that they're going to be able to enforce that by a gun. Like, do you think that they're going to spend the money to develop what, an agency to sit here and monitor child Facebook usage? You got to be out of your mind, man. That's just
No, the
not going to
government.
happen.
Do you know
The
what
That's
the
not going to
government
happen.
freaking
owns the
NSA and
power grid.
CIA
They own
already
the
do
internet.
with internet access?
Yeah,
Like,
but they're
the
not sitting
idea
here.
that they don't already own everything that you do online is insane. I'm sorry. If
I
you
mean, the
actually
idea that you're
believe
sitting here
that this,
thinking they're actually reading everything and it's not an algorithm going over everything, that's a whole nother topic we can have. But I'm sitting here saying, if y'all think the NSA is going to come in and start trying to go and prosecute children that are 12, 13 because they've been getting too much internet on there, I mean,
you said
that's
we couldn't do
ridiculous.
it for you said we couldn't do it for cost and infrastructure
Yeah,
reasons. I'm
it's
saying we
outrageous.
already
It's
have
cost, it's infrastructure. I mean, you got to hire people.
we already have the infrastructure. We've
Pretty
already
much
spent
done.
Yeah,
money.
I don't.
It's just about
You
application.
also would only have to regulate the actual sites. You wouldn't have to regulate every
Yes.
person that like joined it. You would just say like, okay, there needs to be some connection with like proving that you're 18 for these lists of XYZ websites. And if they do that, if they comply, then they don't get hit with fines. Like that's how you would deal with it.
It's Sesta Fosta, but for kids. It's real easy. We already limit what you can do on the internet. We have precedent for this.
And this should have been done with
And a
porn
lot of the
sites
stuff is like,
Got
a
it's
you.
like
Got
decade
you.
clicking
ago.
buttons for over
Gang,
18.
Absolutely.
Gang, I want to respect everyone's time here. And we are coming up to the end game. And I know you were all talkers, most of you, right? So I want to give some space for people to have outros, people to shout themselves out, because I want to say I appreciate everyone here for coming on, for coming out, and for sticking with us, gang. It's been a conversation. We've gone to all sorts of places. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. But yeah, it's been a lot. So I want to start with Kimmy here. I want to let Kimmy have last final thoughts and shout yourself out. Where can people find you? Go ahead.
Yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/Kimmy Marie. I also have a Twitter and YouTube. You can find those on my profile page. Yeah, and thank you for having me. It's been fun.
Oh, I hope so. Thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure. I need to get you on these things more. Maybe some
Oh, that's
smaller
the
ones
wrong one.
too. Oh, did
It's
I?
Kimmy_Marie. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. Ignore that. Well, you can follow that person if you want. I don't know who they are though.
I'm definitely gonna ask Twitch to give me that name.
There you go. I think that's one.
That's
Sorry
it.
about
Thank
that.
you.
Apologize, but gang, go give her a follow. She's great. Check her out. She's amazing. Anything else before we move on?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
Good.
Next up, we have Jenny Matrix. Go ahead.
Hey, so yeah, as we have basically all agreed here, the main driving force behind all of this increase in loneliness and depression is driven by technology, and the only way to change that is going to be through massive regulation from the top down. It's not a problem that you can solve with individuals making different decisions, because we've been trying that for a very long time and it hasn't worked, and it's never going to work. So there it is.
Where can people find you?
People can find me on Twitter at Heterodox Takes.
Okay, at Heterodox Takes, gang. Go check her out. Next up.
Can I plug my Twitter in
Yeah,
chat?
yeah.
Thanks,
Post the link
please.
if you want.
Alright.
And yeah, give her a follow on Twitter. Next up, we have Admiral Gibbs. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks for having me on. Appreciate you coming on. It's always fun to come do these conversations.
Yeah,
I guess
thanks
my
for the
only
money.
yes, yes. My only closing thought is regulation's bad. And then you can find me at Admiral Gibbs on pretty much everything. I do a big Wicked Wednesday show. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Otherwise, love your content. Keep doing what you
Well,
do.
thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for being willing to hop on and give your voice. Lactoid, go ahead.
Yeah, so Gen Z and millennials are all lonely and they have bad political opinions. A. And B, food deserts are a myth and a cope. Thank you for listening to me. Great talking to you all. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, pretty much everywhere. Thanks.
Check him out, gang. I'll shout him out once my chat starts being weird. I don't know what the command isn't working for, but okay, there we go. Okay, next up, Miss Honeywine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Wick. Jenny, I don't hate you, I promise. But I am going to say that that is a very defeatist attitude, to just tell people to give up on trying to not be lonely and just rely on somebody else to regulate their social behavior for them. Personally, yes, all of these challenges exist. Yes, technology is a problem. Yes, we're in a situation. Personally, I'm concerned about empowering the individual, telling people to embrace their agency, and making the changes. I am not somebody who sits on the internet all day. I have a very personable job. I'm interacting with people every day because I'm a massage therapist. I'm interacting with them in very intimate ways every day, complete strangers. Social skills is something that can be developed, it can be learned. I had to learn it. I was a shut in for a very long time. Now I'm a social butterfly. It's actually pretty easy. You just have to be okay with being disappointed every now and then. You have to be okay with being afraid. But you can totally do it because nothing bad is going to happen to you. At worst, somebody will be like, I'm not really feeling it right now, right? Something like that. Like, you're not going to get taken to jail or anything. You just have to put yourself out there, take the L, learn from it, and then do better next time. But regardless of any of that, no matter how much you regulate, you can't regulate people to do stuff. You can regulate people from, like, to prevent them from doing stuff. But if you just regulate people and say, okay, you can't do internet stuff as much anymore, you can't do this anymore, you can't do that anymore, that's not going to like necessarily incentivize them to actually go do stuff. Right now, you just have people who are bored and lonely. Right. So if anybody listening has found anything that I said interesting and wants to hear more about potentially embracing your agency, becoming a powerful individual in your own right, finding solutions to big problems on a personal level instead of passing it off to somebody else to do for you, come check me out. At Twitter, I'm at ms_honeywine, and on Twitch, I'm just ms_honeywine. Yeah.
Check her out, gang. Give her a follow, and she's great. Jenny Matrix, 10 seconds, please, quickly.
Okay, I just want to say it would be defeatist if I wasn't offering solutions, but I am offering solutions. Just
Okay,
accepting
Ben
individual
also
got you.
responsibility
We don't
isn't
need to. We
enough.
don't need to relitigate this, but fair enough. Nina, please.
First, I guess I want to say a big thank you to you, because I don't think I said it at the beginning, Wick. Thank you so much for having me on. I love meeting all of you people here. I think, again, the main thing I think is just social isolation of being in the suburbs. Like, there's not like an easy place to congregate. There's not a lot of not necessarily
Charging
forced social
battery.
interaction, but like the access to being in a situation where you're around people and it is in a natural setting because you're just like sitting there chilling or whatever. Like, it's completely negated in some ways or a lot of ways by the internet, but that doesn't mean that we can't lean into the internet to create those spaces more. The reasons I have the big friend group I have now is because of people I met on Twitch. Speaking of, Admiral Gibbs, have I met you before? Because I feel like you look really familiar to me.
I think we've done a show or something maybe previously.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, like, cause I actually met people and going on these shows. So I would suggest anyone in the audience, if they're interested on coming on the show, Wick is a very kind person, and I think he would be open to having more people on. And
Anyone is welcome.
yeah, anyone is welcome. And I think that we do need to put ourselves out there a little bit more, even though it's not in the real world, so to say. But even putting yourself out online, kind of the same way that Miss Honeywine was saying, I think, and like having the same mentality that she was just describing, I think is also incredibly useful to being able to make those connections using social media and all of the things that we have online to still create the same connections. It might not be directly like your online friends, but to create them in real life. Because now I live in a community with a shit
Gotcha.
ton of friends in Twitch, from Twitch.
Gotcha. Where can people find you?
At twitch.tv/Nina, Neeina. I just started uploading my VODs on my YouTube. It's the same name. And also, Lactoid, I feel like you are like a conservative person, and I would love to talk to you more. And also, Kimmy, it's also very, very nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's nice to see you again
And
too.
and of course, everyone else here. It was very nice to meet all of you guys.
Beautiful.
Was it the
gang.
American flag? Or?
We're making friendships, you know.
Listen, nobody wants to talk to you at the bar.
It's
That's
a
probably
great
what I was.
thing. That was a fun meme. That was a fun meme. Check her out, gang. Hopefully she's willing to come on the show at another point. But we'll find out.
I'd love to.
Next up, we have Parallax, please.
Twitch.tv/Parallax, Twitter.com/Parallax. Tuniship is correct. We have failed miserably at individual responsibility. This generation is so fucking soft. That's also accurate. And the United States is the absolute master of under-regulation. We should under-regulate the shit out of this. Just a little bit of regulation is all we need, baby.
Okay, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. Thank you for jumping in last minute because Smugbug's internet kicked out. So I do appreciate you. Last but not least, Tuna Chip, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on? Twitch.tv/TunaChip. We're going to be hopping on the Reverie talking about some bullshit with, I believe, Lactoid here in a few seconds. My final point. So Simone de Beauvoir is correct. The Ubermensch is a child. The Ubermensch is not fully adult. Once you become a real adult, you take on not the responsibility of yourself, but then you also take on the responsibility of those who are weak amongst you. That's it.
Awesome. Thank
Oh,
you.
you mean parents?
Just real quick, let me do my stuff and then we can go. So first of all, thank you to
I
my
wouldn't
audience.
neglect you if I was your parent.
Thank you to all my guests. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube for my first dual stream. It was nice. It was fun. It was great. I will say this. We got some banger content coming up this week. Tomorrow's call-ins. If you've had some issues with how I've conducted myself, if you think I have given some people a bad rap, you can call in Tuesday. We will be joined by the guest host Angel Dreams, a wonderful lady, and that will be fun and interesting. Wednesday, we're going to be having a YouTube exclusive show. We're going to be having on Allie Drummond, the Red Pill Queen, and we are also going to be having on Destiny, Madame Genevieve, and some red pill guy that it's still in the works. It's still in the works. So last guess will be a surprise to all of us. But tune in Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern, on my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/@wick-tv. I'll put the link in the chat for you all. Thursday, I'm going to be talking to F-bombs, and then we're going to be hosting a debate between Putin shill and a Ukrainian. Then on Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Twitch, we will be having #SayHerName discourse and talking about should people be using that for non-black individuals. Let's find out together, gang. Okay, so let me give you that link and let's write out.
Can I say one more thing? I forgot to say one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
This Thursday, I will be joining Madame Genevieve, Sleeve T Rocks, and the brilliant Brittany Simon on Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll, the podcast hosted by Sleeve and Madame Jen. Please go to Twitter. I've tweeted it. Sleeve has tweeted it. Jen has tweeted it.
Hey, Lactoid.
What's up?
Finally, a real man enters the voice chat.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm mainly looking forward to here the man combo. I'm very curious about. Fucking shit. Okay.
Bold.
They're moving us. Okay. What's the room's temperature here on assisted suicide? I find myself pretty unsure. I'm curious.
Dog,
if
that
it's
is
for super
literally the content for the night.
I bet it is, 'cause I bet it.
I'm still debating it in my brain. Not ready yet for the panel.
You know what I'm
what's
saying?
the-
Like, that's
I've got mine, but it's what's your question on a deeper level? Like, I need you to
Wait,
extrapolate. I
real
think.
quick, just so you guys know, you don't use
Oh, yeah,
the
you're right.
Discord video.
Yeah, I
Yep,
just realized I'm in the, or I think I'm inside of the thing. I'm in backstage. Yeah. So I already have the video sent there. We're good.
For me, kind of
No,
feels
no,
like.
I'm. Oh, sorry.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead. No,
Sorry.
no, sorry.
Yeah, you were getting to your point. You get to your point. I love
Oh,
it.
I was gonna say, I was actually listening to an interview last night with Norman Finkelstein. If any of you guys know him, he's like a really prominent scholar guy, and he made a very interesting point, which he was like, he made double points. He made the first point was like in the 1920s we were 1,000,000% positive that eugenics was like the way to go, that we were just going to abort all little retarded babies and everything was going to be great. And of course now we look back at that and that's like nightmarish. And that we should be less so sure that it's like, oh well, the medical professionals just agree we should just do it. And I'm kind of sympathetic to that after watching a couple discussions that are like panels of doctors. I watched a couple from Canada. I'm having a feeling here that I'm getting a eugenicsy vibe from some of these people, where they seem to be really assured of their own principles and not too sure to talk about kind of the ethical implications. So yeah, that's my that's my thoughts there.
Yeah. I'm pretty A+ on the whole assisted suicide thing, as long as it's a service that people like go
Okay, we'll get
into
to
with
that
their
later.
own choice.
Hey, look,
we'll get to that
Prime.
later.
I tried. I haven't said a single
my God.
goddamn thing. I said,
he did try.
People are asking. Sorry.
Well,
yeah. What do you? It's
well,
literally the topic.
They're chopping at the bit. They're chomping.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Not I, sir. Not I.
Anyway, you are on stream, so yeah, we'll get started in a second. Could anyone talk about other things while we get ourselves set up?
Did you guys see the last episode of The Last of Us? Pretty fucking good. I'm just saying.
I haven't seen any of it, and I
Yeah.
haven't played the game.
I
Why
just
don't you
started
guys ever
watching it
watch
first
good
bit.
shows? It's always just like anime shit. What the fuck?
What we
Fuck
no,
you,
talk about
first of all.
House of the Dragon. We spoke about.
Yeah, again, I'm asking, why don't you guys watch good shows?
Outside of The Last of Us, what's a good show to you then, Lactoid?
The Last
Hold
of
on.
Us.
Hold on.
I said
I
outside
do.
of that.
It's the only good show.
I do watch good shows, but like I just don't see the value in today's like streaming services in watching an episode and then waiting a fucking week to like watch another episode. Like I if everyone's like, hey, this is really good, like, and then it gets like a second season and people are like, hey, this is really good, then like one weekend where I'm not doing shit or like I'm doing like busy work on the computer, I'll fucking watch like 4 or 5 episodes like back to back until I get tired of it, and then like a couple days later watch 4 or 5 more. Like I just don't see the point in being like, I need the water cooler conversation of like what happened.
It keeps you on edge. It keeps you on edge, right? You got to wait. It's the build up.
The water cooler element's really big.
I mean, I just don't. I don't care. Like I'm good. I mean, I feel you, and if that's what you want, like I totally get that. Like, do you? I'm all for it, but it's just not my gig, my guy.
That's fair. No, I know several people who like will wait until like it's all come out and then they'll just binge it in one day. And
yeah,
I mean, if that's
I did that with Breaking Bad, and then I got to like 3 or 4 seasons, and then I was like, the show's over, and people were like, no, it gets so much better, and I'm like, no, the concept of the show is gone. He's no longer a chemistry teacher with cancer, just trying to pay medical bills.
He's just a drug lord.
Right. It's like I'm good now. The first 3 seasons were great. I don't need the rest. And so many people have gotten so mad at me for being like, how do you watch half of that show? And I'm like, because it was good for me. I was done. I was like, the story closed. I was happy.
Well, isn't it like a novelty?
I agree. Breaking Bad is not a good show. I never liked that show.
Yeah, The Wire though, very good show. But I Scott, look at it like this, right? Would you rather have 1 glass of fine brandy a week, or would you rather chug 2 liters in one sitting? All right, that's like I think the question. You're gonna get sick and tired of it if you try to do it all in one sitting. But if you space it out over a good period of time, it's like
listen. I understand that you won an award for Dare, and that your knowledge
a medal
your knowledge of drugs and the way that they affect your body
drugs right now
right are different.
You didn't see that.
But I don't know if you know this. Some people, right, like to have a social drink, and some people like to get fucked up, my guy, and it's kind of fun sometimes.
That's the problem.
So I think this is an interesting topic while we wait for our other members to arrive. And so stick around, everyone.
Do you think it's interesting, or is it the only one you got right now?
No. I actually do, because I'm gonna respond to you. I got an opinion on this actually.
I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
No problem. But yeah, guys, we're just waiting around. And if you're enjoying this talk, hit the follow button in case you haven't done so yet already. But yeah, so I take, I guess, the stance closer to lactoid, and that I try to avoid binging. Right, if it's something that I really like, then I won't binge it. Like I will space it out. I'll take it like 1 or 2 episodes at a time, right? To just stretch it and enjoy it more, because like binging something and then like waiting, like I really love, right? And then like waiting like a year until it comes out again, it's like I'd rather just enjoy it a little bit.
It's like the Marshmallow Kid experiment, right?
I've always been like this when it comes to, like, even when I was a kid and I would like read books. Like, I remember like when I like touching the hot topics, right? Like when Harry Potter came out, it was like I read that shit in like that night, right? Like it was like, oh, I got Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, and that shit was done at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like there was no going to bed. Like, I'm just gonna read the whole fucking book. I've always been that way. Like, and I like to catch up. I also, what I really hate is being disappointed when a show starts off well and then you get invested in it, and then like the second season comes out and it's trash, and then like everyone's like, oh, it sucks because the first season was so good. And it's like, I never have to get invested in that show. Whereas like I'll watch, something with a bunch of episodes if somebody says it's good, and the consensus is good, because I hate feeling like I wasted my time getting invested in a story that turns out to suck later.
I so I'm not. I guess I'm just a bit different. One, I'm not that concerned of a story sex later on, unless like the quality is just like so like almost objectively worse, right? Like
Right.
So I like completing narratives. I don't like incomplete narratives. So like what you said before, and that like you just like gave up on 3 seasons of
Wait, how the
Breaking
fuck do you
Bad.
watch One Piece if you don't like incomplete narrative?
Because it's ongoing narrative and there is an ending. Jeez. Fuck you if you don't seem to understand that. We're literally in the final saga now, so
oh my God.
You don't see, I get it, right?
Yeah, so
whatever.
Just another 400 episodes.
Yeah, another 400 episodes, and then it'll be done.
Oh, that was dude. I've got nothing.
Anyway.
Like, that's the highlight of the night. I'm hitting a marker on my fucking thing so that I can put that on YouTube as a short, because it's over. Like, nothing I say will be able to burn any of you as well as Doobie just
that wasn't a
destroyed
burn.
you.
What? Fuck you. All right, anyway.
I don't like incomplete narratives. Also, I'm a massive fan of the most popular incomplete narrative in existence.
All right. So yeah, it's the first season of the show, right? And yeah, I guess there's a second season coming up, and right now it's incomplete. And I guess I don't know. My life is I can't enjoy that narrative because I don't have the whole thing right then. Like, yeah, it takes time. This story takes more time. Like, it's that simple. But whatever. I don't know. We're moving past that. But anyway, I was fuck. What was I saying before? I was just saying that like I don't like incomplete narratives, and so like what I will do is wait for a show to have like 2 or sometimes 3 seasons out before I even start watching it, because so many times like shows that I've really liked have been canceled, and I get really invested in characters, and so I'm like, so like if it has like 3 seasons or so, then I'm like, they have enough of the story that I think I can get something of value from here.
Yeah. Very correct.
Okay.
I mean, think about the people that watched Firefly every episode when it came out, and then just waited for season 2. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be those people.
But Firefly wasn't that good. Like, so if you need to like find like a good show to like what's a good show that they canceled recently? I don't even know.
Oh, Westworld got canceled.
That got boring after like the first season.
What? No,
Yeah,
it did.
I got like
Okay.
halfway through the
No,
second
yeah.
season. Was like, this is
Whatever.
dumb.
All right.
Westworld, as soon
I
as they broke
disagree.
outside of, as soon as they broke the the liminal barrier and started talking about the dialogue of the robots becoming sentient, that was interesting. But then they just totally jumped it once they got outside, and it's just like we were here for that tension. We were there for that tension. We weren't there to watch a robot woman destroy the world.
Hold on,
Or I
a
wasn't.
robot apocalypse. We have robots that start killing people, right? Because they're on the fritz, and they're
Somebody's
like,
mic
"Well,
is
I didn't
open.
come here for
Tuna,
a
your
robot
mic's open.
apocalypse." All right, I don't know.
My mic's
Like,
what?
Open. It was picking up Prime when he was speaking.
Oh shit! Good call.
Yeah.
1 sec.
like I'm sorry you had too much robot apocalypse in your show about a robot apocalypse. I don't know. All right, well, but yeah. So there was that. What else was there? A show that
Doesn't
was
like
canceled?
Netflix? Yeah, doesn't Netflix notoriously cancel like shows?
And notoriously cancel shows. I can't think of one.
Hold
that
on. The greatest thing that Netflix has ever canceled is that they created a show about the last blockbuster, and then after one season canceled it. And I'm just like, Netflix cancels Blockbuster twice, motherfucker. Like pissing on the grave of Blockbuster. They bring it as a show and then cancel it after one season.
I
Fucking
saw that one,
brilliant.
and like I saw the trailer for it, and it didn't. I'm like, why does this show exist? It doesn't look great.
I
But
honestly feel like there was someone in a boardroom that was just like, guys, you know what would be funny? Like I swear to God, it was on purpose.
but like actually, I had recently read or saw. I don't know. I can't tell anymore. It's all mixed together. Something talking about the history of Blockbuster, and like like the infamous moment where Blockbuster doesn't buy Netflix.
Tuna Chip,
And
your mic is still open on Discord.
I'm sorry. I'm turning this down. Give me a moment.
yeah,
just
it might
mute
be.
yourself
You
when
might
you're not
need
talking.
headphones. You might
That's
need
fair.
headphones. Yeah.
Use push to talk.
Yeah, or push to talk. Yeah, one or the other. So anyway, but they broke it down and was like, this actually wasn't the dumbest like business decision ever, right? This was Netflix was a very poor business deal, like extremely bad proposition, and it made complete sense. And Blockbuster was in the perfect position to just like own Netflix, right? To just take their business model and do it better. And they were trying to, but like things happened and it didn't work out. But people have been criticizing them ever since. Like, oh, you could have just bought Netflix and things would have been all right, but not so much.
So there's this really wonderful interview that Steve Jobs does, and like it's an old interview, but it perfectly explains how like how certain companies and corporations get when they have like a dominant place or a monopoly in the marketplace for a long time. And he's talking about like IBM and then talking about like Microsoft, right? And he basically explains how what ends up happening in these companies when they have such a dominant position in the market is that the way that you make money is with marketing. You don't make money with idea people because new ideas don't really get you a whole lot of more money because you already have a dominant position in the marketplace, right? So a new product. And so what ends up happening is companies phase out the people, the engineers, the
R&D.
people that like the R&D, the ideas people, and they put in more and more marketing people and they bloat with marketing. And then when a competitor comes along, and he describes this as Microsoft at the time, he's like, IBM should have been the Microsoft of the world. There's no reason Microsoft should have been so successful because IBM had all of the connections, all of the ability to do this. They should have easily been able to see what was going on. But because they have so many marketing people in their business and not enough idea people in their business, because of just that's what happens as a company grows stagnant in a dominant position. A new competitor comes and just kicks their fucking ass because it's a young, kind of like in like the rap game, right? Like it's like somebody's hungry. They're somebody's hungry for that power and that position that you have in the market. And so it ends up destroying the business. And once you like watch that interview and the way he does it very eloquently and simplistically explains it, and like once you watch that interview and then you apply it to like different companies, it's just like, oh, that shit makes sense, right? There's no reason Blockbuster shouldn't have just defeated Netflix, but that's probably the reason, is that you hold this dominant position and you get rid of all of the idea makers and the people that can actually like push out products.
I'm sure that works overall, and it sounds like it makes a lot of sense actually. And I'm curious if we could see like sort of case study over this overall. But like, what that brought to mind was Sony, right? There is no reason that Apple should have beaten Sony in like the portable music player space, right?
Right.
Sony has always been an innovator, right? Even still today, like innovates like Blu-rays, right? That's Sony. Sony did that. And not VHS. What's the other one?
Oh, yeah.
Betamax.
Betamax. Yeah, Betamax. That was Sony too.
I promise I'm not that old.
Yeah, fair
I just
enough.
happen to know it, all right?
But that was Sony too. And then they created the Walkman. They did all these things, but they did not create the iPod. And like there was, I don't know if it was a level of stagnation or maybe it was just the way they uh, uh, organize their company, right? Because I remember they did go through a reorganization and like you explained why. And it's like, well, we have these different groups, but like they're not talking to each other or like we're just like not having synergy across them. And I think one of the things they talked about was the iPod. Like, how did we miss this when we were the ones who owned that space?
Yeah, it's just it's like Max Weber said, right? Like it's just how bureaucracies work, right? People the the golden rule of bureaucracy is that people rise to the level of their incompetence. Right? When you have the more middle management you have, the larger a company is. Sure, you can talk a little bit about economies of scale, and there is something to be said about that. However, people never mention economies of scope. They always love to shit on large corporations and don't realize that there are advantages to smaller businesses models as well. But the other thing is that like the more middle management you have and the more rungs you have of middle management, the more likely it is that you end up with people that keep getting promoted until they're no longer doing above the bare minimum. And so what you end up having is a company that is full of people doing the bare minimum. Because if you're doing above and beyond, you get promoted to the next level until you're at a level that you can't perform or succeed. And like small businesses don't have this because the private property owner, the small business owner kind of knows everybody, right? And it's like making sure that they're doing things. But the larger it gets, the more degrees of separation you have from the people running the business to the workers down at the bottom, and as well between the different levels of middle management.
Apple also beat Sony to the smartphone, right? Sony had the Razr, which was an incredibly dominant product. And they also beat them to that. So yeah, maybe.
Do you remember when that came out? Is anybody old enough to remember when that came out? And you were in high school and like everyone was like, "Oh shit, you got a fucking Razr!"
There was the Razr, there was the chocolate, right? The chocolate was the slide out that could play music, and it was supposed to have tons of room
Yeah,
for
that was
music.
Motorola, by the way.
Too.
The Motorola made.
Oh, was that the Motorola Razr? No, sorry.
Yeah.
Excuse me then. Yeah, I guess I was wrong. Sony also had something else. Yeah, it was Motorola. Yeah, you're right.
But nevertheless, like iPod came out and it was like everything else was done.
And now there are no more iPods, I think. Hasn't that been phased out?
I mean, the iPhone. Sorry, my bad. Once the iPhone came out, it was like the cell phone game was just different.
Oh yeah, it was over. They changed their app game. Yeah. So we have our participants here. So we'll get started, guys. Thank you for your patience. Shout out to everyone out there. Yeah, it was the Motorola guys. You're right. I thought it was Sony. But Sony did have whatever. Doesn't matter. Let's jump into it. This is the Every Roundtable, which we do on Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe. And if you're here and you just stop by and join the conversation so far, hit the follow button. We'd love to have you, and consider supporting the channel. All right. I'm going to introduce all these great people, and then we're going to jump into it. Let's start with my man, Lactoid. Lactoid, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Thank you again for having me. Really appreciate it. I'm excited. These are fun topics. A little bit sad topics, some of them, but that's okay. Sometimes we got to deal with the serious questions as well. You can find me on Lactoid TV on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter.
Okay. Let's go to Scott. Scott, this was a fun pre-conversation we had. Hopefully we continue the good vibes.
Dude, I always have good vibes. What are you talking about? It's just, sometimes I have to deal with you fucking commies. Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me pretty much everywhere on Fabian Liberty. Prime and I actually did a fun little panel on Saturday, and I was on Rumble. I assume you were on YouTube or Twitch at the time.
Twitch.
Yeah. But yeah, you can find me Fabian Liberty everywhere, trying to get more people to go to the fucking Rumble, because as we know, right, like if you are not a left-wing person, you're just waiting until a journalist gets mad and writes an article about you, and then at that moment you're banned off of the internet, right? You gotta make sure you get to Rumble, because YouTube, obviously the algorithms will hurt you and things like that, but nevertheless, we're counting our days until we're kicked off of Twitch and YouTube for having the wrong opinions. So definitely follow us on Rumble. You can follow me on Twitter, which might be a safe space now. Who knows? I fucking got ratioed by massively by what is it, CCG Bryson, the Christian rapper, because he called trans people abominations, and I called him out, and my chat was just full of like hundreds of comments of people just being like, fucking, but they are abominations. And I was like,
Oh,
man,
wow.
I almost missed the old Twitter. Like, I don't, because fuck censorship, but there was a small part of me that was just like, fuck, man, this is insane. So maybe you'll still see me on Twitter for a long time, but search me Fabian Liberty everywhere. It should be fun.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, that was a hell of an intro. Thank you, Scott. Let's get to our friend Corey. Corey, being just as Canadian as he usually is, which was coming handy today.
Yeah, so as always, grateful to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Never take for granted. And a pleasure to be here on this panel with these fine faces and my fellow Canadian lactoid, who is going to be important for this first Canadian topic. And yeah, you can find me on obviously Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCamel84. And I guess as a preview of things to come, if you want to learn how to be a real man, I do workout streams on my channel, and I cover science and news. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, we have now a new friend, Tuna Chip. I had run into them in someone else's panel, and I reached out to them because I thought they were, or maybe they reached out to me. I don't know, whatever. But they were great, so I decided, let's have them free. Though I think you might have been on an open panel, maybe one time ago. I'm not sure, but still, glad to have you today. You're muted. Still muted.
There you go.
Working on it.
Working on it. You're muted.
Not picking up Prime's voice or his own now.
Yeah.
No, don't remute yourself on Discord. You got to unmute your mic.
Yeah. In this, yeah, I don't know. You made some change to Discord. Now we can't.
Look at your actual mic, because it looks like you may have physically muted as well.
Okay. Well, he's working on it. We'll get back to him in a second. Next, a person who I deeply appreciate and love and miss so much, right? But he's been off doing the noble work of getting people high. So my friend Kobe is here. I would have Kobe on like every day, right? Even when I'm not streaming, I would have Kobe on to talk to him, because he's just a guy I love to hear how his mind works. Even a few times we usually align, the few times we disagree, he's just so much fun to talk to. And I love his perspective. So Kobe, right? Don't disappoint people after I just talked you up.
I'm here to defend God. Here to defend the American way. Here to defend against the vile clutches of the Queen's domain, which forever has been pawing at the national interest of America. I am a neo-Straussian. I'm a post-Freudian. I'm influenced by Foucault, Fanon, Marx. Jordan Peterson is my favorite author, and I would consider myself a feudalist capitalist.
Thank you. Thank you, friend. He makes a splash wherever he goes. We love him. Tuna, are you good?
I figured out how to make this thing
Nope.
work. I feel
There
like
we
a
go.
freaking
No, you're
fool.
good. You're
Don't
good. You're
worry
good.
about it. But yeah, what's going on? I'm Tuna Chip. These are two of the more interesting topics to me that I've ever been able to talk about. I care a lot about the right to death, and I think that Canada is like ahead and behind at the same time in these really weird ways. So that's gonna
Just
be
introduce
interesting.
yourself. Just introduce yourself.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was trying to get the things working. We're good. I'm Tuna. What's up? We're on Twitch.
Great. Thank you so much. We have our friend Aiko back with us, right? And older yet still. I didn't think he can get any older, but he proves me wrong literally every day.
Man, I manage it every day.
Mm.
Every day.
Thanks for being around.
How's it going? Hi, I'm Ike Rich. It's the same spelling on Twitter. That's where you can find me most easily.
Okay. Dark Lord and Savior. I'll call him that for a reason. Doobie is here with us. Doobie, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Okay. All right. So we'll jump right into it, everyone. We got some really good topics. So, topic 1. A Canadian man is now on his deathbed. After a litany of medical issues, his time is near. He has refused palliative care and instead wants to stay home and die in peace. The Canadian government suggested the option of medically assisted suicide, which his caregiver was shocked to hear. Should governments ever actively suggest medically assisted suicide? Is even putting forth the option a coercive move? Or can governments actively advertise that this procedure is available without putting any undue pressure on patients? Yeah. So this we've talked about this a few times, but yeah, our friends up north have a medically assisted suicide available to them, and there's always this tension that pops up on whether it's being pushed on people, And there's various groups. This is not like a clean left and right divide on this particular topic, but there's various people that believe that that's what the government is doing for different reasons. And so, yeah, they put forward this this option for this guy who apparently is just he's seconds left on his life, and it was refused, and some people feel like this was like there's a level of weight that comes with this. So I want to hear what you all have to say. And shout out, well, maybe you can't hear me now. I'll say it later. Lactoid, opening statement.
So I'm going to address the two, I guess, elements here, which is principle and pragmatics. So on principle, I believe that libertarianism is based on the concept of self-ownership. To dictate what I can or can't do with my own life is to say that I don't own myself, which I just fundamentally reject. So on the principle basis alone, people should be able to choose medically assisted suicide. On the pragmatics element, end-of-life care is extremely expensive, and we as a country are paying billions, sometimes in stolen funds, to keep people disabled and in pain for a few more years. It's a sad topic, but I'll try to make it not too sad, but I've personally seen how much of an emotional drain someone with an end-of-life illness can be on their family and everybody around them. I think euthanasia as an option for end-of-life care is good, and it makes sense.
Thank you so much, Scott.
Yeah. So personally, right, in my personal moral preference, I think that anything that is anti-life is something that is wrong. I don't believe in suicide. That being said, as a libertarian, obviously, I believe that I don't have a right to step in and stop you. The issue that I have here is that, yes, people have a right to suicide. The problem here is that Canada is offering it. They're not just offering it, they're prescribing it nearly, right? We've seen multiple stories where veterans have called in depressed with PTSD, and then they say, hey, did you know it's an option that you can just kill yourself? Hey, are you sad? Start a shotgun, you little fucker. It'll be fun, right? Except the government will do it for you. The real problem here is that it's not able to operate in an open market. If you had a capitalist free market, then businesses that were very lax and very kind of disgusting in the way that they handled this would go out of business because it would piss off a lot of people. People wouldn't choose to work with them, and they might even potentially be liable for some of the things that they do. Whereas businesses that are very calm and compassionate about this, that really only offer this service to people that desperately need it, at least is how they feel, right, would be successful. Furthermore, Canada is stole that right away from people. Recognize that. This is not Canada giving you a right back. This is Canada stealing your right to medical assistance in death and then saying we will become the monopolistic primary owner of this product. And simultaneously, we will be the primary owner of your health care. The incentive structure is completely disgusting when Canada has nearly doubled their wait times since the pandemic. When Canada is giving people shitty services and then also offering suicide to those same people struggling with the monstrosity that is socialized medicine. It is an act of aggression to steal that right from the people as well as the healthcare right. And so Canada has no fucking right offering this. However, a free market should be able to do that. And while that occurs, like many other things, I will be speaking out against it because I personally find it against my moral preference because it is anti-life.
Hey, thanks so much. We go to Corey, a real life Canadian. Don't speak
In
too
the
loudly;
flesh.
they're easily spooked. So Corey, please.
Well, so there's definitely a lot there that I'd want to unpack with what Scott just said, but I'll just address a little bit of it. But my main opening statement is that, like, yes, overall I support basically MAID in Canada, or medical assistance in dying, but there are genuine concerns with how MAID is administered in Canada that we are, let's say, trying to figure out. And there's definitely some flaws in the system and room for improvement for sure. This is like, it's only been legal for the past, I think, 6 years or so. But let's say to address the I would say the lie that Scott just said, they are not prescribing MAID in Canada. It is never prescribed. That is definitely not the right word to use at all. The average age at the time of MAID was provided in 2021 is over 75 years of age. But again, there are genuine concerns, but I support it, and I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Thank you. Tuna.
I think it's pretty cut and dry to me. You have like a right over your life, so you get to have a right over whether or not you end it or keep it going. The government offering it as a service, because they currently own almost all of those medical procedures, and because they have a vested interest in knowing who is in the population, who isn't. I understand why they offer as a service. They want to be able to keep track of who's alive because they're taxing people. So while we know that, and we know that that's what they're going to do, I think it's just only natural that as long as you have that type of system, that it's going to have to be offered through the government in some way.
Thank you. Thank you. Kobe.
I'm not very convinced. I don't think most people are very convinced by this sort of like hyper libertarian perspective that says that you own yourself and so therefore you can do anything that you want with yourself. I've been in part of debates before where people talk about like cutting your own arm off or whatever. I guess we could go there, but that doesn't seem. I don't know. That sounds like a shit. It's just like you guys want to build a shitty society, right? Where you just have like even if we don't do it, even if you don't prescribe it, the idea that if you become too sick or old and you become like a stress on people around you, that it may be just killing yourself is better. That's just I don't know. That's just, I mean, like, maybe I'm making an emotional argument. Perhaps I'll be able to formulate a more coherent one as I discuss and I hear people's perspectives on this. But seems pretty. I mean, all the dangers seem pretty obvious. Seems like there's a lot of perverse incentives for all kinds of marginalized and vulnerable populations. Seems like even if it's not overtly prescribed, it's kind of like, the doctor leaves the room and it falls out of their back pocket kind of thing. Like, it's always going to be there. It doesn't need to be prescribed for that pressure to exist. And on top of that, we already dealing with a very high level of suicide before, even in America, where this is not common. And I know I'm assuming in Canada that's the case. From what I understand, the suicide rates are high across the Western world. This is the last thing I'll say is I don't know if right now continual normalization of suicide and making it easier is where we need to be going. Maybe we actually need to be going in the other direction and giving people focusing on resources to make it so that people do not kill themselves, not making it easier. I'd also like to just well, very very last thing is Canada trying to push it so that like people that are, it's not only are you not terminal, it's that you're not terminal and you can be, it's just mental illness. We're getting to some really dangerous territory here, right? They're going to have 19-year-olds that say they want to kill themselves, and at the end of the day, like through a certain ethic, what's the problem with a 13? What's the problem with a 5-year-old? What's the problem with it with any age? Do we randomly say, oh, they have they can they have a certain level of like mental fortitude that we can understand at a certain level? I've been talking a long time. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I mean, Scott is here. Let's be honest. All right, you're good. Let's go to our friend Aiko, who was the one who came up with this topic in the first place. So I want to make sure we give him credit. And yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I look at this through several lenses, and I'll admit that like those lenses sort of contradict. Fabian, I think, suggested that he was in a similar boat when it comes to that. So I absolutely do believe in the culture of life. It's kind of a Catholic thing, but I think I would subscribe to this in a secular sense, even if I weren't Catholic. That is to say, I think you should embrace those things that support life, and as a result, you should make choices that get you there. But I also believe that that there are certain choices that individuals can make, and even if those choices sort of contradict with my ethos, like they should have the freedom to make it. Like I can't make that choice for them. That being said, the state is in one of these unusual circumstances where there is a perverse incentive. That is to say, they have every reason to want to cut their costs if they're going to be the ones footing the costs for continued care. And so, at the very least, there should be some sort of firewall between the people who make these decisions on a day to day basis and the people who have some sort of financial interest, even if it's a well intended interest in like preserving like the funds of the people in order to like make the state more productive or whatever it is. They obviously, we can't let individual decisions of life and death be determined by that. And so that's why the idea of I know Corey said this isn't something that gets prescribed, but the very idea that caregivers or the state or any other body associated with the state can promote this as an option, or even like uh, try to raise awareness of it as an option, sort of makes no sense to me. The most legitimate use of assisted suicide to me is when a patient insists on it, gets a certain amount of pushback, and then pushes through that pushback and insists. And then at that point, it could make more sense to me. But to actually advertise it or promote it or talk to patients about it, that to me is a perverse incentive.
Thank you. And finally, Dibby.
I'm actually pretty torn on this. I think there are good arguments or perspectives on both sides of this issue. So yeah, I guess I'll just use a panel to explore how I feel about it, if that's okay.
For sure. All right. Yeah, open to the rest of you.
I need to correct something real quick. Corey Campbell, I said essentially prescribed. I added this modifier even though it's not necessary, so that you wouldn't call me a liar, or that you wouldn't try and twist my words, and you still called me a liar and you still twisted my words. To prescribe something means to advise, authorize, or justify. Right? I didn't say doctors are writing prescriptions. What I'm saying is that when you have people on the phone bringing it up as an option and the state authorizes it as an option, that's prescribing medical
You
assistance
think
in
it's
dying.
being brought up on as in a doctor consultation is like the doctor on the phone saying, hey, maybe you should consider MAID. You think that is occurring?
That is occurring. We
No,
have
it's not.
reports of that occurring.
Okay, we have reports of lots of things. We have a lot of anecdotes. I would agree, and there are
Okay, so
stories of
where's the-
individuals.
So-
Even in this story that Prime just provided, there's that. Well, they don't actually have anything in terms of like actual quotes of what was said. Just like the person who's taking care of this person said that the caregiver said this. So unless you have
All right,
anything,
so
some
you wanna be-
first-hand
you wanna be-
evidence,
you wanna be-
and then
you wanna
give me
be-
something.
You want to be pedantic about it, but even
I
if
want
even
actual
let's
evidence.
just say,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
let's
pedantic like that.
let's steelman your position and let's assume that every single person that says that it was brought up to them, right, which is dozens of reports, right, we'll assume they're all lying, right,
Sure.
or
I will
that the
so dozens
journalists
of
are
reports
twisting.
out of thousands of people who
Right,
have
like
undergone it.
Corey
Sure.
Campbell, let's assume all of them are lying, right? And that no doctor in Canada has specifically brought it up. It still fits what I said, which is that the state is advising it. Obviously, if it's an option and it's a legal option, and there are programs that are funded by the state, how is that not a prescription? It's not a written prescription, which is why I said essentially prescribing, right? When we talk about prescriptive things, we're saying one ought to do something,
How
right?
would we
That
say
it is that
advocated
it's an
for
available
Yeah,
option,
if you
right? Like
want,
you're
so
trying
there's
to
two,
attack me on a
no,
position that's
there's
really pedantic.
there's a distinction between ought, so we can have that philosophical discussion as opposed to making someone aware that this is something that exists. I think there's a leap there in terms of ought. So if you want to break that down and really deconstruct prescriptive and what essentially prescriptive means, that's fine.
So
But
if I bring up an option to a suicidal person that, hey, we can legally suicide, you're like, well, it's not really prescribing. They're just letting them be aware of their choices within the system, and like there's nothing
yeah,
wrong with that.
that's all part of, as far as I know, that's all part of informed consent in terms of like options are laid before you, and that then there's a leap in terms of prescriptions.
Okay, but I never said anybody's writing on a fucking prescription notepad.
I know, and
Take
that's what
two bullets.
So we can change the word prescriptive to ought, as in that there's a different, at least in my mind, and again, we can have that discussion in terms of like laying down
Ought
options.
is a
And
stronger claim than prescribe. Prescribe just means advise and authorize. Like ought means that you're making a
Wait,
moral claim that one should
But letting them
do
know that this
something.
option is available, right, is like, I don't understand how you can
And
say this is
funded.
prescribing anything. Yeah, okay, it's an option that's available and funded, but making them aware that it exists, it doesn't mean that they're like prescribing or suggesting that they do this thing. It's just, hey, here's one of the options that are available to you.
Okay. You guys don't like the word prescribe, even though I'm right. So I will move off from the word prescribe
Yeah,
because you don't fucking like it and you can't understand English, I guess.
Obi.
Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, I think maybe I can move this a little forward here, right? So, in my opinion, I think that when a doctor, like when something as extreme as like ending your life is, even if it is not overtly written down, or there's not a moment where somebody says, I was watching a video today where a veteran was alleging that somebody from the Canadian government basically said that it was an easier, cleaner method of killing themselves than doing so through like the traditional gun method. That, in my opinion, just that kind of thing.
He also purportedly extolled the virtues of somebody else doing this that he helped him with.
Thank you. Let me finish my thing here. In my opinion, I think that we are, like I was already saying, we already have a crisis of suicide within veterans. We already have a crisis of suicide and suicidal ideation amongst young people, amongst all kinds of groups. Making it easier, and on top of that, the Canadian government increasingly making it so you don't have to be terminal. It can be mental illness. I'm not. This is something that I think is and it's a difficult topic because the person is dead. They can't regret it. And on top of that, let me finish my idea here, and then I'll respond to you. On top of that, if we, I'm assuming these caregivers are already conscious of the fact that they're going to be very heavily scrutinized. They're probably going to go about talking about this with the patient if they feel like it is something they want to advocate to the patient. They're going to go about talking about it in such a way that's going to be difficult to, for lack of a better term, difficult to record. Like, I mean, like I don't know. I feel like that's how all bureaucratic systems work. But maybe I'm being, I don't know. Doobie, go ahead.
Yeah, so Kobe, like I totally understand the idea that like moving it away from like terminally ill people, right, to just mentally ill people or struggling people, in general. I know that that's like a very problematic like leap, right? But what if it were just terminally ill people that had access to
Yeah,
this?
if it's like just
Would you
terminally
have less
ill,
problems with that?
so here's my actual position, to be clear. I think that the individual, I don't think they can really consent. I think if you're a person that's like in tons of pain and you're terminally ill, like
Yeah.
I think that your ability to actually give your consent is really heavily compromised. In the same way that a person who's in an incredible psychosis that's trying to reach for a cop's gun, I don't think we should allow them to kill themselves. But I do believe that if there is a panel, whether a panel individual, there's the doctor is working with the family, is working with the caregiver, et cetera, is working with the guardian or whatever. I think that for end of life and for people that are terminally ill, there's nothing we can do about them. I do think there's a place, but I think that it's true. It's a slippery slope. We're already seeing it. Canada is starting next year to do this. That's already going to happen.
Well, it's already the number
There's an
6.
example.
Number 6
I'm just
cause of
remembering.
death.
There's an example that I remember I think we even debated on Prime's panel. This
Some
is
say
from many
number
years
4.
ago, from I believe Sweden, where a girl went around to different countries in the European Union until she found a person that would give her suicide. She was 19 years old. We're hitting. I mean, even if you're going
Yeah.
with the really hardcore stuff, that's ethically that's
Kobe.
stress swamp.
Kobe,
But-
there's already a
let-
ton of
let-
organizations suggesting opening it up to minors.
Let Doobie finish his point. Lactoid is next. I want to make sure he gets in there.
Yeah, so Kobe, I remember that story too, right? From the last time we spoke about the issue. So earlier when I was like doing research, quote unquote, for the panel, I looked it up just so I could be sure like what the fuck happened there. And actually, I found out that the story was misreported. So it wasn't like a case of like medically like assisted or induced suicide. It was like non-intervention. So because she couldn't find anybody that would help her with a suicide. Just stopped eating, stopped drinking, and she was in so much suffering, but she just refused to do either. So rather than intervene and force her to eat, force fluids and food into her, they decided to just let her die basically. So she went through a much harder route than medically assisted suicide. But for people like that, right? So people like this girl who was like, I think she was like raped repeatedly as a child, and she had like a ton of issues moving on from this. And she'd gone through therapy and all this stuff, and for whatever reason, she just couldn't cope with it, right? If you have somebody who's at that level of like emotional mental pain, like I feel like it might be more cruel to say, hey, you just have to live with this.
I don't
hey,
agree.
you just need to go.
I don't agree. I think that we fetishize in the West this individual liberty, individual autonomy, to the point that we view the idea of taking away her autonomy and forcing her onto medication, forcing her force fed, forcing her more so like doing the kind of more institutionalization that we used to do. I view that in that case, not for everybody, in that case, that would be significantly less immoral than for society to allow a 19-year-old to kill themselves. I think that the fact that she was pushed, nobody, or I was saying people were intervening, but the fact that nobody was able to do something until the fact that she was starving herself, and then on top of that to agree, that's a very not a good. That's, I mean, again, I have a question to you, Doobie. Then, well, I don't want to be too deaf. No, I don't want it. That was a bad faith question. I was thinking.
Okay,
Well, okay,
let's go to.
so
all right, finish your point, and then I'll go to Lactoid and Tuna.
yeah, so I guess I just want to be clear. So you're saying that if the alternative there was to like strap her to a hospital bed so she doesn't like cut herself or something, and then force like fluid and food into her through like tubes to keep her alive. If that was the alternative, basically imprisoning her in her own like brain, uh, that would be preferable to you than to like letting her off herself.
In my opinion, I think that like obviously you're presenting a pretty hyperbolic scenario, but like the idea of like an institutionalization where you're putting her in a position where she cannot kill herself, you're doing things that she is going to be forcibly given forced
Fed.
nutrition and stuff. In my opinion, that not only is that in my just personal perspective, that's less unethical than helping them kill themselves and allowing a mentally ill person to kill themselves. And on top of that, it also I think that there at least is, even if it's a 1% chance, there's a possibility that things are going to improve, even if it's just the improvement that they don't have to strap her down anymore and she starts eating. And that's what, like, in my opinion, that is better than just killing themselves and all of us just wiping our hands of the issue. That in itself, I think it has a very deep moral wound.
Let's go to Lactoid and then Tuna and Aiko.
This is actually where I somewhat think that the sanctity of life principle is a little bit pernicious, because it's sort of asserting that life is just this kind of like this giant gleaming statue for which all other values are inferior. But this is applied inconsistently. Specifically, Doobie, when you were describing the case, it made me think, right? So she was so intent on this. So she's an adult, and she's so intent on this that she's starving herself. And so hunger is a state in which, perhaps some people want to forcibly treat by, pumping her stomach full of food. But I wonder, if she had been diagnosed with cancer, would you be okay with forcibly treating her, with forcibly giving her chemo? And when she's like, no, I don't want to go through this. It's painful. Please, like, don't do this. No, sorry, we're going to strap you down and we're going to pump you full of chemo, even though you don't want it, because you got to stay alive. It's critical to us that you stay alive. I don't know. I think like that whole principle is, I am like an individual rights fetishist,
So
I guess. But like, I
to
think the
me,
idea of doing that is like beyond fucked. And so if this woman like really did not want to be on this world anymore, and like, if she was of, I guess some people say, well, you can't be of sound mind and want to die. I think this is kind of like a no true Scotsman fallacy. But if she was understood where she was and her place in the world, and she decided she didn't want to be here anymore, I perfectly respect that. And I wouldn't forcibly pump her stomach full of food. I think that'd be horrific.
so the chemo. There's a couple of like the chemo is not going to be the greatest, or in my opinion. Maybe I'll need to like intellectualize this better. But getting sick and then deciding to allow the sickness to take its course is not the same type of decision of deciding to do a thing that is going to kill you no matter what. Taking medicine, shooting yourself in the head, whatever, jumping off a bridge. That is not the same. Now, maybe I'm
The
making a
hunger.
naturalistic fallacy, and I'm saying, oh, the naturalistic. But hey, I don't know. Maybe your ultimate libertarian perspective that life has no sanctity is true, but I don't. And I need to like intellectualize this better. But no, I do definitely think that yeah, I don't know.
So the analogy was like food is to hunger as chemotherapy is to cancer, right? When you're saying we got to force food in her to save her, right? That tracks one to one.
starvation.
Yeah, to
Yeah,
treat
treat
starvation, we
starvation.
got to force treatment. That tracks, to me, in my mind, that tracks one to one as we're going to forcibly treat the cancer by pumping you full of chemo. I don't want the chemo treatment. I want to live out the rest of my days not being living under chemotherapy.
I wish I could give you a better answer. It's not. I wish I could intellectualize it better. But somebody deciding to go on a hunger strike until they die, so that because society is refusing them a thing they want, is not the same as somebody getting an illness deciding I would rather allow the illness to take its natural course than try to fight it. I mean, again, I'm making a naturalistic fallacy. Perhaps as when I facetiously said I'm here to defend God, perhaps I am here to defend God. But I don't know. I mean, like, not only this, all of this, I'm making a sort of
Starvation
individual.
is the natural course.
You're so right. Oh no, I forgot about that one. Oh, I forgot
That's
about
what
that. Man,
that's the
actually,
natural.
no, you're right. Actually, no, you're right. We should have suicide. You won the argument. Actually.
Let's go to Tuna. Aiko. I'm not sure if Kobe wanted
easy.
to jump in. No, not Kobe. Sorry. Corey.
So the main problem I'm having when I think about restricting somebody's access in that way, whether or not they're of sound mind or whether or not they don't qualify for this type of condition, is that if that condition is decided by some party, then what we're essentially saying is that that party owns the actions and decisions of the person that they are creating that limiter for. So rather than talking about this from the perspective of the right to life or the sanctity of life, this idea that other people have the right to your life, I want to say who actually owns the decisions of the individual. We can't make a conditional. We can't say some people can do it and some can't without saying that because we are the arbiter that makes the choice. We had the decision the entire time. Now, if we're going to offer it, and we're offering it to people that are in like a condition where we know that mentally they are probably racked with some kind of guilt due to debt or something, or like, yeah, I understand there's perverse incentives on the individual level, the person themselves to end their own life because they're thinking, well, I want to be remembered as the person that did this selfless thing. I want to be the person who's remember doing this thing that was good for my family financially and not dying a burden on society or something. If that's the way that it gets gone into, I can understand why offering it feels bad. I would instead say that there should be the free ability to have assisted suicide, but not done by the government, but overseen by some kind of public authority like the government or something that people can feel they can vest interest into. But I understand, like, there has to be some way to break that up because, yeah, obviously the government wants to offer it, maybe pressure it. People individually don't want to be a burden. It's not a full choice. There's something in the middle that we can do, though, besides saying totally legal, totally illegal. It doesn't feel right there.
So I need to step in for just a second. So when you're asking about like, who has that choice, I think it's important that we do recognize that like institutionalization is completely commiserate with individual liberty. And the reason I say that is because there are certain people, right, that are incapable of argumentation, that are incapable of justifying their own personhood because they are so mentally deficient that they can't do so, right? So if someone is, let's say, breaking into the airport because they believe that they are a K-pop star and it's a, you know, a 6'8" black guy, right? And he's just like thinks that he's going to get onto his private jet and is just knocking over women and children on the way through the terminal. Like, we recognize that this person is like, obviously they're a criminal because of certain things that they violated, but even if they don't, even if they're not violating anything, anybody's rights, we recognize that this person doesn't even know who they are right now, right? And they may or may not, upon further investigation, be incapable. Let's say they were mentally challenged or intellectually disabled to, you know, an IQ below 60, right? We recognize that they're not incapable of making valid moral propositional statements. Thus, they need a guardian, just like a young child that looks over them for their rights. So I do think that there could be a sound argument in terms of medical assistance in death that an individual is incapable of making that choice. The problem is that we don't know the truth, right? We don't know. What we do is we are an observer and we look for evidence of what that actual truth is. And then we kind of live in the real world where we work off of the evidence of that. And so if a person is able to claim or prove, like kind of bring the receipts from their diary, from everything, right? And somehow show that they were of sound body and body, that at a certain point in time, they made this decision while being able to make valid propositional statements, that they were a moral agent and actor, and they made this choice for themselves. And then you refuse that right, then whomever is kidnapping that person is demanded to pay restitution for the crime of kidnapping this person that was working as a moral agent within their own freedom. I think Tuna and I are kind of in the same vein here, where I think the real issue here is, even though I'm against assisted suicide as a moral preference because it's anti-life and I think it's bad, I don't believe that I have the right to knock down your door and stop you from killing yourself. But even if I did in that moment, I might be liable for restitution for kidnapping from stopping you. But that's a risk that I might be willing to take in the heat of a moment. For example, if I just find someone on a bridge, like, holy fuck, I'm trying to save you, and I'll pay that cost. The real problem is the state. The state has stolen the right of suicide from people, and then they are selling it back to you like they're giving you rights, when in reality they have stolen your right to health care, they have stolen your right to freedom of choice, and they've stolen your right of suicide. And then they say, we're going to do it, and it's the same institution that gets more tax money, or I should say loses less tax revenue, if they kill you. And that's why we're seeing people that are like, you know, kind of tongue in cheek offering it to veterans that are calling in.
Tuna, do you have a response you want to give them? Then we're going to Aiko, Corey, Lactoid, Kobe.
Yeah, I guess my main response, even though me and Fabian don't disagree too much on this, I guess the main thing I would say is just like, if that is being owned by somebody in any given moment, who's it going to get owned by, if not something that gets like publicly agreed on, even in a small group? Even if it's like we don't have to do it on the large scale of something like the United States government. I think that's terrible, because there's no way for it to have ethical oversight. That's the problem of these bloated things. But if it's a community, a small community of people, and in those cases, in the same way that when people are broken from the ability to make the necessary moral decisions inside of the contract that they have, because the contract has replaced the natural order, and we know that if they are not able to survive because they're not able to make these educated personal decisions, then they probably don't have the same reasoning to be inside of this contract, which means that we then have to subordinate them to some other kind of contract. I can agree with that.
It's all the same. It's the same as property. It's a first come basis. Parents could voluntarily set up things for their children, but the first person that says that they're willing to take over guardianship of somebody and is capable of doing it's a first come first serve basis, because you're not taking that person's rights. What you're doing is you're appointing yourself kind of like a right to their will, if you will, that is like an emergent property, right? So it's a first come first serve basis.
I could even compare it, I think, to the way that domesticated animals are at this point, where we know that domesticated animals, a lot of them, especially the ones that we have that we use for food right now, we just release them into the wild, they would die. They have been like mutilated through evolution.
My cat would be fucked.
Your cat would be completely fucked. Unfortunately, the natural order of those things would have been fine, and that's when they did have those kind of like body rights that that ability to manifest their own agency. But when somebody's outside of that condition, I just don't think that suicidality is actually one of those ones that you can just say for a fact this person is out of their mind. I
Agree.
think,
Agree.
they're wanting to end your life because it's either your life is going to be taken to you by or you can take it into your own hands at certain points in the stage of your life is actually the most sane decision and the most sane conversation you should be having with yourself. The question is, who are the people that know whether or not that conversation is being had sane or not? I think those are the people that we put the oversight into the hands of, whether or not
So
that's the
let's
people in their
go.
family, something.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Aiko, Corey, Lactoid, Kobe.
Okay, there are two questions really that we keep ping ponging back and forth here. One seems to be about the who decides question, which is happens in cases where someone's not of sound mind and somebody needs to like make the decision in their place, and that's where a lot of people are sort of disagreeing on maybe the legitimacy of government in a case like that. But to me, the more interesting question is this question of a conflict of interest, this idea that the very same state that like wants to manage resources effectively is also having a hand in deciding, like at least informing people of what their options are. And so I kind of wanted to go to Corey on this because Corey was having a back and forth about whether that's actually happening in Canada. And my question is this: like, I get that, like, yeah, there's not literally prescriptions coming from doctors on this, and a lot of the stories that we have about these things happening aren't necessarily confirmed. But are there penalties? Are there safeguards in place that say if a doctor is caught, like telling a patient that this is an option, or if the government like is proactively trying to tell people about these sorts of programs, is there anything to stop them from doing that? Is there any penalty for that? Is there any consequence at all?
Those are all really great questions, and there's a lot to unpack there. As far as I know, let's just say, there's no penalty, if under the context that you described, where a doctor like actually recommend or makes a patient aware that this is an option. As far as I know, and what I was going to do is read some of the criminal code because like there are safeguards, but I agree with you that that might be a safeguard to look into.
So
well, the reason I asked is because if you don't have those particular safeguards in place, then it's kind of irrelevant whether or not these things are verified, because it's at least de facto permissible under the law, even if.
Well, I was gonna say because like what, so I would agree with you if you stop there in terms of like so there's no safeguards in terms of penalties, but I would say there's still safeguards, like it's actually like in the criminal code, like revised safeguards in terms of like to get there's a process, and part of the, like the first step of the process in the context of where like a natural death is reasonably foreseeable, like an individual must make a written request that is witnessed and signed by one independent witness. So even if like a doctor makes someone aware or going to the extreme recommends it, the patient is beholden to take active steps to start the process.
But
I
is it
posted
an
an
active
article
step
in
if
Discord.
you've been prompted by somebody in authority already?
Yeah, but then also as part of the safeguards, 2 independent practitioners must confirm all eligibility criteria are met. And then there's like a waiting period, and then there's a whole process of like, well, do you choose whether the doctor administers it or if it's self-administered? So it's not like the way it's framed and whether it's intentional or not. It's like some people are framing it as like, well, the patient goes in if the doctor's recommended, the doctor gets a thumbs up and they just get injected. It doesn't work like that.
No, nobody is making that claim, but there is an article in the Discord that I posted, right? So the person in question, the first veteran story that broke, right? They wouldn't say whether or not the person was fired or whether or not they were still working there. And then eventually they investigated and found that it was 3 other people that they had specifically proactively brought it up to. Like, hey, I've coached other people on how to kill themselves and go through the process. And was proactively bringing it up to people. And according to the CBC, they're no longer working there. But they won't say whether or not they resigned or whether or not they were fired. So it doesn't look like there's any legal ramifications in any way, shape, or form for actively telling veterans, hey, don't forget you can kill yourself. But also, if the news breaks about it and they investigate and find you've done it for several people, it looks like you might get fired. That's the best information we have so far, at least on that story. So you
Aiko,
might get fired if you do it to a bunch of people. That's the punishment.
Aiko, do you have anything else to add? Then we'll go to Corey, Lactoid, and Kobe.
Only that I still wasn't quite clear from Corey on whether or not he thought those kinds of consequences are necessary.
That's totally a valid question. So here's where I guess I'm currently drawing my lines of like I'm okay with making a patient aware of what their options are. And am I for like some sort of advertising campaign on the government? No, as in I'm against all pharmaceutical or treatment advertising. Full stop. And so that's pretty much as far as I would go. I would probably never make it where the doctor goes through says like you ought to do this, but I don't see any problem in the context of a doctor-patient relationship in terms of like assuming a doctor can assess the situation, making a patient aware of the treatment options, and that might be one of them. That's pretty much. And so to answer, I guess your question best as I can, if a doctor is actually doing something where they're, to use Scott's words, I guess, essentially prescribing it and doing that ought behavior, then I can see safeguards or penalties if they are engaging in that inappropriately.
Okay, so let's go to Corey. Corey, you can keep going.
Well,
For
actually,
whatever you're gonna say.
thankful to Aiko that he pretty much allowed me to get what I want to say in terms of like just to just make people be aware that there's a process. Like you have to make a written request, and like there's a whole screening process. And like I said, there's criteria for whether in the context of whether natural death is reasonable foreseeable, and then there's whole more stringent criteria where natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. And so just like I just want people to be aware that there's a process. That's not like and there's like a waiting period, grace period typically, and a whole bunch of other experts are typically involved. Now we can ask the question of whether all of the things that they're supposed to take place actually take place. That's a different question. But on paper, there are safeguards.
Lactoid.
It's a question for you, Scott. And this is going to be a question like, so I was thinking about it earlier. I understand that it's Canada is in the context of like a universal healthcare system, and it's all stolen money, right? But given that it's all stolen money, I think that's like an important part here because looking at the article that you linked with the 4 people that were offered the option of suicide, in a situation in which this would lower overall, I guess, theft, overall coercion, and the people themselves are of sound mind, assuming, let's say Corey's, what he was describing as like the limiting factors that are actually in place, and somebody of sound mind agrees to what essentially is stop absorbing stolen money, why is that wrong from like a libertarian point of view?
Because you're kind of like you're engaged in like a consequential analysis of like what is or isn't, like what's more evil, right? And the problem is that libertarianism as a philosophy, right, is saying that this stolen property, this taxation, right, is ethically unjustifiable. It's not in the domain of things that can be evaluated for morality because it's like a meta evil. It's justifying all evil. It's justifying all wrongs. It is no more evil to steal $1 million than to steal $1. They're both theft. They're both wrong. They cannot be evaluated for morality. So when you're talking about the state taking it upon themselves to offer anti-life positions and suicidality and stealing people's rights to suicide, that is wrong because they're stealing that choice that they have to be able to do that in the market and freely. And you're talking about theft, that is taxation, that is also wrong.
Okay,
right?
I take a
Now-
major issue with something that was just said about it's equally wrong to steal $1 as opposed to $1 million.
Yes.
This to me would seem to be like you can't argue for any decrease in taxation, or you can't argue against any increase in taxation as long as you support any taxation.
No, all taxation is evil.
Right. So you want as little of that evil as possible, right?
So you can talk about that as a tactic towards your goals, and your goal is the elimination of taxation. But you cannot say that it has become less evil by having less taxes. The taxes in and of itself are ethically unjustifiable. We can reduce the taxes as a means of a tactic and hopefully trying to reduce the size and scope of the state, reduce their power in some way. And
Reduce.
and that's right. And we can again, you're engaged in already assuming that this is something that can be looked at for morality. It cannot. It is ethically unjustifiable. More or less evil to something that is ethically unjustifiable within the libertarian framework is gobbledygook. You're just saying nonsense words. It's illogical.
Let me try and build a bridge for you, Lactoid, because I think that this will be easier if you break it from this way. Morality, in the sense that Scott is talking about, is not about harm. He's not coming from this idea of reducing or increasing harm, because the idea is that all harm stems from a betrayal of a moral principle. So if the principle has been broken, somewhere along the line, harm will be found. And it doesn't seem like it's actually a stable decision to try and reduce harm if you're not getting rid of the fundamental moral break, which is this act of domination, this act of like total sublimation of life into the state. If you want to think about it, you like, he's not going to disagree with you, and I'm not going to disagree with you about like reducing taxation, reducing the amount of influence the state has over individuals. We just don't talk about it as a moral thing. If anything, you could say it's a responsibility that people have towards their moral prescriptions as individuals, but the state is not becoming more moral by it. They are actually staying in this like dialectical function, right? They are just as evil. They are just as dedicated to the idea of dominating the people. We are just increasing our amount of intensity at pushing back against it.
Respond to the doobie.
Yeah, I mean, we can move on. I guess it's like a deeper conversation. I just wholesale reject this. If I punch somebody in the face, this is fundamentally different than if I pull out a gun and shoot them. Both are non-consensual actions, but one of the actions has dramatically more serious consequences for the person than the other one. And so in the same way, punching 30 people is worse than punching one person. Repeat murder is worse than one murder.
What is different is restitution. What is different is how one engages in no longer being a criminal. If I punch you in the face, I owe you a certain amount of funds for your trauma, for the aggression that I occurred, for, maybe possibly facial reconstructive surgery because I hit you so goddamn hard, right? But if I murder you, right, there's no restitution that I can give to your family. And if your family so chooses, they can kill me because I'm stopped from arguing against that. Right. So this is a difference of punishment in terms of things. You see,
so okay,
this is a conversation about libertarianism.
Sure. So you would assert
more about libertarianism for me.
Yeah. You would assert that like there's no like difference, like moral difference here. Me shooting one person is just as wrong as me shooting 50 people.
I would assert that murder is evil and you are a criminal for the act of murder.
Right.
And it is not more evil to commit more murders.
So you're saying Hitler is just as bad as your average?
I know. I know where this goes.
I'm not.
And it's a long conversation.
I tried to say, like, look, let's have a conversation about libertarian philosophy on my channel.
Kobe and
Tuna Chip, I'd love to have you too. Like, we'll do it some other time.
I love libertarians. Every time I talk to libertarians, I learn a lot. I feel as if libertarian social theory and economic theory, I feel like I gain a lot from it. Every time they speak, I feel like I'm absorbing a different perspective, and I think to myself, I'm going to think about this in the future. Let's go on to some other things, though. I want to thank Doobie. I think Doobie has presented probably the best response so far, best case scenario for the whole end of life thing. I was pretty hardcore against it, and I think you gave me one that kind of threw a monkey wrench into my gears. So I'm going to start with my personal morality, for as much as that matters, as much as the morality of Kobe matters, and then I'm going to go with my prescriptive policy. I think that matters a little bit more. To me, to kind of answer the question, to refresh people's memory, we were kind of talking about the idea of like, is choosing not to eat as a form of killing yourself, and whether or not, if you're choosing not to eat and you're saying you don't want to live, you're just going to choose not to eat, whether or not we should help you, versus like choosing not to do chemo. Now, the more I wrote it out, and this is my first little response, maybe it's ridiculous. It seems to me that there is a difference, perhaps a difference that I cannot yet articulate very well, that choosing to not eat, which is a basic biological function, which the only negative outcome of choosing not to eat is that you continue to exist, which obviously in the case of the girl, she views that as a significant negative. But outside of that, there's no, I would say, quote unquote, like more biological negatives, I guess you could say. While foregoing a deeply expensive, let's say hypothetically this is in a world where universal healthcare, so we don't have to worry about that, but a deeply physically taxing medical procedure, which can give you side effects that themselves can kill you and themselves can deeply reduce your quality of life. I feel like there's there's a difference between these two. Choosing to not go through the treatment that comes with all this baggage and all this negatives versus choosing to choosing to not eat, which only results in ending your life. To me, there's a difference there. But that's just my personal. This is my personal. That doesn't really matter too much. Going on to the policy more, I do think that cases like that perhaps present the times in which I would be, I would have some kind of shakiness to my belief. However, I can think of some examples in which children that parents decide to bring to term that have lots of disabilities. I can think of examples of kids that it's probably some level of unethical to even have them be born, that we know they're going to have all kinds of problems. The parents are completely forewarned. They do that because of like religious of zealotry. I don't think that those examples mean that give credence to arguments that we should encourage people to abort babies that have deformities, because I think that the negative of that is so extreme. And I would apply that to this scenario too. Even if I can find examples of individuals that their suffering is so immense, that they're 19-year-old girls that it's either they're going to kill themselves through whatever means necessary, or we help them. I think that the larger negative social ramifications, as we're talking about here with veterans, we're talking about with other kind of marginalized groups, of especially for mental health, opening this up for mental health is something I'm not willing to. I'm very unsafe with. That's basically the last thing I want to say. I just want to make sure I had a couple other notes here. I want to address something. I want to agree. Just wanting to end your life does not, in and of itself, mean that you're so delusional that you are unwilling to consent. If you're in like about to be nuked or something, I don't know. I do think though, and I think you would probably agree, even if you don't agree. There's more credence to this argument. Being in such emotional distress that every moment is a waking nightmare is definitely impacting your ability to make decisions. And even if you still think that the autonomy rests within the person, that's different. And I think there's a much better argument to say that deep, unabiding, unending mental distress affects your ability to make judgments and make decisions and ability to consent in a different way than just wanting to kill yourself. The evidence of wanting to kill yourself, all kinds of people want to do it for very reasonable reasons. So that's all I want to say. I'd be very curious to hear what Doobie says. And Core, I saw your hand up too.
Yeah. So we'll go to Doobie, Corey, Aiko. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Tuna,
so
Tuna,
Kobe,
did you have anything? Sorry, we'll go to Doobie, but like, did you have your hand up previously? I didn't think you did. Tuna, did you have your hand up previously? I was asking. You said, all right.
You can toss
I
me
don't
at the
hear
end.
you.
Put me at the end. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Doobie.
Yeah, so Kobe, I'm wondering like so because I think everything you said makes sense when it comes to like cancer and chemo and whatnot, right? But I wonder if how you'd feel if we were to swap that out with somebody who just has like type 1 diabetes. So they require like daily medication. The medication does not have like significant side effects. It's not going to cause them a lot of pain to take. But this person just refuses to take the medication, and as a result, they are at risk of dying every day. Like, is this the kind of person that we should like? I mean, for lack of better, like, should we strap them down and force the medication into them if they refuse to take it
So-
because they're in some way choosing death over their medication?
I'm going to give you a very boring answer, and I hate to do this to you. There's going to be an arbitrary line I'm going to draw at certain illnesses that are going to seem to be they draw the line. Diabetes. I
Right.
know people. There are people that can live without diabetes. It sucks. It does suck. It fucks up your life, but you can do or live without diabetes, live without the insulin or whatever. That is just my personal take. Okay, I think you should technically smoking. Smoking is actually. Ever heard of the saying that every time you smoke, you get closer to God? That's why I smoke. Smoke because it takes me
Yeah.
closer to death, or whatever. At the end of the day, I think those, there's, and it's going to be an arbitrary line. I'm not lying. I'm going to be honest here. So I don't have a good answer for you there. But yeah, there's certain
Yeah,
illnesses.
and to be super fair to you, like I don't have a good line here either, right? So and that's why I said at the start that I don't really have a strong position. I'm just trying to like
I have a question for you,
listen.
Doobie, before Cody goes. What do you think about my argument about the larger social ramifications of telling a society that's already extraordinarily depressed and anxious and prone to suicide, giving them tons of options, telling them it's actually really ethical, that they're et cetera, et cetera. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a strong argument. Like yeah. So I don't think
I
it's
agree
like a simple answer either way, right? But so I guess what I'm trying to do or have been trying to do like just in my brain is think of like edge cases where I'd be okay with it, right? And if I can find an edge case where I'd be okay with it, like okay, where's the edge stop, right? So like the terminally ill thing, I think makes sense. But what about like someone who is like who committed a terrible crime, is in prison for life, no chance of getting out? Why shouldn't they have the option of like assisted suicide, right? Why shouldn't they be able to say, hey, yeah, I'm never getting out of here.
They don't have rights.
This sucks. So yeah, but why shouldn't that be provided to them as an option?
Well,
because they don't have rights.
I think that's a good example. The prisoner, life prisoner people, whatever. To me, my big worry.
Oh, well, really quickly, because there's a guy, and I remember this when I was looking this up earlier. A guy in Belgium, right, who's like a serial rapist, who's in prison, is never getting out of prison, and he's gone through like mental health professionals, and they all agree, yeah, if we let him out, he's a danger, et cetera, et cetera. So he's been trying to let I think he's in Belgium. He's been trying to let the government give him assisted suicide for like a decade or some shit, and they've refused to do it. And he really wants to kill himself, right? Because he is worried that if he does get out, he's going to hurt somebody. He's afraid of hurting other prisoners. He hates living in his own brain. So like this, like at some point, you're just torturing these people. I think there has to be some line at which we say, hey, yes, it's your circumstances are terrible, and it might be killing yourself might be the best option for you, right? Which sounds terrible, but like I think there is a line somewhere, and I think that serial rapist who's going to be in prison forever, worried about what he's going to do to everybody around him, I think that guy might be at that line.
I wanted to do one more thing before Corey says. For every one of these edge cases we can find, whether it's serial rapists or girls that have been so abused they have to kill themselves, there are 10 million. I'm joking. There are 10 bajillion people that have what's called passive suicidality, passive
Right.
suicidal thoughts, wishes of wanting to end their lives if a truck came in front of me. Do we not recognize that by literally making a truck come in front of me button on the tax form? Hey, yeah, I want a truck to come run me over next Thursday. Like, are we not gonna hit the needle? There's no way. Maybe I'm sure all doctors are just gonna do it. I'm sure Corey's gonna tell me that the Canadian doctors, they realize it. They have a bureaucracy, and that they'll slap them on the wrist if they do anything bad. So I'm ready, Corey. Hit me with it.
Corey, I go too now.
Oh, did
Corey, I
was
said
gonna go-
Corey, I
oh,
go then
sorry, I
Tuna.
didn't hear.
Yeah.
My apologies. Well, I'll try to answer your question in a second, but and also I will also fully concede and pretty much the same as you in terms of like my line is arbitrary. I just want to like figure out where your line is, sort of like as an extension of Doobie's example of the diabetic patient. So I would ask you, let's say an individual, there's a person and they are bitten by a rabid animal, okay, and they have not yet received a rabies vaccine, and rabies is 100% fatal. And there's a window into which you can receive, the vaccination regimen, and there's pretty much guaranteed you'll be fine. Or pretty much like really high success rate, essentially curative. So like in that context, and let's say that this person who's been bitten by this rabid animal, and they just like for whatever reason they don't want the vaccine. Would you like strap them down and start administering the vaccination regimen to them?
Hold on. It is one of the side effects of rabies irrational, like erratic behavior.
If it starts to get into your brain, but that's
Okay,
after
I'm saying bingo boingo.
No. So you're not understanding how rabies works then, because like there's a reason why there's a window in terms of which.
You're dead if it gets to your brain.
I'm joking. I made a joke.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's my
You're
actual
dead.
so like my probable answer to that would be a combination of two things. Hold on. Am I right in thinking? Is there a danger to other people with like so? I mean, like.
Okay. So like, can I just explain it to you? Because I'm almost certain you are operating under false pretenses or false premises.
There's an amount of time where you have to get the thing, and if you don't get the thing, you die after.
But rabies essentially slowly makes its way to the brain, okay, and it's in that window, okay, that you are pretty much fine, okay, you are operating as a normal human being. Your faculties aren't compromised.
If you get bit by an animal and then you're in a hospital and the doctor says you have to get a rabies shot, and you say, actually no, I'm suicidal, I want to let the rabies kill me, I think that they have to give you the rabies shot. I'm gonna say that. Yeah, I'm gonna say so.
Okay, fair enough. Like,
what a psychotic society you want to live in, where they like shut the door and it's like 28 days later, his like bloody hand comes up on the thing, and they're like, Billy wanted to die of rabies, so we let him die of rabies. I don't know. I mean, I'd much rather like override his autonomy for the one action of giving Billy a rabies shot than allowing Billy to die of like his brain rotting from rabies. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that pill. I'll take the pill.
Okay, yeah, sure. Like, fair. I genuinely just wanted to find out like where your line is. Like, yeah, I would not like my line does not include that. As in, like, yeah, if someone wants to refuse the vaccination regimen for rabies, after they've been bitten by a rabid animal, then like, yeah, I would respect that. But yeah, so to also address the questions you posed to me, or like the idea that you posed to me of like, so again, I think the way you're framing it of like pressing a button and then the truck runs over you a week later, that's not, at least on paper. That's not how it's supposed to work. We can talk about whether it actually how it works practicality. But again, like Yeah, it's just there's a process, and I would encourage everyone, like it's on the government of Canada's website. There's like an actual eligibility criteria, and it's not like as you frame it of like push a button and then the truck comes slamming into you.
Okay,
Do
but
you feel
Corey,
yeah,
like,
fine.
but
Go,
Corey,
go,
like,
go,
yeah, go for
go,
it.
go, Doobie. Go, Doobie.
Well, so even if there were requirements to like see professionals and go through therapists or psychologists, whatever, to make sure that you understand what you're doing and that you're making this decision of like a sound mind or whatever. Like you could run into situations where like someone, let's say a family member dies or their girlfriend breaks up with them or someone cheats on them or whatever, right? Which can drive people into like a long-term depression, right? That could get through multiple visits with psychiatrists or therapists or whatever, right? So you end up like having somebody in the midst of like a life-changing crisis who really just needs time to like heal and get through the crisis, who would otherwise who now has the option to like go through a few appointments, talk to a few professionals, while in the midst of this crisis, and say, hey, yeah, I don't think I'm ever getting out of this dark place, so I'm just gonna kill myself, right? Like you end up like making this temporary thing a permanent thing. So, but on the other side of that, I do, like I said earlier, I think at some point like mercy killing is a thing, right? Like we recognize that sometimes, hey, animals are suffering so much, it makes more sense to put them down to let them suffer. I think you could like apply the same kind of thinking to some human being, which sounds terrible. I just think that's like, I think we can, if we were to like brainstorm, we could come up with plenty of examples, and I think we have earlier, where that just makes sense, right? Some people are suffering so much, it's actually more cruel to force them to live.
Yeah, and I share your exact same concerns in terms of like, I have less issue when it's like under the context of as Canada describes it or in the criminal code, like when natural death is reasonably foreseeable, like I don't have a lot of qualms with that. But when it's like, yeah, when natural death is not reasonably foreseeable, and like we're entertaining the question of like, okay, well, mental health issues can be a sole criteria. Like I will perfectly concede I don't know how to grapple with that because I recognize that the situation that you described, Doobie, like, yeah, like I don't know how to handle that, but also at the same time, I don't want to leave out patients who, let's say, have presumably chronically incurable, almost lifelong, mental health issues that are severely debilitating. And let's just say, Canada, we're grappling with it, and the mental health being a sole eligibility criteria for MAID is being delayed once again. It was supposed to be in the criminal code, or the criminal code was supposed to be amended, March of this year. They are waiting again till next year to again reassess that. Because, like, yeah, it's
Can
a
I go
difficult
after
question.
Tuna?
Sure. Yeah. Say your thing quickly. Then I go Aiko, Tuna, and Scott.
Do you not fear, Corey, that there could be a certain series of unreversible damage done? Where for even if it's just for 3 years, an overly permissive MAID system is run, there are significant portions of suicidal people. I was listening to one of the debates, and they said that in provinces in Canada in which MAID is available, suicide went up. My question would be, maybe you agree, maybe you're right that you have the perfect moral system, you've drawn the line of the right illnesses. But what happens when the actual fucking government that exists, not the government that exists in your brain, operates? We already have a series of people that are complaining. A lot of the people can't complain because they're fucking dead. Like a lot of the issue that I want to raise, I don't want to try to make this comparison because I'm not trying to compare you to fucking a eugenicist, but a lot of the comparisons of people that wanted to imply, to say, okay, if you're going to have a baby that's going to be disabled, we should abort it. They're making the same argument of course, we shouldn't do it too far. Of course, it shouldn't hit this and that marginalized group. We shouldn't be making poor mothers want to do it more. But the fact of the matter is, we live in a society. We live in history. There's a historical context, and the context is poor people, disabled people. I'm sure you'd agree more. You're probably further to left than me on a lot of these issues. That is the society this system is going to be implied in, and I cannot imagine it is working 1/10 of as good as you're saying it's going to be.
Okay.
Yeah, I let you go on. Go, sorry.
Sure. Aiko, Tuna, and Scott.
Yeah. So, yeah, not only have suicidality gone up, like it's gone up to the point where now I think more people are dying from assisted suicide than from diabetes in Canada. So it's
number 6.
It's going up, yeah. And I've even heard reports that it's as high as number 4 now. So I mean, it's gone up by a lot. But I'm hearing, especially when I hear Kobe talk, I'm hearing a lot of things that I hear a lot inside of like Catholic moral teaching and the way that it approaches these things. For instance, but also there are two things to keep in mind with regards to this. One is talking about the difference between what is moral and what is allowable, because those are two different conversations. And I think that when I hear Kobe talk, I hear really more in terms of, it sounds to me like he's talking about what is moral, and not always in terms of what is allowed. It sounds like he might allow more than he would consider to be sure of. But also there's this distinction between like active participation in somebody's death and passive. And within the church, we talk a lot about prudential judgment versus moral judgment. That is to say, there are circumstances in which the church says, you know, it is immoral to kill yourself. But if you are in one of these situations where you're dying, or the natural course of things would lead to your death, and it's only through intervention that you would not die. Those are called extraordinary measures. One could debate exactly what qualifies as extraordinary, but if it requires extraordinary measures, then this is no longer a moral judgment in the eyes of the church, it's a prudential one. That is to say, you can choose in either direction and be okay as far as the church is concerned. But again, those are moral questions and not questions of what is legally permissible. Just because I consider something to be immoral doesn't necessarily mean that I want the state to like enforce my morality. So those are like, I think, three different sets of distinctions that have to get made if you're going to be like walking into these waters. And I'm just not sure, like, especially in terms of what is moral versus what ought to be permissible by law. Like, where do you think there's oxygen between those two positions, Coke?
I think it's a fantastic question. I need a second to think about it, to be honest.
Okay, sure.
Let's go to Tuna, and then Scott.
Cool. So I actually wanted to approach you, Kobe, on what I think is like the more like philosophical level that you brought up earlier, because I feel like we've been talking a lot about the practical, but the thing that I know is that we're kind of talking about suicide as a choice, this like choice value. You said the individual, like the proselytization of individual culture versus life as having sort of an innate value that we're no longer valuing. We kind of are saying that doesn't nearly innate value of life doesn't matter as much. Am I right that that's sort of your thought there? Is that there's innate value to life? Before I go on,
my criticism is lays more so with the heavy emphasis on the individual consent, individual liberty, these kind of things. Just because we can get someone to say they want to kill themselves, to me, is not enough reason to allow them to kill themselves. I suppose that probably does lie in some sort of higher value in putting on life. I would view it more so, I view it as a temporal thing. I kind of view suicide is a permanent problem to many times non-permanent problem. It's a permanent solution to non-permanent problems. In some instances, it is going to be a permanent solution to permanent problems, but in a lot of the circumstances we're talking about, they're not. That's where I'm worried about.
Sure. Okay. I don't know whether or not this will ring super true to you, but I do know that this is one of the stronger arguments that I'm aware of. So I'll at least make it, because I can't tell whether or not that is like sort of your root counter principle. But I still think it's worth bringing up. I don't think that life has an unchanging, immutable inherent value, but instead that life's value is made by how much that person is able to make out of their life, how valuable their life is to them, what they can do, what they can't do. So on one end, I can see you saying, yeah, somebody who is undergoing like an extreme disability towards their life, they are terminally ill, or they have something that is making it so that they can't really fend for themselves, letting them have that right. My thought here is that you're giving the opportunity of choice to people who have less valuable lives, and less valuable lives are made by the fact that they have less agency. But there are people with full agency, these people that can consent to the highest degree, these people that have both the most valuable lives and the most valuable decisions. And you're saying that if a person has that body agency, that we can take it away. And then when you look at the suicidal young girl, someone who doesn't have a terminal but instead has a mental illness, you're then kind of flipping the ideological script there and saying this person has an innate value that they don't have access to, but we're hoping that eventually that mental illness will become temporally gone, And then once it is, we'll then give them that right back. My thought is if a person in their ability to choose decides that a life is no longer worth living, the more agency, the more in their right mind they are, the more that they get that decision. So it's actually the healthier somebody is, the more they deserve that right, as opposed to the less mentally or less physically healthy. Do you get what I mean?
Rephrase just that last bit for me. Why do you think, just rephrase it, why do you think somebody who has more ability should be given more right to kill themselves versus somebody who has less ability? Just rephrase that.
Because they have more authority over their body, they have more ability to do the thing. So the problem here that I see is that we talk a lot about the government assisting suicide for people who just couldn't end their own life, which means that the government is doing something for this person that they can't do. I guess they could theoretically just rot in their bed, but we're talking about giving them a chemical. Anybody can end their own life if they have an able body and the decision to do so. To me, the main reason we need to be able to give them these alternatives is the fact that people that are in a healthy position can do much more harm with their suicides, both mentally to the people that are in their lives, but more importantly, to people in the public that are going to be caught in the stray, whether or not you're jumping off a bridge, you're shooting yourself in the face and then creating this giant mess and potential traumatic issue. I think we're not supposed to be thinking about this for the people who are dying themselves, but for the ability for that person to have a dignified and moral way out of life if they so choose.
Talk about that really quick. Train conductors. I know a couple train conductors. One of them is a close friend of mine, and almost, I mean, I'm not going to say universally, but PTSD is pretty high in that population because people jump in front of trains, right? And so when you're the conductor and you're on that train, you're seeing that, and you're seeing the kind of the grotesque reality of it. So, I mean, if they had the option to not do that, there's a lot less PTSD, at least among that demographic.
Can I just rephrase it, just to make sure I'm understanding you? Because so many people want to kill themselves, we need to give people clean methods to do so.
Yeah, because suicide is itself a public health risk for the
Sure.
non-suicidal. Yeah,
Sure.
that's one main
I
reason.
understand that in a way. I get it. And I think that that's similar. I think in a similar way, I think that's a reason why a lot of people support it for people that are just terminally ill. The idea of a terminally ill person having to shoot themselves is, I think, we can all agree, and it, in and of itself, a pretty morally abhorrent thing. I think, again, making us, I don't. I think that the knock-on effects of agreeing that so many people want to kill themselves, that train conductors are getting PTSD left and right, and we're scraping off people off the sidewalks. Opening up an ability to make it easier for those people to do it, I think is going to increase the rate in people that are doing it. And I think that is worse than these kind of knock-on effects. We can do other things to address these knock-on effects of people wanting to kill themselves. That would be my position. That the negatives that we're bringing into society by making it easier for all these people to kill themselves and all the extra people that are going to be killing themselves is not worth getting rid of the cleaning, scraping people off the sidewalks or whatever.
Tuna, then Scott.
Well,
I said
Tuna,
Tuna,
me
Tuna,
then Scott?
like you can
I said,
respond.
I said Tuna, you go. Yeah, no, then Scott after us. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. I just disagree with you. There are a couple of reasons why. I just think that suicide, like abortion, like all these other things that we know that people find another means towards, the real thing that I'm trying to reduce, the thing that I think is most important to reduce, is the effects towards people who are having a consent issue violated unequivocally, people that are in the public, making it so that there's some form of oversight, there's some form of authoritative and caring party that is able to make this happen in its most moral sense is a higher priority. That's why I think that it should happen with people in the family. It should have some kind of legal oversight, whether or not it's a family or a community, somebody who is in the caring position should be, and it should be something that has some forms of checks and balances, not something where it's like, hey, guess what? It's completely not illegal to kill yourself. So if you jump off a bridge and you don't die from it, we like create these like legal consequences for you. We don't need to disincentivize. We need to like create these necessary ways out. Now, I
Do you
will say
think
one thing. I do know. I want to respond to your second part because I think it's really important. The increase in suicides that happen in the public when we have assistance, because we do know, unfortunately, when people end their lives, other people are sad about it. It creates a certain level of depression, and maybe it does trigger something inside of some people's heads who were not necessarily suicidal, but were depressed, especially people who are experiencing these terminal conditions, and they share communities with these people that are dying. Instead of thinking of it in this perspective of saying we're trying to reduce the number of people that want to die, I think it's really about this saying, what is the way that we can give people right over their own life? What is the way that we can give people right to have the most moral and ethically reasonable way to end that life if that's what they choose? And then if other people become depressed by it, you instead deal with that through other means. People are going to become depressed and suicidal at the end of their life. People are going to become depressed and suicidal when anybody dies. The thing about the suicide culture is we are just getting fewer people killing themselves in public when you do the number equation. Sure, more people are dying, but fewer people are becoming these public displays. Fewer people are having casualties, unforeseen casualty.
I have a question. Do you think maybe this is a weird kind of question, but and I don't really know. Like, there's not like a great answer. Do you kind of view like tons of people wanting to kill themselves, like more people wanting to kill themselves that have ever wanted to kill themselves since in any recorded history anywhere on Earth? Do you think that's just like part and parcel of living in a modern society?
Yeah, I definitely think that it's the alienation of the current technological production model, the extractive culture, the way that all of our governments work together, and the incentives are going. I think that we are just unable to get out of that problem
So
without scaling back.
I get you. I would say that it makes way more sense for us to address the reasons why people want to kill themselves and not bureaucratize and clean and quote unquote clean up that system.
Well, we know here why they want to kill themselves, because they're in tremendous pain or on death, like about to
hold on.
die.
At the very beginning of this, I conceded, and I think we can all concede here.
Okay, all right.
I'm much more sympathetic to people that are completely terminally ill. We're not just talking about them. We're talking about, we're not just talking about the 19-year-old Swedish girl. We're talking about the guy who turns 19 that's had suicidal ideation since he's 16, turns 19 and kills himself. When we're talking about the 25-year-old person who gets rabies and decides they want to let the rabies rot their brain. But we're talking about these. I'm talking about those people. I'm not talking about. We're talking about or the person
Yeah,
in the.
those people are hypothetical currently. I hope you recognize that.
Hold on, stop. There's an article that got posted in the Vici chat of a guy who does not want to do MAID and is feels as if he's being pushed towards it. And I think that
they're 19.
What's up? Sorry,
they're 19. They just
Oh,
turned.
no, I think the person's an older person, but still. I mean,
okay, so that's what I'm saying. Hypothetically, the teenager that you described,
hold on, stop.
the teenager that you described is not happening.
Corey, do you not see the danger that if we can agree that already, once as we have it restricted to categories of people that are going to be more likely to actually need the MAID, that even in that group we are having these issues. And to quote you earlier, to Ico Rules brought up a pretty good example of safeguard, and your response was that might be a safeguard to look into. We should be testing the safeguards before we're applying a medically assisted suicide system to the population. And on top of that, I'm just to finish the point. If we can already agree that the group that it's cordoned off to now, we already have suspicious and incredibly ethically dubious examples, and people already raising the alarm flags. I hate to be Condoleezza Rice. I don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud. I don't want us to sit here and have to think about the 19-year-old that got to kill himself and the family that's grieving. I don't want to do that. I think we should probably stop it before we get there.
So I'm on the same page as you, as in I generally don't want teenagers killing themselves either, and I'm all for it. So the question I would ask is, how would you test out a safeguard? Maybe I'm just lack creativity, but how would you test out?
From what I understand, Canada has been doing MAID for, you said 7 years?
Approximately, I think from either 2015, 2016.
And from what I understand, in the I was watching some of the debates. I'm not very influential or not knowledgeable about Canadian politics, but it seems like they were talking about like sort of 2020 and post 2020. There were some new guidelines, some opening up, and then the one I was watching was 2 months old. They said that in the new year they wanted to open it up for non-terminal and mentally ill. Am I correct? That they're
So that's what I brought up earlier in terms of like it was slated to happen where in March of 2023 this year, so basically in about a month, less than that, like yes, the new criteria are basically the mental health issues as being a sole criteria to apply for it would take into effect. They have since delayed that, as in they push it even further of like, okay, at the very least until 2024, March 2024, Again, you having a mental health issue as a sole eligibility criteria, that is not. That's why I said it's a hypothetical situation they're describing now. That does not appear to be happening. The 19-year-old who, as a result of mental health issues, is suicidal. Again, hypothetical currently, as far as I know.
Okay,
Unless you have an
yeah,
example.
right now though,
So
but like
so hold on.
it could
So
very easily happen
I
in
want
the
to answer the
future. It
question
seems
very
like.
quickly. The way that we test safeguards is we keep it within the coordinated groups. The fact that they're already trying to push it out, and that there are doctors going on these big Canadian news shows being like, "Hey, I worked on I'm part of the assisted suicide of my hospital, and I still haven't gotten the safeguards." That's the fucking issue. You're going too damn fast. Chill the fuck. 7 years,
Okay,
not
yeah,
enough.
All right,
that's
so
fair.
so there's a couple of things I want to say. Number one, just to add to Tuna Chip, social contagion is the word you're looking for. Nowadays, when people bring up social contagion, they're mostly talking about trans people and 10-year-old, 11-year-old girls. One person comes out as trans, and then a bunch of people come out as trans, and they're saying that doesn't exist, but we know that it exists, right? Despite somehow magically it doesn't exist in that population. We know that it does exist with suicidality, right? We understand that when one person commits suicide at a high school or a middle school, that you see an increase in suicides in that same school setting because one person did it. And oftentimes people that are on that knife's edge in terms of suicidality, all they need to do is see the love and respect and compassion and the kind of the martyrism that someone that dies gets for them to kind of go into that state where they're ready to commit suicide. So my question, first I want to be clear: the type of society that I advocate for is wildly different because I'm an anarchist. And so, while yes, I believe people have a right to kill themselves, and I believe that the people have a right to a market to be able to do so without government regulation, I also believe in private regulation, which means, us living in Christian or covenant communities where, by virtue of living in that community, it's simply disallowed. And you can't own property here because that's just something we don't do here. And when you do those things, you get kicked the fuck out and your property gets sold. That being said, we do live in this world of, states that have stolen all of these rights from us and then sell it back to us like it's a good thing. So I want to bring up another limit case, right? So is anyone here aware of the Duchess of Lois in Canada, in Alberta? So Duchess of Lois is a First Nations person as well as a trans person who then became a detrans person. She is currently, or they, sorry, are currently filing medical assistance in dying paperwork under the auspices that their gender reassignment surgery, their vaginoplasty, is irreversible, and that their gender dysphoria is irreversible, and that they're in constant pain and anguish because of the damage that is done to their body that they can never reverse. And so they are ready to have the government help them in their suicide. Now, we know, I think most people here are aware, if you're in Twitch politics, nobody shuts the fuck up about trans issues. So my question is knowing that this is one of the highest suicidality groups that there is, how do you feel about society, the state saying that if this goes through and approving the idea that trans people can be killed by the state as the highest group of suicidality, higher than Jews under Nazi occupation, right? How do you feel about the state saying that that is okay and paying for killing trans people? And if so, do you think that you're participating in the quote unquote trans genocide?
I think there's a lot of places that this conversation can go, but I feel like you're kind of asking this in not the greatest faith, right? Like I feel like I think there's like a way to say it, but I don't think we should. I'm personally uninterested in engaging in discourse around quote unquote any kind of I don't know. I feel like that's kind of silly. So other people can take it.
Well, if you're not interested in engaging, then don't answer the question. There's a whole panel here.
I'm very sorry for even doing that or opening my mic. I'm not going to mute myself and take a 5-minute timeout. I'm sorry.
Let's go to in good work, Kobe. That's very mature of yourself. Take a time out. Sometimes we need it. Who else was next on that list then? We had Tuna, then Scott, right? Or do we?
I just went. I just asked a
you just
question to the whole panel, and they're all pussies.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I've got an answer for you if you really want it.
Yeah, I'm
but-
not 100% sure exactly what you're asking.
Well, it's like we're talking about medical assistance in dying, and there's a case that is put forward of detrans people being able to be offed by the state in the category of people that have the highest suicidality of any demographic that we know. And We're talking about whether or not the state should be engaged in medical assistance in dying, and no one wants to touch that fucking hot water. I get it. But I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
Well, what's your so maybe I just hard of hearing, but like, what exactly is your other than like asking me to engage?
Are you a transgenocidist, Corey? That's what he's trying to
Right, you know-
ask you.
Okay, as far as I
like you
know,
have
my
this
answer is
state,
explicitly
like-
no.
Right. So I mean, like, is that something that like if we're talking about the slow encroach, right? The slippery slope idea that you already have doctors, you know, going on TV and so many institutions talking about like, well, we should offer this for mental health. We should offer this to minors. We should offer this to minors with mental health. And then we also have another case that is being put forward that is a test to see whether or not this process is something trans people can go through. Like, where does this end? Like, where are your boundaries? Do you think that should be a thing? And is it not a problem that the highest group of suicidality, predominantly based off of mental health issues, would have that avenue afforded to them by the state to kill themselves?
Okay,
Scott,
so there's
you want to
a
go
lot
first,
to
Corey? I got
yeah,
after as well.
there's a lot to unpack there. So I guess to answer your question, or what you put on the table as best I can, if a trans individual wants to apply for MAID, I would say they have every right to and to go through that process. And that like and given the fact that as of right now, you pretty much only apply for like basically under the context of like death is reasonably foreseeable and sort of some sort of debilitating condition as a result of them transitioning. So if they make that case and all the experts and the process that they go through in screening, they say yes, you apply, then they should get it. However, if you're trying to like make some other argument, which I'll just leave it there for now. But like, yeah, they should be allowed to go through the process.
There's no fucking minimum number of trans people that need to be alive or dead. There's no crisis if people inside of a demographic are killing themselves at a higher rate. If you don't believe that life has some kind of innate value that is above choice. So if you're trying to get people in a gotcha, Scott, which is fine, then you're also getting
It's
yourself
just
in that. You know that there's a
No.
contradiction and the absurdity. Let's point.
There's no contradiction. I'm simply like what I'm simply saying is I'm asking a question that tests the limits of people's principles, right? Because like obviously, if this becomes a thing where trans people are killing themselves regularly through MAID, you are going to see fucking Antifa and Black Bloc and fucking every leftist agitator losing their fucking shit saying that the Canadian government is engaged in trans genocide.
Number one, I don't think that that's true because if we look at Canada, no, if you want to laugh it off, go ahead. But you're number one, I don't think that the trans people would actually qualify for MAID in almost any of these circumstances. Number two, the entire idea that these people are going into these procedures is in order to avoid suicide. So when they begin their treatment, they are doing it expressly on the argument that they're hoping to not have to do that alternative. If they do that and then they say, wait a second, that didn't do anything for me, I do think that you could make a very valid argument as their practitioner saying, well, then it seems like you have a mental issue. Instead of letting you off yourself, go through the mental first, see if that is able to be dealt with on a mental basis. That's the type of thing that MAID does have provision for. Now, what you'd be proposing is something that replaces MAID, something that's new. And instead of talking, and I know you said yourself, we have to be worried about a sort of a slippery slope. If the state gets to choose who does and does not qualify, what's going to stop them from saying that these people get to qualify, so on and so forth? Number one, if those riots happened, that would be a thing that would stop them, sure. But I don't think that it would be through some kind of like moral conviction that we should say, oh, well, you can't actually be pro-trans and pro this. Obviously, everyone that is pro-trans in terms of the transition itself, the act of the physical procedure is doing it because they're trying to reduce trans death. And then they would probably, I would hope, go second choice towards therapy before MAID, which is what almost all of this MAID can be certified towards. Do you have something that is an incurable, untreatable kind of situation? I don't
That's
see
exactly
it as a real
what we
situation.
would be talking about with detrans individuals that have had surgeries that they can't. That it's obviously incurable at that point. But I get what you're saying.
I don't think
I
that
understand what
I
you're
don't
saying.
understand why
But
this
you're
is, like,
arguing the
physical.
you're
It's
arguing the
physical.
logic of a question that is designed to test people's principles to their limit, right? Like there is a contradiction there, yeah. But that's if you say that these people have the right to do it no matter what, and then you bring that issue up. we will see when the dialectic marches forward if people still feel the same in 6 months, a year, 2 years. We'll see.
Sure.
Just
Can you
mark
just,
this
like,
one and come
explain-
back and be
can you
like,
explain why like this is like a trans specific thing. So I feel like we could talk about like the veterans was a good one, right? Or
Mhm.
white men generally, right? Who have the highest
Middle-aged
suicide
white
rate in the
men,
US. Yeah, like why do we need to bring up the trans thing? We're like, oh, this group specifically is getting access to MAID.
well, I mean, again, it's a limit case, right? And also because Duchess of Lois is going to be testing that system. Like, there's a specific case that I brought up
Yeah,
of
but
someone
like
that is
what
testing
applies there?
the
What applies
boundaries
there
of
that doesn't
MAID.
all- Again, what applies
But
there
they're
that doesn't
testing
apply
the
to
boundaries
every other group, right? That would
because
that would
because
be like
because
be a
there
risk
is
here.
there is an argument of physical as well as mental, and so it may test the boundaries of the legal boundaries of what is currently already occurring, right? So because they have physical surgeries that are irreversible, that are causing them pain and the combination of suicidality, they may be able to fit into a gray area and get through with the current practices of MAID. I'm simply bringing it up as a limit test, right? It's like, do you still hold that to be true if you're someone that also is, constantly going on about like trans suicidality and the way society treats them, and then also you begin to notice, if this goes through, that like trans people are using the state to off themselves all the time, right? Like, it's just a limit test. It doesn't necessarily work with PTSD because that is purely um, uh, um, mental.
That's not true, right? I think okay, let's clear this up
It's
because I
not
think
true that PTSD is purely mental. What's not true?
There are absolutely brain changes and neuro like you can
Well,
measure.
yeah,
if
PTSD
you're
at the
dealing with
brain.
Fuck,
veterans,
dude.
if you're dealing with veterans,
if
they
you
can
want to
have
talk
like
about like
physical
rewire,
disabilities
hold on,
that
pause.
brought
If you
on
want to
by
talk
the
about,
time
if
of
you want to
the
talk
millennium.
about the fact that like the amygdala swells and therefore it's material, then sure. But then you could make that argument with enough data about literally any mental illness.
Scott, that's not the point though. The point is that it is a mental that is attached to a physical experience. That's what PTSD is. PTSD, something happens that changes your physical physiology. Very often is something that happens to your body. I've had PTSD because I had my hand inside of a fucking saw blade once, and then later the same hand into another spinning blade. I still to this day, although I've subdued those issues, I have something that physically happened that created permanent effects. And whether or not it's like ghost limb from war, whether or not it's some kind of flashback, which is brain, but it's not the mental, it's like the unconscious, right? What we're talking about is something that is immutable because it is separate from your thought. It's immutable in terms of like it can't be fixed using talk therapy, but the suffering is absolutely something that talk therapy works for in both cases. Both people that are trans are able to choose whether or not they want to go through these physical procedures, which I think everybody that is going through that should have a real honest to God conversation with these therapists in one way or another. Because if anything, it's extremely expensive and you're putting yourself into a life of debt for something that might be able to have a cheaper solution in talking. I think most people that are in that case agree with that. The real question they're saying is, and I'm thinking you accidentally have made like a bear trap for your own foot. Because if the question is, are we going to be allowing people to do this in the condition that they're suicidal, or are we going to just let them do it because they should have access to do it? Wouldn't you agree that everybody should just be able to have access in the same way that you would believe that you should have access to end your life, to then physically
you not?
transition? Why are these
I
not
don't
different?
understand. Are you confused what a question is? It's not a statement of a position from me, right? Like, I already said my position very clearly, which is that I am all for people having the right, for any reason, even if they're just fucking sad, right? To be able to kill themselves if they so choose, and for a market to exist about that. My problem is that the state also is the one that has stolen that right and has said that they will now afford that right to you. And they are also the individuals that tax you and steal your right to healthcare. And in many ways, there is a corrupt incentive structure there because they save money the more people kill themselves. And that is a serious fucking problem if their financial incentive from the theft that they have from individuals and the fact that they also could be directly causing the very thing that is wanting and driving them towards suicidality, because as wait lines get worse, as care doesn't get to be as good, as the quality of palliative care goes down, they're the ones offering that. And so now they can even have an incentive structure where they can reduce costs to palliative care to make it seem even worse and less enjoyable, just to incentivize people towards MAID, right? These are all this. Now, my personal moral preference is that I think it's wrong for people to kill themselves, but I understand that that doesn't fit with, like, it's in the category of things um, that I can evaluate for morality. So I don't have a right to kick down your door and stop you, but I would tell you, I don't think you should do that. And I think it's wrong.
Do you hold that same position though when talking about transition though? Because I know, and we've had conversations a
Yes.
couple of times on Twitter, but I've said multiple times, the whole point should be that yes, the market has room for transition, and it doesn't need to be seen as this pernicious predatory thing in the same way that the
Yes, it's a
suicidality is.
question to test other people's limits. It's not a statement of my
Sure.
position.
Sure. Okay.
I just want to ask a quick question to Aiko, since you brought up something earlier. Well, at least you alluded to something earlier in terms of like, the increasing number of May deaths in Canada. Like, do you see that like so? What I would say or ask, like, do you see that as like is inherently like a bad thing? Is it like a sign like this is like bad policy or that this should never be implemented? Because like you observe the same trend. Let's say if you look at like Belgium, where it's like there was a time where assisted medical assisted dying wasn't a thing. And then if you track the trends over the decades, like there was an increase, but it plateaued. I'm not saying that Canada will follow the same trend, but there's no reason to believe, at least sort of the way it's framed, like there's going to be like this exponential increase, forever increasing trend of greater number of medical assistants in dying in Canada.
I think it's a data set that could point to a potential problem, and the more that it grows, the more I would be concerned about that potential problem. But the data set by itself wouldn't be proof that that's the case. It might just be that there's a tremendous number of people that have been wanting to die and didn't have the opportunity before, and now the law, the the sort of a pressure valve has been set off that's caused a tremendous, number of people taking advantage of the program. That's possible, but I don't. My suspicion is that something in which the way the system has been brought about and the way it educates people on what's available, and I guess the way it's being reported on with the media as well is planting the seed in people's minds to go there who might otherwise not have thought to go there. That's my concern.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there for that particular topic, which was a lot of fun. I loved hearing all the things you guys had to say on that, and we'll go into our next topic of the night. Guys, if you've been enjoying the content so far, hit that follow button. If you haven't done so yet, you stop by the channel, and hear this really interesting conversation we're having on a tough topic. Then hit the follow button. We talk like this all the time. All right. Also consider supporting the channel by subbing to the channel. All right, let's go to the second topic. While seemingly no one can agree on what it means to be a man, quote unquote, nearly everyone in America will agree what modern men do not have their houses in order. From their popularity of the hyper controversial Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson to the ever growing voice given to transgender people and struggles to the popularity of the Me Too movement and dating advice content, everyone wants to talk about men and what it means to be a man. While the currently tumultuous climate, with this currently tumultuous climate in mind, how do you want masculinity to change? In simpler terms, we talk a lot about how men are and how men were. What do you want men to become? Okay. And shout out to my man Kobe, who came up with this topic. And in fact, why don't we give Kobe the first crack at it for opening statements and July 20th.
Yeah, I mean, as I've been focusing on my body, and I've been honing my steel, my urge to have a beautiful, strong son has grown. In the words of Mishima, the Japanese writer, and I think that men don't have a very bright sun right now. I think we're in the dark. I think men cannot agree very much on what it means to be a man. I think that a lot of discussions, whether it's discussions because of feminism, whether discussions because of the increasing advocacy for transgender rights, I think there's a lot of up in the air about what it be the very but just the basic, what does it even mean to be a man? What does it constitute? What does it not constitute? And I would, honestly, I'm really interested to hear what everybody else has to say. I personally want there to be a masculinity that I can be proud of and comfortable in, one that I feel like I don't have to be really performative of, one that I feel like I don't have to be really. I feel like in in some groups I have to tell everybody that I'm not one of those guys, but then if I'm in other groups I have to ensure them that I actually am one of those guys. If that makes sense, right? When I'm with the boys, I have to make sure they know that I'm not too much of a feminist, but when I'm with the girls, I have to make sure I'm not like one of the bestial beasts. That's just something I have a lot of feelings on this, so I could ramble, so I'll keep it short.
Thank you so much. Lactoid.
Yeah, so I believe masculinity is culturally defined as the traits that have traditionally made men attractive to the opposite sex: independence and the ability to be a protector. This is summed up in financial, physical, and social power, aka ripped, rich, and charismatic. These are the traits helpful in attracting a partner. However, this desire is gynocentric. Masculinity is defined as though the goal is mirroring what women want of you in the sexual marketplace. I would like to see a social shift in which the ideals of independence ascend beyond the male lizard brain and dependence is rejected, to where life satisfaction and advancement of yourself is not based on pleasing another person, but instead based on pleasing your own higher order level goals. Simply said, get ripped because you want to, as opposed to today, in which many men get ripped just to attract women. Again, a dependence on women that is antithetical to the masculine trait of independence. This is the core difference between Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate, and why Peterson is tolerable and Tate is not. MGTOW is criticized as being too hardline, which I think it is, but there is an underlying message within the MGTOW movement that I find incredibly valuable. Men are undervalued partially because we devalue ourselves by basing our value on what women think of us and viewing each other based on our relation to women. Once we can cast off those expectations and value ourselves and not be dictated by our lizard brains, stop chasing women when it's bad for us, and only pursue relationships that are actually good for our future well-being, then we can truly ascend and become godlike Chads.
That was epic. Fuck that. I mean, we can end the panel right there, honestly. Let's go on to our friend Scott, but I just don't know how he could possibly add any more.
Yeah, so I mean, it's an interesting look at it. I'd be willing to interrogate that as we go forward. I believe that what men should be is men should be rational. We are living in an rational society. We're living in an anti-family society, and generations of eschewing rationality and eschewing family have destroyed men. The reason that people like Andrew Tate, the reason that people like the red pillars that, just dog on feminists and, are gym bros become so popular, the reason is the same reason that the anti-hero is popular. It is an incomplete masculinity, but it is a masculinity nonetheless. Our society has completely lost our masculinity, and we've gotten rid of our violent nature. We've gotten rid of our diet. The meme is somewhat true, of the soy boy, right? We have destroyed men. We've taken fathers out of the household, and one of the worst things about that is the lack of rough and tumble play, the lack of engaging in physical violence and the limits of those violence, because that is what being a man actually is having the capacity for violence, and then being a strong and dominant person, and then using your will and your rationality to not only contain that but channel that. When man's nature is when man's nature is kind of like taken away from us, then we lose progress as a society. We deny our nature. We give it to the state. We give it to police. We offshoot it to other places. We try to pretend like violence is something that like we don't want in society, which is fucking stupid, because you literally can't have a society without violence. The only difference is that you give it to the cops to do for you, because people are violent. But instead, we start to celebrate these kind of stage 2 men that are willing to talk shit, men that say toxic things. They even become sexually attracted to other people. And the reason is because at least it's a man, not a fucking boy. Nietzsche, had a question from Will to Power. Now I can't think. Will to Power, I believe. I fucked it up. But regardless, he had this question: are you good? Are you moral? Or are you a coward? And that's the thing. Is like we've seen studies where people get in riots and all of a sudden they start breaking things, and then the cops pull them in and they go, "What happened?" They like, "I didn't know I had that in me." They were shell shocked by the idea that they could break things and do crazy things because they've never experienced that. So what I want men to do is I want a society that celebrates families, keeps fathers in the household, and most importantly, we have to destroy the irrationality in our politics and our philosophy and our culture and begin to value reason again, because it is the combination of rough and tumble play and experiencing violence and experiencing our kind of baser natures and the combination of reason that pushes us forward to progress that builds empires. And we've stagnated deeply.
Oh man, some interesting answers here. I'm actually already getting excited for this conversation. It's actually all right. Let's go to Corey. Don't give us the soy take, all right? Give us a very manly take. Thank you.
Oh, I'm gonna let you down. I'm sure I'm gonna let you down, as I always do every week. Well, yeah, there's already a lot to unpack. I agree with you. I'll keep it brief. I'll be explicitly clear. Like, I am a gender abolitionist, 100%. I would want men to stop asking the question of what type of man they need to be and become an obsess over how to be masculine, or like, whether they're concerned about being too feminine, and just ask yourself the question instead of like what type of person you want to be. I've never asked myself the question of what type of man or how masculine I am. I'm more concerned about what type of human and person I want to be. I think that is the larger question, the more appropriate question, and I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, interesting. All right, so many different opinions here. Let's go to Tuna.
I got something for us really quick.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets.
Just had to do the meme really quick. So my first thought here, I'm oh my god, fuck the fucking phone, man. Okay, so I think when we're talking about like a man, I've got a different interpretation of Nietzsche personally than Scott here. I believe very much so in the rationality, in the creativity, but I think that a man is a human who is able to be comfortable with all aspects of himself, whether or not they adhere or incongruent with some kind of outward role, whether or not that's something that was evolved to, whether or not that was something that was socially created. I think a man is a person who is at comfort and it fully accepts his uniqueness, whatever it is inside of him, and is able to deterministically mediate his relation with all other people. I would say that if a man finds inside of himself the creative will or the caring will, these things that get labeled as feminine, he's no less a man. He's actually more a man to be able to encapsulate those into his identity. If a person finds in themselves strength and dominance and the ability to be a leader, then he is just as much a man. It has everything to do with sort of a balance of Lactoid and Scott's positions. Whether or not that person is able to truly be an individual, whether that person is not dominated by the whims of the internal emotion in the given moment, or by the whims of the thing that flows above him, the social condition that tries to define him from exterior.
Thank you. Thank you. Aiko.
Yeah. So the more I think about this, the more I think about how this relates to social pressures and social roles. So it like it or not, masculinity and femininity have continued to exist even through different social movements that have run across time. And I think at the end of the day, a lot of what Lactoid said, I agreed with, except that I would say that it's just as true for women as it is for men, right? They should also not define themselves in terms of how men see them. And in fact, in a lot of ways, it's more acceptable to say it with regards to women, right? That talk feminism constantly talks about the male gaze and how we like, women shouldn't define themselves in terms of the male gaze. And Lactoid's pointing out is that men shouldn't define themselves in terms of the female gaze or whatever. So I think that what's most important is that people be allowed to be themselves, and that is to say, you shouldn't have to, if you're male, you shouldn't have to be pressured to perform masculinity, but at the same time, you shouldn't feel pressure in the other direction either. That is to say, we should all feel the ability to be like who we are, without judgment. And I think today there's a lot of people who at least perceive, right or wrong, that there's judgment in men being masculine. And I think that if you have families where men play the traditionally masculine, play the traditionally feminine role, I think those families ought to be just as accepted as any other family, and that we shouldn't try to tell people that they're sort of locked into gender roles that they've chosen to live out for themselves or feel like work well for their family. And so I think that if we're going back to what the prompt was talking about, which was a crisis within boys and men, I think that one potential crisis would that be that people don't necessarily know where to go if their traditional feels inaccessible. And I feel like that's maybe an overcorrection to a problem that was a real problem at one point, and it still continues to be in many circles. But I think that I don't think the answer is, and to all respect to Corey, I don't think the answer is to abolish these roles, but to allow people to choose whatever role they want in any given situation.
Yeah, thank you. And finally, Dark Lord and Saber Dewey.
I've actually been not. I guess struggling is the wrong word, but I've been thinking about this a lot since my mushroom trip last weekend, because as I explained to you guys, I went through like the whole ego death thing, right? I did like 5 grams of shrooms by myself in the dark, and like I went to some weird places mentally, and I've been thinking about like because I grew up in a very like traditionally masculine environment. I think the way that my father raised me was like more a little more extreme than most fathers, I think. In terms of like just really beating the emotions out of me when I was a kid. Um and I think being able to like see that from another perspective and then see myself, right? And what that led me to be or to value as a person through my life. I think that there's like I think there were like there's a lot of benefit, right? To like I think it's good to be logical. I think it's good to be emotionally strong. I think it's good to have integrity and to be responsible and to want to provide and to want to provide security and to want to keep your friends and family safe, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But if I had a daughter, I'd want her to be all those things too, right? This isn't something that I'd want just for a son. I don't want just a son who's physically capable. I would want my daughter to be physically capable too. I wouldn't want her to be relying on other people, right? I don't want her to be able to feel confident enough to be independent. So like I don't have a good answer for like what is actually masculinity. What is a man supposed to do that is any different from what I'd want my like my daughter to do, right? Or any different from what I'd want my sisters to do. Um, so I don't know. I've been struggling to find like a trait or a thing that that would apply to men that wouldn't also apply to women. So my the lines around my idea of gender have like massively broken down over the last like week. Because prior to this, I think my position would have been much more like, hey, if you're a man, you need to, you're responsible for the household. You're responsible for providing. You need to provide like a safe, secure space for your girlfriend. You need to be there to like nurture her, to help her grow. But um, like I don't know. I think that I'm gonna ramble because I really have been like struggling with this over the last week. But I just don't know right now. I feel like I've grown in a lot of ways over the last week, and
Uh,
I'm so grateful.
Yeah, thanks for that, Doobie. I'll toss my opinion into the ring right now because I wasn't going to, but you guys have all said so many interesting things, and I really want to hear more of your opinions because it's pretty fascinating. And shout out to Aiko because he like said the thing I was going to say to Lactoid. That like if you replace the word man and feminine, like switch that around, then that would be like a dozen videos about how women need to, like be more independent and not focus on like defining themselves as by men. I thought that was super interesting that that came from you, but yeah, like I think it's what I want more is freedom. I think the problem with those Andrew Tates and the Jordan Petersons and whatnot is that they have a very narrowly defined version of masculinity. I think masculinity could be well, I or maybe let me adjust that. Right, I think we maybe mix masculinity with us being a person, right? Like what Corey was trying to get to, right? Like people say like to be masculine is who I am as a person, and so I have to uh, have these traits, right? These very masculine traits, which usually are defined by violence, and without that, then I'm not a good man, meaning not a good person, rather than even separating the two. So even if you accept the masculine is the violent type of rhetoric, you can accept that. That maybe not be your whole personality. That there could be so much more to you. And I think we're having shades of that. At least I hear it, shades of that from different people here. And maybe I'm just saying the same thing in different words. But like, yeah, let's explore this. Yeah. So Scott, Tuna,
apparently
Kobe.
I'm the only fucking person that's
Okay.
even has a semblance of right wingedness in them. Listen, you guys are talking about like you're missing the point of gender, right? The point of gender is to socialize people into a society that is built upon the foundations of their entire history and culture of like what works. Like there's a reason that we have gender roles. Now that doesn't mean that you need to like follow everything in the gender role or you're less of a man. What it means to be a man is that you are socialized into these things that work. You fit a mold within society. And then when you are able to actually understand who you are and grow, then you can experiment with those things. So let me put it into a more basic example. Let's think about an electrician. If you were going to hire an electrician for your house, you don't want an electrician that graduated high school, got a job, and said, I know everything there is about being an electrician. I'm going to experience being an electrician myself. I'm going to experiment on what electricity is with my own little experiments and I'm going to go do some work on your house. No. But you know what you don't want? You also don't want a person that just does exactly as they were taught 100% of the way, doesn't keep up with the times, doesn't understand how things change, does everything the slow old way to do it. What you want is you want an electrician that was an apprentice that learned how to be an electrician. And then they became a journeyman electrician and they started saying, I have slightly different ways of doing this, but I have a foundation of which I understand how to be an electrician. I've found slightly faster ways to do this. I've found cleaner ways of like putting the wires together so that they look good. And the guy that taught me didn't really care so much that they looked perfect, but I want them to be aesthetically pleasing and also easier to work on. I want to improve and build upon the foundation that society gave me. But when you refuse to be socialized and you think we should abolish gender, you abolish the utility and function that gender has, which is understanding that men and women are biologically different and society has different roles for us, and that it's important that we recognize that men are different and there are certain things that men must do because of these differences.
So we'll go to Tuna, Kobe, Corey, and Lactoid.
So I agree with you, Scott, to a certain point, but the question of what a man is a two-tier thing. I think what you describe is a person who is going through boyhood, who is learning masculinity. I don't think we're going to, or maybe some people, some of the abolitionists want to get rid of all masculinity, all femininity. But what I'm saying is that a person is only a man. A person is only a man when they've actually learned that counter pressure and then they've stepped out of it in order to figure out their entire uniqueness. I think it would be a failure of us to say that a person becomes a man once they learn masculinity and learn manhood and those things that are necessary to do. We have a second question here, which is like, how developed as a man are you? How along the process of of becoming are you? Because in becoming is first, yes, and I think biologically unavoidable. We know that around the age 9 until about 18, 11 to 18, you are going to build that competency, and it's going to be within an identity. And the main identity that we find is in our sex and in the role that our sex has. At the end of that point, though, we then go into manhood, I think, only after that pubescence and that learning. Until then, all we've done is learn masculinity as a boy, and then the jumping point only goes from there.
So I would have one slight critique of what you're saying, right? Which is that everyone on this panel has recognized that there are feminine and masculine traits within everybody, right? So the idea that it's just masculinity that we're learning makes no sense unless you already prescribe to gender abolitionism and you think it is a patriarchal myth designed to like separate the sexes or something, right? Or some other philosophical reason to justify why gender is bad, right? What you're learning is how your masculinity is expressed in society and what those roles are and what those expectations are in what we live. You know, if you're in the 1800s, that expresses itself differently. Men wear high heels and women wear flats, right? There are different, there's aesthetics, there's behavior, there's all of these different things where you fit into a cohesive society, and you're learning how you as a gender express both your masculinity and your femininity. And then you learn that further, and then you can branch out, experiment, and progress forward. But it's important that society has those roles, or it's starting tabula rasa with every fucking generation, because there's no framework for which people can grow into and learn from.
Okay.
Can I reply lightly to Scott and then
Let Tuna respond, and then we'll go to you, Kobe.
So just as a light response, I think that we'll come into a little bit more agreement if I can like use language, lean a little bit more into your objectivist leanings. The same thing that makes a great man is what makes a man to me. The same thing that makes like to me, I would define man as great man. It is a person who has stepped out merely of gender, because gender is nothing compared to being a man. Being a man is to stand out of it, to launch himself out of that role. If you are simply learning gender, you are but a boy. If you have not yet learned gender, you are not a boy nor a man. But until you stand above it, you're not a man. So maybe great man is the word, but that's my point.
I disagree, but it's okay. Let's go to Kobe, Corey, Lactoid.
Okay. So I'm gonna agree with something Scott said. I'm gonna try to agree with something that everybody says a little bit. I think that what Scott said, with the idea that these gender roles are not rigid categories, that if you don't click the boxes, you're not there, that they're models that we can give young people and growing people they can then build from. I agree 1,000,000%. I think we should also, I feel like multiple people have just restated the same point of saying, man, isn't it interesting that anything we say that's positive about femininity is also a trait that's positive about masculinity? Yeah, that's not that big of a pointing out in my opinion. Any positive human trait is going to be a positive human trait in general, almost by definition, right? The things that we like, if you asked a woman on the street, what are positive traits of femininity, or many of the things they would say, leadership, independence, self-starter, whatever, are things that we would agree that any human being should be able to. Any human being should be independent, have leadership goals, or whatever. I think that something that you were saying is that there's a difference between boyhood and manhood, and being able to go, being able to understand in your process here. I think we can all agree here. Something I tried to write down in the prompt. There are very few manhood teachers right now, and I'm sure we can all agree they're very controversial. The ones that exist. That's a big issue, and it's
Try
a
being a male teacher.
Please chill. It's a big issue that the places that people are going to are TikTok, internet, Jordan Peterson, whatever, and not they're like I mean I think we can all agree that in the modern American society there are not a ton of places you can go to in your community unless you're part of a church or you're really involved in a school or something like this. I think that's not the greatest. Let me take a look at my notes here just really quick. How about this? I don't want to talk as much as maybe I want to put us back onto track. I think that one of the things that has begun to develop more in sort of in my life at least, men are much more likely to actually have emotional conversations, to be willing to have deep emotional conversations. I've cried with almost all of my close friends. It's not something that we view itself as weird and gay. From what I understand, that is not the case. That is what would be 2 or 3 generations ago. In my that is something that I think we need to hold on to. Something that, in my opinion, I've been currently reading Bell Hooks, and she makes a lot of really good criticisms about this. Which is, she basically says feminists have been telling men to go and sit in the woods and talk to each other, and then men go sit in the woods and talk to each other, and feminists make fun of them and make fun of them and how silly they're being. It's like, bro, sometimes you look silly when you cry. Sometimes you ugly cry. Sometimes you say silly stuff. Sometimes you need to go in the woods and pretend that you're a fucking Viking to do it, right? And we should be more open about this. There are no more rituals. There are very few rituals that boys stop being boys and become men. It used to be when you got your first girlfriend. People are getting their girlfriends at later and later dates now. It used to be when you lost your virginity. People are losing their virginity at less and less rates. It's unsurprising that we have this huge glut of grown-up boys that are interested in these kind of right-wing figures, whether it's any kind of rabbit hole. It's unsurprising to me. I would hope that we can move a little bit beyond just pointing out that isn't it interesting that there's flexibility in the boundaries. Of course, that's the case. It doesn't mean the same thing to be a man between 2 cities. Let's move on to what do we want to cultivate? What do we want to keep on? What do we want to? There's some right-wing people. Have there been additions? What are the soy things that have been added to masculinity that you want to do without? That you find is the overcorrections? What are the overcorrections? What are the undercorrections? In my opinion, one of the correct corrections is it is becoming more open to be an emotional man. That's something I like.
Let's go to Corey, the lactoid, and Aiko. I want to say something here at some point as well. Again, I'm loving this so far. Corey, please.
Well, maybe this will prompt you to say something. So, because like I want to bring up something that you brought up when the first point that you made of like I think you alluded to like the phrasing that you used, like more freedom, or you want more freedom. And like I would say, like where do you get the most freedom? I would say you get the most freedom recognizing that these concepts of masculine and feminine like don't mean anything, or like are completely arbitrary. Like I don't know why you would like put yourself in a box of like, this is what it means to be a man and masculinity, and therefore this is the box and the arena that I must operate in, and it'll only be that, and I can't step outside the box. And I'm not like anti that. That's why like I phrase it of like just ask yourself the question what type of person or human that you want to be. I'm not anti-socialization. Sort of like to what Doobie was alluding to earlier. Like as it seems like he's like closely examined things, like all of the things that he used to want for a guy, he recognizes that he would also want them for a girl, or however they identify. Where it's not really about the gender roles. It's like what type of person do you want to be? And turns out there should not be that much differences, at least in terms of the person that you want to cultivate, of how you would want to be. And to sort of maybe highlight that or not, just to maybe, so I'd ask the question to Tuna Chip. You basically asked, I think you phrased it of like, I think you said a great man, as in like, basically, my question is there a difference in your mind between a great man and a great woman?
No, I think that to be great and to be a great man, a great woman there's one difference, which is how you got there, which is that you
but the end
surpassed
goal.
yourself from something. But to me, the idea is that gender actually plays in antithesis at a certain point with self-actualization. But until you have fully understood that counter, that foil to your uniqueness, you can never actually know what in your uniqueness makes sense to you. It's kind of like imagine saying that you don't like strawberries even though you've never eaten strawberries. Imagine saying that you don't like doing X without having done X. The big thing with gender, and I think what we've figured out bit by bit, is there is a high statistical probability of people feeling affirmed by things that their body and their tradition and the tradition of how those bodies relate to one another. There is a high probability that that will be congruent for you. So in many ways, a person who like transitions, in my opinion, as long as it comes from a genuine place of actualization, becomes a great woman or becomes a great man, whatever you want to call it, through their rejection of that gender model, in the same way that somebody who decides, you know what, I'm not going to beat my kid, even though my understanding of masculinity is a certain punishment axis or something, but I will still instill a sense of masculinity inside of him to see whether or not, because I know statistically likely he is going to have to go through that in order to become an independent and full person, regardless of sex or gender.
Okay, so I just want to ask one quick brief follow-up. So it's not like I recognize like basically how you get to the end goal might be different, but it seems like the answer to the question that I posed of like the answer is no. There's not really any difference between a great man and a great woman, and it's just like to become a great human being is the end goal, just different
The
processes.
goal is the same, but the way to get there is different. And it's different because of the world they're living in and the way that that world engages with them. Of course.
Okay.
I have a question. I just want to say this. Being able to make a logical argument that human beings cannot it's illogical for them to like the models of gender, that doesn't get us anywhere. 99% of all human beings feel quite attached to their gender. The fact we are having a discussion about transgender people and that is taking so much of our discussion in modern context is because some people still feel so suffocated by a certain gender role they have to not we need to make room for them to live other gender roles. This matters. Having gender roles, people like them. Just being able to say, well, technically, they're, technically, I'm from, that doesn't get us anywhere. People like this, and if the progressive side, the side that wants to have discussions about why Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate are harmful, if they forego and they say, well, hey, listen, we should more explore why we should abolish gender, the 100% of the gender conversation is open to a side that I don't think is very helpful. I'd be more curious, we've talked so much about what gender, why masculinity doesn't exist. I want to talk about what do we want to keep about it.
Can I don't see freedom.
Hold on. I'll let you add something quick, but then Lactoid has to come next, and Scott will go after.
Yeah, I just want to respond. It was interesting that you were saying that, because I was going to take it in another direction, because the trans people in my life that I know perform masculinity and femininity in very sort of traditional ways. They just sort of like they're transitioning to a different gender than when they were assigned at birth. But they actually are quite married to these ideas of masculinity. And in fact, there's a lot of conflict now between gender abolitionists and trans people, because it's really trans people who are see masculinity as sort of a way of affording them the ability to sort of act out the sex that they weren't, at birth. And so I don't necessarily know that it's transness that's being overly represented here. I think maybe those are in the same category as the other 99% of that Kobe was talking. I just wanted to point that out, because I think the positions that people from different communities occupy is a little bit more complicated than we're presenting.
Lactoid. Before you go, I want to say to you though, like, I've been like you guys have all keep like sparking new thoughts in me as we go along here. But Lactoid, on your end, we were talking about like not defining ourselves in relation to each other. It like, do you think that like a lot of that friction that we're seeing is that like people think they are a failure because they can't perform the role that is expected of them by the other gender, right? Like I am a failure as a man because I can't be a protector, or at least a narrowly defined protector that people are expecting of me. And so to create a better form of masculinity, we have to disregard that, right? Disregard that what a woman might see of us if we are truly a protector. Like find some solace within ourselves, and then go back at it. Is that where you're trying to go?
Sort of. I'll explain this, and this is also going to be partially this is a response to Scott as well. So to answer your question though, Prime, I think the point I was trying to get at is I think intent is what matters here, right? Independence is the virtue, and I think independence is a masculine virtue, and I think we should teach men this. But my argument is that for a long time, people are viewing themselves as desiring this or viewing this kind of masculine goal, not because of the intrinsic benefits that come from this or the societal benefits or the actual role fulfillment and the benefits that come from that, which I largely agree with Scott on, but instead based entirely on more of a I think what a lot of these like pickup artists and what Andrew Tate and some of these other people that are mentioned sort of peddle is not necessarily based on that, but more based on if you do this, like the girls are going to like you. Well, it shouldn't be based on that. It shouldn't be based on who's going to like me or who's not. It should be based on like what's the best way to really solidify my role in society and to be the best man that I can be. And so, and it's also dependent, right? You're basing your masculinity not based on what you can offer the world and taking care of yourself and taking care of your family, but you're basing yourself on what the opinion is of like women around you who might not even like you, right? Who and that people base so much of their self-esteem off that, and that's just like the wrong place. It shouldn't be based on this sort of like, well, they're not, they're not fucking me, they're not, looking at me right, like this sort of like lizard brain, like I, fuck kind of thing, but more based on like the higher order level brain functions of what is my place in society? How can I maximize that? How can I be a good man, right? So, and this is kind of in relation, to Scott. I agree with almost everything you said, right? I do think there's biological differences. I think gender roles and stratification are both inevitable and in some circumstances good. I think in certain, like, I think women generally are more likely to be better suited for childcare, right? That is a very controversial topic, I suppose, but it shouldn't be because there's very clear biological organs that allow that to be the case. So, yeah, I don't think that we actually disagree that much, Scott. I'm just concerned about why men are pursuing the virtues that are supposed to be masculine. It should be for like front brain shit of like, be a good person, be a good man, control, like, control what needs to be controlled kind of thing, and not sort of this the lizard brain, must come, which I think most men are running on, which I think is a major problem.
Yeah. I think it's the exact opposite of a major problem. First and foremost, this idea of like getting rid of gender stereotypes and getting rid of gender roles and gender abolitionism is like a form of freedom. It's not freedom, because freedom at its most base definition, right, is the ability to choose. And when you destroy the framework that allows us to engage with reality, right? The world is real. Like, we have functions. We are in conflict with nature. We are in conflict with the promulgation of the species against nature itself. The need to eat, the need for shelter, the need to progress, the need to shape man's environment. All of these things are a physical reality of the material world. And when you destroy the framework that allows us to be able to grow into that, you don't give more freedom. What you do is you limit their ability to choose, because you limit their ability to be able to make meaningful categories and distinctions and understand where they can fit in a society that does have needs. Society and gender roles demand protectors because nature demands that people be protected, and society and gender roles demand nurturers because nature demands that we have that. Now, these are functions at the ends of the distribution that can be taken, by either biological sex, right? But the point is that we for 99% of people, it is congruent, and these are the roles that they will be expected to fill. And furthermore, it is not tragic, but good that the sexual marketplace regulates this behavior, these aesthetics, and these things. It is good that women are the sexual selector of the species that choose superior mates, that are able to fulfill roles that are needed in our environment better than those men that are incapable of doing so. That is a positive thing, that we are biologically constructed to want to come, for the lizard brain need come, and then to go, well, how do I come? And then they go, oh, well, women want these certain things, and then you fulfill those roles. Now, how you fulfill those roles is a part of being a man. How you fulfill those roles is you grow into what society expects from most people, and then you challenge those roles in your own life in ways that you are able to progress society, your community, your family, and the individual self farther. But you need that framework, or else you're just in this liminal fucking space of nothing, and you have no idea what's going on. And guess what? Your genes don't come, and your genes fucking die.
Okay, I think I need to address this because I think you sort of agree, but then like you disagree with kind of the lizard brain proposal that I'm making, right? I think that maybe this is a new development. I don't think it's a new development. When you have men that understand kind of the higher order level of reason of why they're doing things and are making decisions based on their own future well-being and the well-being of their family and the well-being of society, this is the sort of logic and rationality that I'm advocating to be instilled in men instead of lizard brain must come. Because lizard brain must come, what that gets you is like infidelity. It gets you OnlyFans. It gets like men start to like believe like, well, I can just come and like, that is what masculinity is.
Let me respond quickly. Right. What you were talking about is what I'm referencing as like second stage masculinity or man, as opposed to third stage, is that we are in a society that devalues masculinity to such an extent that you have boys that have not become men, and that we have to recognize that those are part of who we are. Lizard brain must come as part of who we are as men. The fact that violence is a necessary part of the natural order is something we have to recognize. But what you need to do is you need to channel and integrate that into reason. You need to, like, we need rough and tumble play. We need fathers. We need men that know how to fucking fight. And we need to play with those boundaries to a certain extent. And then we need reason and rationality to be able to integrate into a whole man.
No, it's not. It's not integrated in. It's constricted by rationality, right? The lizard brain needs to be controlled. What I'm trying to emphasize here is that all the bad things that you can point to, and the, kind of the degeneration of of masculinity, comes from a lack of respect about what the actual purpose of it is, right? You have a guy who thinks he's masculine because he gets 30 people pregnant. And that's sort of like emphasized in our society now. You're getting all the bitches. No, that's
right,
like
but you're agreeing with me. Like that is the consequence of having a society that has rejected traditional masculinity,
and I'm not rejecting
such
it.
a degree, to such a degree that any tinge of masculinity is seen as positive. Like
Right.
we are so far gone that just that being an anti-hero is enough to be a hero.
So let's go to Corey and Tuna.
Well, yeah, I just want to maybe quickly address the point of like, again, you can absolutely still make choices when gender is abolished. Like you have the most choice. You can literally it's whatever the marketplace of ideas, the marketplace of gender roles. You can pick and choose. Like I think I've made choices. Like I don't know everyone on the panel on their
If
background.
you have a marketplace of gender roles, do you know what you're going to do? You're just going to recreate fucking gender roles, dude, because for 99% of people, man and woman make sense. Like at least in some degree from a Bayesian analysis perspective, right? Like you're going to have most men fitting most of the categories, and then society is going to say these are traditional traits that we want in this general. So but in order to create gender abolishment, you cannot allow people to have the freedom to determine what is and isn't man and woman. You have to use force and coercion to destroy those concepts and indoctrination, and you have to destroy children's ability to make meaningful categories, because otherwise the gender roles will just
I reject
come
that
back.
notion outright.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'll leave it there for now. But like, yeah, like that total framework, like, yeah, I would reject outright. But that's a larger conversation. But like, you can pick and choose what your roles are. I think I made sure. Like, I think I'm the only one on this panel with an actual STEM degree.
So 99% of people will pick one role, right, and assigned with their gender, and then that won't be a gender role of some sort. Just
I would
because
reject.
you have the freedom to pick
reject the
and choose.
99%. I would reject, as in like, I don't know for sure, but I don't think we're living in a gender abolished society. So I don't know how it would play out. And so like you're just like
We have biology. Like
Yeah.
in order to destroy it, you have to indoctrinate. That's the only way to do it.
No, I would reject that framing outright as well. Like, other than like whatever, going back to my position, like I would indoctrinate what it is to be a human and a person, and put options on the table, and ask yourself that question of like what type of person, sort of like to Tunish's point, or
This
what
is
they
how
brought up
you
earlier.
get more
There's not.
Andrew Tates, because you will destroy the idea of men, and then more people will come back with just a hint of that shit and will be super popular, and everyone will call them based, even though they're fucking stupid ass pimps. Because society is begging for masculinity to come back.
He is a lizard brain masculine like character though, right? Like he is like the embodiment of like the lizard.
Yes.
I want to go to Tuna. I like to step in and Kobe.
Okay, Fabian, I don't think that you're wrong about this like base nature that is like unavoidable, and that's the reason that we don't need to double down on it, because we are actually
trying to offer an alternative to, as you called it, the secondary male. The idea of rationality, this is what separates us from just being cum pigs. This is what separates us from being just animal, pure animal. We are the supreme rational animal. We changed the world from being a world where we run around just finding a hole to fuck and come inside of, into being a world where we have all of these stronger, more generative, more creative, more valuable forms of action that I will also agree are working off of the same biology, that same dopamine loop that we evolved through that idea, but through rationality, we're able to subvert. We can subvert it in good ways and negative ways. If you want to try and subvert that, if you're saying that the subversion makes it so that people want to go back to that animal masculinity and that any sort of hint of it, including the Tates and everything, that this is what's going on, I don't think that the idea is to return to an animal, full animal, and then look at Andrew and be like, you're like a pussy version of this. What people want is a rational masculinity that is understood from its own perspective under its own terms, from a rational terms. It's no longer like that's what I'm saying. You don't get it from the role. You get it. It's like imagine
But
this
it's a
analogy.
process. You
No,
don't.
no,
You
listen,
can't just
though.
magically go to an integrated masculinity. You have to be socialized into roles that are important for society that most people adhere to, and then you have, if you have reason and you have will and you strive, you break out of those roles. You cannot be an electrician that knows how to be an electrician. You have to be taught how to be an electrician, and then you can be
Or
a
a
better
human,
electrician.
a
Scott,
person.
we agree, Scott. Nobody here disagrees with that. I think most people on the abolition argument, what they're trying to say is that masculinity and femininity as roles and forces inside of the world are going to find people that want to fall into it. Even Corey, on the most liberal version of this, is saying that people are just going to choose in their development which of those two roles ends up working better for them. I'm not necessarily on that. I do think that we need to test people against the thing that is most likely to be powerful for them. But what I'm trying to say is that if you think that Andrew Tate is existing because people are loosening up on what form of gender expression people are going for, or like how masculine men can be, I'm going to say no. The reason that we're getting Andrew Tate's is actually because of how brain dead our way of explaining masculinity is. It's like a speed limit right now. People understand the value of masculinity from a role compliance perspective, not from a rational value of the action itself. Think about those fucking signs on the highway that say, please wear your seatbelt. No one wants to. If you're not wearing your seatbelt, it's because you're fucking stupid. You don't know that the fact that a seatbelt is saving your life. Saying please wear it is a terrible argument. Saying wear it or else is a terrible argument. What we should be doing is putting up fucking banners like the abortion protesters of just dead bodies from
Can you
fucking
connect
car
that
wrecks.
argument? Can you connect that argument? Because you made a claim. Can you connect that argument that the reason Andrew Tate exists, the reason we have a red pill movement, the reason we have like these increased toxic masculinity and pickup culture is because of something that is innate to humans? How does that make sense? Are you saying Andrew
Absolutely.
Tates were always popular and 10 years ago they were super popular and 20 years ago they were super popular? Because this is a new phenomena.
I
So
agree
how does
with
that
you.
make sense if that's an innate part of man?
No. I'm
Of man?
saying that he's playing on an innate thing, but he's playing on the the innate feature is to fill in and belong. That's the thing that it is in two categories. One, as a sexually appealing person, and then two, as a successful man. This is the loneliness culture that is being played on both sides. Both sexes got this. On the male side, we've got do this and women will want to suck your dick. Do this and your friends will know you're the alpha. On the woman side, we've got all this weird woo-woo spirituality. People are doing fucking rituals in their basement trying to be in touch with a divine feminine. On both sides, we have people that don't actually understand the value of masculine or feminine prescriptions.
The
And
two
that's
don't
why
make
they
any
don't
sense.
hold
You're
them
not
internally
connecting the two.
and rationally.
You're not connecting the two. What you
I
have is
am
a new
connecting the
phenomenon.
two.
No, you're not. What you have is a new phenomena of like the red pill community and men desperately searching for masculinity in an age that 20 years ago this was
Okay, I know
not the
what
case.
I know
You see what I'm
I know what
saying?
I haven't said.
And you're saying, see, look, it's just monkey brain. And it's like, we'll connect that argument.
No, it's not just monkey brain. It's monkey brain plus our uniquely alienated culture due to the economic and technological changes that have happened in our society. The fact that Andrew Tate is on the black box
talking to as many people as possible, and that everybody spends all their time on the phone, all their time at their jobs, spending fucking 10-hour, 5 days a week type of jobs, and the fact that they are so disconnected from male groups where they understand masculinity through evidence and not through this idea that this is going to get me the things I don't have. We understand the value of masculinity through a negative understanding. We understand the value of masculinity because we don't have it, but we don't actually understand what makes having it good. We just know that we're supposed to have it and we don't. That's why Tate is so appealing, because he has it, we don't have it, we simply want it, and the first person that offers it, just like a fucking gang member shooting up, if you don't have a dad, the fact that he's a masculine role model and he's alpha, even though he's a fucking idiot, you're gonna go to the Andrew Tate, you're gonna go to the fucking abuser. You're not gonna go to the person who has a strong, competent masculinity. You're gonna go to a person that has a bargain bin fucking easy route to masculine appearance, an artifice of masculinity.
Yeah,
So
but there's a reason that's working now.
I want to move forward. So we
Collapse of the
to go to Kobe, Doobie, and Corey. Kobe, Doobie, Corey. Yeah. And Ike, I don't think you've raised your hand, right? So just want to make sure. I don't think you. Okay.
I'm gonna rephrase.
I just, you know what? Corey, Kobe, sorry. Are you going to pick up the thread that was just dropped, or are you going to go to something new?
Please go ahead and say what you want to say, and then I will say after.
Okay. Well, I wasn't going to pick up the thread, so I didn't want to break the conversation then. But this idea that our friend Scott has said a few times, talking about like 99% of the genders will pick like the gender roles, right? Like, and I think you've said this before, Scott, in past conversations, that like maybe looking at gender is like, not like a duality, but like a bimodal distribution, right? And that most
homostatic
people
property clusters.
Okay, yeah. So most people will fall into, at least this is the way I see it. Most people will fall into one or the other, and but they are connected, right? And you'll find people within these margins, but like they will still be men or women, right? Like you'll look at them and maybe you'll think they're quirky, maybe you think they're different, but like this is clearly a man or a woman being a man or a woman, right? Even though they have
society needs
other
jesters.
Yeah. But so my question is, right, and this picks up, I forget if it was Corey or someone else, who talked about like the great man and the great person. But like I'm wondering, if imagine the most, feminized soy man that you can think of, right? A socialist maybe, right? So imagine that, and like who has just purely feminine traits, but doesn't call himself a female, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could you ever call that? Can you call that person a great person, right? Without being a great man?
Yeah.
Can you call that person a great man?
Yeah.
Even though they don't. Go ahead.
So throughout all of mythology and throughout and mythos, you can see the idea of the jester, right? The Lokis of mythology, right? There are always going to be these few people that don't fit into a category, right? But the jester fills an extremely important role in society, right? Just like the stand-up comedian, right? He can criticize the king and get away with it, right? Without being killed. It's kind of almost the idea of free speech and stand-up comedy also kind of comes from the idea of the person that sits outside of the category. But you cannot construct society based off of the fact that there are outliers from the category in the abolishing the categories themselves.
Sure. And I wasn't even going that far, right? I was just wondering that, like, is that person, that feminized individual, like, can they ever gain the stamp of great man, like, while being like having all those feminine traits? They have the body of a man. They call themselves like in terms of like a male, like they don't eschew any of that. It's just that everything they do is feminine, right? If that person accomplishes great things and is a great part of the community, however you define that, can that be?
Can you define yellow? Can you
Yellow.
define yellow? Can you explain yellow in a coherent way to where a blind person would immediately understand what you mean by yellow?
I was going to going like the hurt the physics description. No, I cannot do
Yeah,
that.
it's light of a certain wavelength, typically between 650 and 800
Right.
nanometers.
No,
Thank you.
the color yellow. Seeing the color yellow. Describe seeing yellow.
Yeah, I
and-
can't. No.
Do
Oh,
you-
yeah, you know.
so what you have to do in order to do that, right, is you have to take a bunch of things that we kind of understand that are tangential, and then like people understand what you're talking about, right? Like you say it's a bright color, and then people are like, oh, bright. Like you might even say the wavelength, and so they can kind of associate it with
To a
other things.
blind
What you
person,
do,
right?
right? No, well, the problem is that you can't define yellow in a meaningful way to a blind person because they have to see it to understand it.
You cut out. Am I the only one?
Did I cut out? I'm sorry.
No, I
Yeah,
still
you
heard
did.
you.
Okay,
Right.
maybe it
So
was just me. No, I
the
can hear you
problem
fine.
is that you have a bunch of little things, right, that you categorize around this, right? And then you begin to understand in a meaningful way what yellow is, but you can't really describe yellow. You can't really perfectly write a definition to where people understand what it is unless they've already seen it and they already know it.
Toby,
It's
I
the
hear you. I
same
hear you.
thing with man.
But did that answer my question though? The question I presented to you, and the rest of the panel. And when we get to you, I'd like to, if you guys can, interact with that question. I love it if you did. But like, did that answer my question?
So, right, but what I mean is that like the way that we understand man, right, is we understand a whole bunch of things we associate with man. And so some of those things are not, let's look at woman, for example, right? One of the things we associate with woman, for example, is the ability to carry children. But you wouldn't say that an infertile woman is not a woman, right? We
Some
recognize
monsters would, but
well,
yeah,
some might, right? But we
yeah.
understand that you're not, that you are a real woman, despite the fact that you don't meet one of the things that we put in this grouping that helps us understand what this thing is. So you're jester, you're a great person that does great things, but is feminine in a whole bunch of aspects, right? Well, it depends on what you mean by feminine in a whole bunch of aspects, because if there's enough things that put them in the category of man, especially if they're a great person, right? They call themselves a man, they're a biological male, they've achieved greatness in some way. They likely are a man, despite the fact that maybe they're androgynous in their aesthetics. Maybe they have a high pitched voice. Like these things wouldn't exclude them from man, despite the fact that some things would. But you also wouldn't necessarily call them manly. And the reason you wouldn't call them manly is because they eschew a bunch of the things that we associate with man, despite them being a great person and potentially a great man.
Let's go to Kobe, Doobie, Corey, and Lactoid. Did you have your hand? Oh, okay, we'll go to Aiko, and then Lactoid and Tuna, right?
This like teleology discussion is making me no longer want to be a man, woman, or human being anymore. So I will. I'll move on. It seems like people have been advancing some ideas as to why masculinity is in crisis or whatever word you want to use. It seems like some people are kind of saying monkey brain plus social alienation. People are focusing too much on their damn monkey brain, plus the fact that people don't got no damn jobs, OnlyFans. People are watching damn Andrew Takes. It's easy answer so that you get the damn women work out. I think there's some truth to that. I definitely feel me. I'm a young man, 25 years old. I definitely feel as if my monkey brain do be controlling me many times. I feel like I think with my dick and not with my brain more than I would like to admit. And to be honest, I do feel quite socially alienated. So I'll doff my hat there to you there. The other one I'm less skeptical of. Just decide to not identify as a man is kind of what I'm getting. I'm being a little straw manny here, but that's kind of what I get when it's the whole like, well, any category we give that for a woman technically could be applied for a man. So what are we going to do? At the end of the day, maybe 99% is too big. Maybe it's true that's not even two categories. Maybe there's some factions within man, but I feel like a man. I want to feel like a man. I like feeling like a man. I feel like I'm getting patted on the head by society when I do it. Maybe I'm just a normie and I'm an NPC, but I can agree to you that a lot of people in my personal life and a lot of people that I see online agree with me that they feel like as if they're not able to fulfill the social role they want to for a variety of reasons. And just being told to not identify with those things is not really getting us anywhere. And saying, well, you have a monkey brain plus a fucked up society, again, not really getting me anywhere. Jordan Peterson, I've actually been reading Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life recently at the gym. And I would say his take is a little bit overly individualistic. It doesn't really, he'll give like one sentence little reminders about maybe you'll have circumstances outside of your control. But a lot of what he says is stuff that I think needs to account for the social alienation part way more than it does. And so I agree that that's like a negative. We can't just go down that road, right? I think I can agree to the Tates of the world are far too monkey brain. I think we can all agree that we don't just exist in like a evolutionary psychology hellscape where women are just like trying what are hypergamy or hypergamy or whatever the term they use.
Yeah, you got
The
it.
question is though, here's my question. This would be for everybody. Who are some men that you think other men should be listening to? Or just some figures. Maybe it can be a woman, it can be a sage old text, whatever it is. What are some people? What are some podcasts? What are some individual thinkers? Does everybody ever think about that? I'd be very curious. I'm 25 years old. I'm collecting role
Rich
models.
roll.
I can think of. I think we can all agree that we can give big lists of people to not listen to, people to not listen to, people to not be. But I feel like there's not a lot of discussion of that. So I'd be very curious to go into a little bit more though. I talked to a friend one time, and he said something that I thought was very smart about what it's like being a man in the modern age, which is you're either told to hate yourself or to hate society. Either the reason that you're lonely and you can't get a girlfriend and you don't feel like a man, and even if you work out, you still don't feel good. That's because society is fucked. We live in late capitalism, or we live in globalism, or we live in God. We don't have enough churches, and that is the reason. You should hate society, and we should try to fix society, and that it's not your fault. Or the other side, it says, actually, it's your fault. You decided to like the wrong things. Did you not get the memo? We had the sexual revolution. You're supposed to be a progressive man. Get with the picture. Oh, actually, did you not realize that you're just a man and that you're supposed to be a Bronze Age barbarian conquering the local steppe people? And if you're not that, then you're not a man. That seems to be the two poles. If you said earlier that masculinity and femininity are like the two poles, those are like the two poles of the man discussion. Either hate yourself or hate society. And I think neither of these get us fucking anywhere. And probably Jordan Peterson's a lot closer in 12 rules for life version of Jordan Peterson is probably a lot closer to the reality. So that's my opinion, and then my constructive question would be: who do you listen to? Who do you find guidance in? Who are some people that you wish were more popular?
I wish Cope was more popular. I think it's pretty cool. Let's go to my man, Doobie, then it'll be Corey, Aiko, Electroid, Tuna, excuse me. That's what I'm calling Thunder for some reason. I don't know. Doobie.
So Corey, to answer your question, I guess my answer would be like, I don't know. I can't think of anybody I could point to, but like, hey, model your life after this person, man or woman. So yeah, that's a tough one. And I think that we're maybe like missing the point. This like why these kind of red pill figures are becoming more and more popular. And I think it's absolutely tied to the idea of like gender abolition, or gender dissolution, right? The idea that the lines between the duties of the genders are being blurred. Women are getting more college degrees and making more money. It's not the case that a guy can just be like, oh well, I'm gonna be the breadwinner now, and I'm gonna have a wife and kids, and she's gonna stay home and raise them. Because there are plenty of women who do all those things, right? They're the breadwinners. So I think the lines are being blurred, and this has left a lot of men looking for purpose, right? So I think we kind of need to talk about the fact that these lines are blurred, and what we understand to be masculinity needs to shift. It needs to change. Um, and I don't know how we do that in such a way that, and this is going to annoy Corey, that doesn't lead to us just saying, hey, here's a list of positive traits. A man should be these things. And that list is going to apply to women too, right? So maybe that's not interesting, but I think that's the reality. So if that's the reality, maybe the answer here is we should stop focusing on masculinity. We should stop focusing on femininity. We should start teaching people to just be good people, right? Maybe that's we're like kind of in a transitional phase right now as like a society where these lines are starting to blur and people are starting to feel it. So I can understand feeling like you're getting patted on the head when you're doing the man thing, right? I absolutely get that feeling too, right? Because I want to be a provider, I want to be a protector, I want to be all those things, all the things that I was raised to be. Um, so I can totally get that being like attractive, and I can understand that being like something that you don't want to aspire to, even if it's just like an arbitrary list of things that apply to both genders. So I think we're just like in a transitional phase right now, and I think we just need to um pull away from the lines, I guess, the categories. Like, hey, actually, um, being a good man is just being a good person, right? And that's it. Like so, because I can't imagine a way to get through this cultural shift where women are making more money, getting college degrees. That doesn't lead us to a position in which our the traditional understanding of gender is massively changed.
So we're gonna go to what?
Could I please engage for a moment with Doobie on this? I think this is really,
Okay.
really interesting. So to Doobie, I agree with you. However, being offered an incomplete, as Fabian said earlier, an incomplete masculinity is to me is infinitely more helpful. I'll say than just being the more generic, be a good person. You see what I'm saying?
Yes and no, because I guess so. When you say masculinity, what do you mean? Like,
It
is it
seems,
just
I'll,
like
I'll try to be more clear. It seems as if, as I move through my life, there are some people that speak about the world and how to be a good person from a perspective that seems to be more so grounded in, for lack to use the social justice term, my lived experience, talking about the ways that I move through the world. And it's not just Americans, it's not just people from our generations, from many people generations. Those are the people, and it's a vast majority of them either are men or are speaking about masculinity. That is who I am talking about. Those people provide much more of a structure for me to try to better myself than the more generic, just role models, good people. That's where I originally was, and I have improved myself through moving away from that and engaging with my masculinity in a more traditional way. And that's just me, but I think that that's something that needs to be given. I'd be curious what you say. What you think?
yeah? I'm just trying to wrap my head around that, because uh, again, maybe I'm still dealing with the after effects of the shrooms, right? So my brain is like fuck. Because before that, I think I'd absolutely I'd be probably much more firmly on Scott's side. Um, because I grew up with like a very traditional understanding of gender and masculine roles and all these things, right? And I say I grew up. I'm 34. Until very recently, these are like very strict lines, right? I'm the man. I need to provide. That is my duty. Right? That's my responsibility. Um, so I don't know. I guess what I can understand, like having that given to you is like having like a guideline, a set of guidelines given to you, can be like very very useful. But what I'm having trouble like understanding is why that set of guidelines needs to be specifically like masculine and not
Because
just like
let me answer. We in most of the world is either still a patriarchy or coming out of an extraordinarily patriarchal way of being. Men and women
yeah.
have very different lived experiences and very different socializations. That's the reason, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be
Okay,
that
so I
forever. But as of right now, I agree. In Star Trek future, I might have a different position, but I'm not Star Trek Kobe. I am 2022 Kobe.
right.
2023 Kobe. I go on TikTok and the Chinese Communist Party is trying to make me schizophrenic every day. Like I have to deal with that. That's my life, and that's what
Don't
life
go on
of
TikTok. The
Andrew.
answer.
Okay, so what you're asking for basically is like a set of guidelines for this transitionary period, right? So like we
Absolutely.
haven't yeah we can't
Role
just get
model.
rid of the man label yet, but it's not going to be the same as it used to be. What is it right now? Yeah,
Maybe things
I think
my kids don't identify. Maybe my kids are with Corey, and they're just little humans, and identify as human 105B. But I'm Kobe. I'm Kobe. I'm a man.
yeah.
I'm a human.
105B. So I wanted to we're gonna move on to Corey, Aiko, Lactoid, and Tuna. I just quickly say something. After inspired by what Doobie said, and then thinking about our friends Kobe and Aiko, because they usually take this stance, right? And I'm surprised I haven't heard from them. But I'm gonna take the historical stance. Like I I just wonder if we don't have a proper like sweep of history, right? Like I can't see it because Doobie said something super interesting about this, like transitional state, right? And like societies are in flux all the goddamn time, right? Like there are new ways of being, new ways of interacting with each other, new technologies all throw us for a loop, and like this feels new, but whenever it feels new, it probably isn't, right? It's probably that many societies have gone through exactly this in the past. I'm reminded because I was watching something on China, right? And because the Chinese Communist Party are like right now trying to impose a masculinity, because there's like that whole feminized K-pop type of thing that's popular in Asia now, right? And so they hate that, like this the CCP party hates seeing that within their pop stars. So like, well, you have to be more masculine, right? Or you just can't be a pop star. And so there's a transition there. But they talk about like in like different points in China in the video I saw, right? Like there's just like an ebb and flow of this, right? Of like being quote unquote more masculine and feminine, or however you like to define that. So it feels like we've done this and we're just doing this again for our particular corner of the world. Yeah. Let's go to Corey, Aiko. Like to.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to correct the record. I might have misspoken earlier. I can't remember when I attempted to define yellow. I put the visible color spectrum, I think, out from 650 to 800 nanometers. No, the visible color spectrum is 400 to 800 nanometers. Just want to correct the record. But to address,
all right, now define yellowness. Define yellowness. Define the property of yellow.
It's a Coldplay song. The feeling you get.
There you go.
So Kobe, to answer your attempt to answer your question in terms of things that I would recommend you listen to or podcasts. So I would recommend the Rich Roll podcast. Great podcast, Rich Roll, ultra marathon runner. They have recovered from alcoholism, and they are vegan, and they have a great podcast. They speak to actual experts on a range of subjects, and I would say they're, in my opinion, a good role model. And I take your point, okay? At least given what you've described, that let's say a bad map is better than no map. But I would say to sort of what Doobie brought up is like, he seems to be sort of like more moving in the direction of like emphasizing being a good person. And I think that speaks to my opening statement, as in ask yourself the type of question of move away from like what type of man, what type of person and human do you want to be? And that what I would say is like there is a map to being a good person. That's why like I pose that question to Tuna Chip of like, is there a difference between a great man and a great woman? And yes, I would even recognize myself that probably the process is different, but the ultimate end goal is the same. And so I can, let's say, empathize with your journey, but just recognize that yeah, I would just more emphasize that being a good person is the ultimate end goal, and that to limit yourself of like or rather emphasizing and limiting yourself by concepts like masculinity and femininity is, well, just limiting. And I don't know why you'd ever want to put yourself like in a box like that.
I view it as not a limitation, but an orientation. It is.
Yeah, I understand for you now, given like sorry to cut you off, but
not just for me. Tons of people want this. This is the reason that people like Jordan Peterson and To Entertain are popular is because tons of people want this. They want the route through the canyon.
Yeah, I agree. A bad mat lad. That's why like I'm trying to provide.
I thank you for
recognize
very much. I think you're right.
and I'm not saying I have all of the answers. That's why it's like, I would agree. As much as I strongly dislike and disagree with virtually everything, or a lot of things that Jordan Peterson says, there are some good things that you can extract from. I would just say that they're much better role models, and that you can get all the same positive stuff, and you don't have all the crappy, like literal, I would say, whatever, metaphorical shitty baggage associated with it.
I'm sure you would agree. Perhaps you'll agree with me here. There's like no other book that is comparable. Just 10 rules that a young man can follow to try to get himself in a better position. There are other that exist in the English language, but in the modern political climate, I'm sure you would agree with me. He's the one.
No, Rich Roll wrote a book called Finding Ultra. I would say that's a better book.
But I'm sure you agree. He's not anywhere near as popular as Jordan Peterson. I think that's part of the issue.
Let's go to Aiko. Lactoid Tuna.
Just one thing real quick. I wanted to steelman Corey and just say that I think when he's talking about gender abolition, I'm starting to think this is really more about like abolitionism for oneself, right? Not necessarily imposing it on society at large, although I want to misrepresent what's being said there. But then there's a little bit of a contradiction here, because Fabian sort of describes this as Corey's position having something to do with like being in a very rare like portion, like Prime talked about this bimodal distribution, and that if we are to think that 99% of people live in this world where we still have sort of traditional gender roles, if that's true, if that 99% figure is right, then there is no crisis for men and boys, and there is no reason for people to run to Jordan Peterson or to Red Pillars or anything like that, because 99% of the world is just the way, it clings to traditional gender roles just like the world always has. My suspicion is that it's messier than that, which is to say that people in that 99% are not cleaving as hard and fast to those identities as we used to, and that some of those roles have been challenged over the past 50 to 80 years with the rise of feminism and with the empowerment of women and with other things that have nothing to do with the breaking down of gender roles in the recent 20 years, I'd say. And so it's not really 99%, is it? Like, not to the same hard and fast degree that one would assume just looking at.
Let's change the bimodal.
You're confusing two different things, right? Which is, one is that 99% of people are comfortable in a role of gender, right? And don't want to step out of and abolish that role, that they are fine being a man, which is a category that is vast, right? Like we've gone through this. I know that you know philosophy, right? The rest of the people here are a little bit neophyte in that, right? But you understand that like what we're talking about, a property, like name the property, no one here can do it, right? And that's because it's not possible, right? They're not able to just name the trait that just magically makes one a man or not a man, unless you talk to a TERF and then they just go to biological essentialism, and then that is easily defeated as well, right? So what we're saying is that when the idea of masculinity is sold as negative to society, when males are a part of the Western patriarchal oppressors, when television and marketing is designed to make men look stupid, when government institutions are, incentivizing breaking up of families so that men don't have that framework to even be taught because they don't have a fucking father in the household. And when Kobe is describing that there is a dearth of like positive male role models that we can all look up to and learn that framework even in society at large, that's not an uncomfortability with the idea of being within a gender role such as man. That is a destruction and an attack on the role itself.
Right, but if it's less than 1% of the people that are like subscribing to these ways of thinking, then the other 99% wouldn't be that uncomfortable in the position that they're in,
Yeah,
right?
no. It's not about there's less than 1%, right? There are a lot of people that are communists, but they all fucking starve when communism is implemented. Just because they fucking attack something with an idea doesn't mean that they're comfortable within that idea. Once they get their communism, they'll be fucking dead, right? Like the two are not, like, it's not saying that less than 1% are the agitators. There are more agitators that are still in the domain of comfortable within that category.
So you're saying there are people who are both challenging gender roles, but are also comfortable being in a gender role themselves.
Hold on,
Is that
I'm
what you're
dealing with
saying?
something in my chat. There we go. Sorry. Can you ask that again? Sorry, someone was
so
like
it sounds
spamming
to me
all
like
of my
you're saying
channel
that
point
there's-
redemptions.
That there are a lot of people who are challenging, but at the same time are comfortable being in a gender role themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
All right, so there's sort of a feather.
I mean, go look at a feminist ally, right? Go look at a feminist ally. Just think in your, just conjure one up in your fucking head, right? They will say all the things they need to say to get laid. I don't know why any woman is stupid enough to trust a male feminist ally. And yet, if you really grill down what it is, they're a fucking man. They're just a skeezy little fucking snake that pretends to be about all of this shit so that they can get some pussy. And we all fucking know it. And that's why whenever you fucking dig up their dirt, all of a sudden you go through their Snapchat history and there's some sus shit in there, right? Like, yeah, there are plenty of people that are agitating against the system that are 100% fine within that gender role.
Okay, but don't you think there'd still be like plenty of room to find roles? If we're still talking about 99% of people who like fit in that model, it seems to me that people who are like Corey, who are in that less than 1%, would be the ones like finding at least legitimate, like not the posers
Look,
like you're talking,
look,
but
imagine
like
two
legitimate role
concepts, right?
models to look up to.
I think you're looking at the 99% and you're looking at an essentialist kind of framework of man, as opposed to like what I was saying, like a homeostatic property cluster and a framework of which we get into that category and then we can eschew that category. Like when I say the 99% are comfortable, right? I am talking about a man that grows up as a boy, learns what masculinity is, does most of the things that how we define men, most of those things, but also might be a fucking fashion model that wears a dress, right? Like I'm still calling that a man. I'm still calling that a category. The idea is that what we have done is we have the anti-gender role individuals have tried to create it as an essentialist argument when it's not. It's a grouping of properties.
Okay, so you're saying that you can depart from gender roles like to a great degree and still fall in what you're calling the 9%.
Right. What I'm saying is it's a framework that we do and how we define masculinity, and then people depart from those things after it's integrated masculinity, right? That's why I kept trying to use the example of the electrician, right? Is that we all want stage 3. We all want an electrician that does things differently. We all want an
Not
electrician
too differently.
that right, not too differently. Exactly, right? We don't want stage 1 where the person just thinks they know what they're doing and has no idea what the fuck they're doing. We want someone that follows the framework, learns the rules of the game, which is social interaction, right? And then plays with those rules in the name of progress, both for themselves and as a society, as we discover things that are better.
Okay, so Corey, just let me ask real quick, and then I'll my segment.
It's got to be really quick because the
Yeah.
lactoids
So
got to
Corey,
wait.
I just want to know, like, to what degree do you think it's acceptable to say that you don't believe in gender in the sense that you don't want like enforced roles or what, but that you can be a gender abolitionist and also still like fully 100% like embrace the roles like of your assigned gender just for yourself personally.
Uh, I don't want.
Would that be contradictory? Like, could you have somebody who believes like what Scott's talking about, believes in terms of theory at least in gender abolitionism, but chooses to like conform to like to
Yeah,
performing
I can see
gender
sort
for
of.
themselves?
Yeah, I guess maybe as a matter of convenience, just as like the point that I was bringing up earlier, like I guess like yeah, a bad map is better than no map, and like I'm not advocating for an abolishment of like all framework, or again, I'm not advocating for an abolishment of like all choices. Like I'm just saying like you have the access to the widest range of choices and the largest framework that is not limiting. If you recognize that these concepts are pretty meaningless and arbitrary.
It's not like listen.
So I gotta go. Lactoid's been waiting for so long, and then we gotta go to now.
Okay, I want to start off by agreeing with Scott that male feminist allies truly are the most lizard-brained of all men. Right? There's a reason why we call them snakes in the grass because they are purely motivated by their
Gucci Mane said, "Snakes in the grass, better cut
Yes.
that shit."
They're motivated by the lizard brain, and they will manipulate in order to get what they want. Right? It's not based on any kind of a higher order level goodness. It's instead based entirely on desire. Right? Now that you're back, Kobe, I just want to quickly answer. Jesus and Christopher Hitchens, I think, are the two men that I think would be really good to read in terms like to know what like a masculine person should be. I also want to agree with you, Kobe.
I hope for a better outcome for you.
Yeah.
For sure.
I also want to agree with you, Kobe, as to if you could sum it up to my opinion as the problems are monkey brain and social alienation. Honestly, it kind of that's sort of what I would like chalk it up to. I think monkey brain is sort of related to social alienation here, is because kind of when you're talking about the transition as to the social alienation, right? The transition that we're dealing with, it's okay to have it now because we're transitioning into something different. I understand that we're transitioning into like a different understanding of gender roles. I think gender roles are always going to be there because of some biological reasons. But there's also an element here of not just transitioning, but perhaps getting back on track as to what the value is. For a long time, at least maybe it wasn't met as it should have been, but the value of masculinity was a large part of it was being a father, right? There's not lizard brain satisfaction necessarily that comes with being a father, being a good father, being a strong
There
father,
is.
capable, rational, authoritative, right? Like that stuff is good for you, and it's really good for your higher. There's decisions you can make. The decisions you make to be that it requires higher order level thinking, but it's very easy if you're not, if that isn't emphasized. Instead, if let's say something else is emphasized, such as maybe a more lizard brain focus version of masculinity, which is getting as many women as possible. I mean, single motherhood rates was brought up by Scott. That's an example again of sort of like maybe a shifting focus on what masculinity is. So I think there's always going to be a level of gender roles here, but shifting away from being a good father and a good citizen, and towards just basically giving into your desires. I think that's kind of where men need to improve themselves. And then as to whether like is there an attack upon masculinity by society, I do think so. I think it's more based on that idea of being a father and a good citizen, and that needs to be addressed. But I also think that ultimately men have to work on ourselves in that way, and to focus on being good fathers, because that's the fucking problem.
Let's go to Tuna.
Hey, yeah. So I think the first thing on like relating towards gender as a role and like who are going to be like those like figures, I think it's just going to come down to the men in your life. I don't think that podcasts are going to do it. I think that's always an unhealthy medium. We can't really trust anybody that's doing it as a commodification. So I think any of the books, any of the podcasts that are made under the current economic model we know, I don't trust any of that shit. I think that you got to talk to men in your community above all else. Outside of that, I think to become a full man, like I said before, I think being a full man is figuring out your uniqueness and everything. So I think it's going to be about figuring out masculinity in your community, in your family, and then going on a personal internal journey. That's the only thing you can really trust at that point. Everything else is going to be vested interest to manipulate you, and I think also is doing the opposite of the thing that I think masculinity is and what being a great man is.
What's one thinker that helped you become a better man? Just one thinker. A movie can be a movie. Good Will Hunting. What is it?
Immanuel Kant, I think probably. You can hate me, Scott. We can argue it, but even as a libertarian, I like Immanuel Kant.
I'm not gonna lie. I've come to one conclusion. I don't want to be a man, a woman, or a human being. I think I'm done. I think I'm good on the human race after this.
Well, what are you saying here? Should we be concerned?
Joel from Last of Us is a
It
great
would be
example.
unethical for you to show any concern because you'd be overcoming my individual autonomy to choose my own course in life. So actually, yeah, it would be a little wrong for you to ask.
Don't let him move to Canada.
I have an answer, and if we can
It's
pull
all
from
right.
fiction,
It's all right,
then-
Kobe. Just move to Canada. You'll be able to get made soon.
and it's not gonna make you be happy. Uzumaki Naruto from Naruto.
Are you
series.
serious?
Believe it!
Oh, fucking
Believe it, yeah. No, but like when I watched it, when I was like significantly younger, like this talk of like loyalty to friends, right, and having to stand up for them, and like never like backing down if you've made a promise, like basic things like that. Like it's not that it was like a revolutionary, but like it like hit a chord with me. So like I value loyalty. I think you know this, TB, very well. Is that like I value loyalty in others, and I try to show loyalty in myself. And like, yeah, part of that was
Prime.
Yeah,
You literally miss the entire point of the story of Naruto. The whole point of the story of Naruto is that you cannot just be Naruto. You also have to be Sasuke. The whole point is that in order to defeat evil, you have to integrate that evil within you. You have to have the sun and the moon. You have to have the intellect. You have to have the rationality that tends
Oh, I
towards an
already had the
evil
intellect and the
disposition,
rationality,
right?
so it's not a
And you
problem.
have to have Naruto. But no, it's like like it's actually a really great story of masculinity. The whole point at the end of that show, right, of Shippuden, is that you have to integrate both of those parts, those aspects. that you can't just be the foolish, happy-go-lucky, everything's okay, we're all
I
going to be friends
I
dumbass.
don't disagree with you. Why do you think that like I would think otherwise? That to be a full person, you'd have to be more than simply loyal, right? Yeah, there's
Because you
all
said
these.
Naruto, and I'm saying the whole point of that show is that masculinity is a combination of the sun and the moon. It's a
Yeah,
combination of
I get
Sasuke
it.
and
Yeah, I
Naruto.
get that too. But like loyalty is the thing that stood out to me the most. Like that other stuff, yeah, I got that as I didn't need the show to give that to me. Right. So I'm talking about like how like I just
It
made
sounds like
okay,
cope.
whatever. All
Sounds
right,
like cope.
all right,
Prime,
man.
Prime. Have
Sounds
you
like fucking cope.
Prime? Have you seen? Have you watched the whole all the seasons of The Wire?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
I think Bunny Colvin is a great example of a truly masculine father figure, a truly a real man. I think Bunny Colvin would be a great example.
I don't. It's been a few years, so I don't remember. A quick explanation.
You could, I mean, you could, he was the, I mean, he was the. Well, I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't seen it
Okay.
yet.
All right. Then don't. But like
It is a
I need.
20-year-old show, though, so.
Yeah.
Okay, Prime. Thinking about that like a little more deeply, right?
Okay.
Because at first I laughed off your fucking anime thing, but then I started thinking, okay, in my life, right? My male role models were kind of toxic, right? The ones that I like had around me. So I did read a lot of books as a kid, and I was thinking like there are a lot of characters in those books that probably definitely massively influence the way that I think of myself like as a man, right? And influence the way that I think of like everything from justice to like selflessness to all this kind of stuff. So like I think for maybe like a good example of that would be like Jurista Worden from the Forgotten Realms series that R. Salvatore wrote. And most of you probably haven't, but great character. He's like, I don't want to give spoilers, but he is totally selfless, but also like not afraid to stand up for what's right. Has very strong moral code, very resilient. He embodies like the strong masculine man capable of like extreme violence, but he tempers that with emotional depth. Right? It's not scary to be vulnerable. Sometimes it's not scary to express yourself. In fact, a man needs to do this, right? A man needs to like confront that part of himself. So maybe I guess if I were like to think about it more deeply, maybe Joe Jordan from that series, and maybe today Dalinar Cullen from the Stormlight Archive series, another great character who he like he was like a brutal warrior when he was like a younger man, right? And then as he's gotten older, he started to confront a lot of the terrible shit he did, right? And to confront those things and make amends for them, and to learn from them, right?
So
So
Doobie,
go for
what you're describing, right? And so to add to Kobe, right? If you're gonna read Jordan Peterson, you should read Maps of Meaning long before 12 Rules for Life. It's way better. But that being said, like it's when he's in his element, whereas 12 Rules for Life is his PR kind of situation, adding in some of that. But what you're describing and what Prime Kai's is describing is reality. And that is that even when we try and destroy the ideas of gender roles and we try and attack them, mythology, like especially in a marketplace, it always in a marketplace of ideas, not necessarily purchasing, which is protected by IP and there's problems there, right? But in a marketplace of ideas, the mythology always comes to the forefront. If you want to know what it is to be have an integrated masculinity, then it's Joseph Campbell's A Man with a Thousand Faces. It's the stories we've been telling, men and women, for thousands upon thousands of years in every single fucking culture. It's the young man that has a call to adventure. It's gaining friends for that call to adventure. It's rejection of the journey at some point. It's the descent into the underworld to resurrect the father, and then it's to react and accept the call to adventure, and then it is to defeat evil in our lives, to make progress, to make the world better, and lastly, to complete the circle, it is to become the mentor to start the cycle all over again. Mythology has been telling us what fucking men are because that's how biology informs us, and those are the roles we've done. And the social construction around that is the aesthetics. is the different little rules we have for the different ways that we interact within our environment, what you wear, what you do, what you say, what's considered polite behavior and impolite behavior. And like, if you want to understand this problem of like gender abolitionism, like, go back to middle school, right, and read that poem that every fucking person in the world, or sorry, in America, was probably forced to read, right? The Road Less Taken, or The Road Not Traveled, by Robert Frost. And it ends, right? Beginning, two roads diverged in yellow wood, and it ends, I shall be telling this with a sigh. Somewhere ages and ages hence, two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. It was a meaningless decision that made his life harder to go through the road less traveled by, because it made no fucking difference other than to him to needlessly struggle. That is why we need these frameworks. That's why we need a road that is traveled, because people have been doing it for thousands of fucking years. And then you can break from that and progress society and yourself forward. That is why we need gender roles. They are so important.
I want to thank you all for like the recommendations, but the fact my reading list is Naruto, Kant, Jesus, Christopher Hitchens, and some D&D books. You guys want me to be like the most turbo virgin?
Wait, no. I recommended Rich Roll's book, Finding
Yeah,
Ultra.
no, I was gonna say Corey gave me the best response. I'm going to go to the gym tonight, and I'm probably going to read about him tonight. So
Virgin is not an insult. Virgin is a compliment.
I'm joking.
I also took inspiration from Star Wars books, you know, from Jedi. And
So did I.
and X-Men, right? Like, I was a big fan of that as a kid. Like, I think that was very formative. So I've got a lot of great.
Wait, who's your favorite X-Men? Who's your favorite X-Men?
No, I don't want to say.
Daredevil in mine.
All right, I'm gonna
No,
be an
but-
asshole.
but
I'm gonna
I
be
wanna-
an
but
asshole.
I just want to. First of all, you've never stopped. Like, let's not pretend like, oh, I'm going to turn on the asshole now. All right. But
Okay.
I liked what Scott was saying before, though, and that like we can take these myths from anywhere, right? And that's why actually I really wanted to use those sources, right? Yeah, fair enough. Dick is dry, like bone dry. But I wanted to use those examples to show that you actually can get those morals from anywhere, right? Like, and it's whatever the medium works for you, right? So maybe my mediums don't work for you, and that's fine, that's fair, right? But there is a medium that works for you, and maybe it's like IRL is the medium, like you have to like talk to someone, right? Then you have to have someone to follow, a mentor, sure, right? But like, find that road. I think there's lots of different outlets out there, not just a fucking Jordan Peterson or Andrew Tate. All right, now I'm done. We're an asshole on.
Just to be an asshole, Kobe, but in a loving way, and I fucking mean it, right? Read some philosophy. A lot of people give you great books. You know, I would suggest for a great woman, Ayn Rand. I would suggest for a great man, Marcus Aurelius, right? Temper stoicism with objectivism. They're both cool. Don't go full blown Ois, or you'll just be an asshole and a virgin forever. The second thing, not to be an asshole, but like, work out more, clean yourself up. Like, you need a haircut. I know that's an asshole thing to say, but it's honest. Get a fucking haircut. Clean yourself up. You'll feel fucking better. Like honestly, like, men need to tell other men, like, clean yourself up. Or as Jordan Peterson would say, clean your room, right? Like, get a haircut and you'll feel better. You'll feel more confident. You'll walk in the world in a better place. But you know what I mean? But like, that is something, there's so much power in cleaning ourselves up and presenting in a way to our confidence and our ability to engage in the world as a man, that like, we devolve ourselves so often into nihilism and not giving a fuck, that like, that it cripples us. Like, I don't know that you got to go full Guy Ritchie and always wear a suit, but like, present well, and it changes the way people perceive you and the way that you perceive the world.
I actually totally agree. I think that there has been a bit of an increase in sort of what could become, like, I guess you could say, like a look culture. I guess you could say, guys taking more time to think about how they dress, times thinking about how they clean themselves, these kind of things. I completely agree about that. I would critique you though. I think that because we are not very used to doing this, we many times don't do it in the most eloquent way. In the last year, I went from 280 pounds to my current weight of 205 pounds. I go to the gym every day. I think
Fuck yes.
the better way for you to have done that, we're just to start off by saying, what is your current relationship to physicality? Because it's obviously gonna be frustrating for me to have to be like, well, actually, right?
No. Fuck yes, dude. But I'm just saying, some of that is, which of course Twitch and online culture has, I think, made that worse. People feel like they don't need to present well to be on camera on these panels and stuff.
Fair enough.
Might not be
I would
true.
say so, right? Like, Aiko being the best dressed of us all,
Right?
currently. Yeah,
Aiko, wearing that collar.
because
Yeah.
A real
Leclerc, is this
man.
FUBU? What is this? What's going on here?
This is classic hardwood bucks from the 90s.
I just want to say when I'm in class, I've got full sport coat with the like patches on the elbows and everything. You know, my beard
It's the
really
most
is
stereotypical
really
professor
just,
look.
my beard solely is just so that when I walk into like the kids behave better. Like that's I'd say 80% of the reason I have a beard actually, because that's a real thing that happens in class. I don't know what it is, but when I have a beard, kids behave.
Have you tested it out with is a fake beard equally effective?
I've never done it with a fake beard, but I've had like semesters where like I had a beard one semester and then like shaved the next, and I've done it multiple times, and it always makes a difference for.
Like,
I just wanted to say, I understand that aesthetics and looking a particular way and kind of conforming to society can feel good. I wouldn't champion it as a virtue, though. I think you should be focusing instead on the things that actually
You don't think
increase your
aesthetics is a
ability.
virtue? It's one of the key virtues is aesthetics.
I don't
think
see how.
you might be using the terms different. Like I'm pretty sure like lactose intolerance is like strictly your visual appearance alone as you as a person. Maybe you mean the same thing, Scott, but I based off what I know
Right,
in
I'm
terms
just
of
saying
philosophically.
beauty is a virtue. Like,
Okay, so he's not talking about beauty. Like I'm pretty sure he's not talking about whatever the Greek concept of be like fine, fair, beautiful. Like no.
Right. Okay. I was just like, you were like, I don't think
Exactly.
aesthetics should be extolled as a virtue, and I'm like, okay, well then, like, what is virtue ethics at that point?
Well, like Floyd started out by saying that you shouldn't get your self-worth based on what you think somebody else finds appealing in you, and aesthetics to me like implies that you care about how somebody else perceives.
Based entirely on some kind of arbitrary metric of beauty. Is your life going to be better if you conform to beauty standards? Of course, because people are going to treat you differently. But like, that's not one of the principles that I'm trying to push here. The principle I'm trying to push here is you should be doing things that are good for goodness sake, not because people around you want you to.
But society will judge you for that. And
know.
unless you indoctrinate people out of it, people will prefer symmetry. People will prefer beauty. People will prefer cleanliness, right?
People
And they will prefer things, and they will prefer
People will
how
prefer
society.
McDonald's. People will prefer
People prefer ultimately all
No,
this is
no,
people
listen.
prefer conformity. That's what this is. I understand they do.
Yes. The idea that you would teach people to reject norms that make their lives easier and that other people value is like telling people to intentionally play the game of life on hard mode. Like, no. Like, society says this is what looking clean looks like. This is what a respectable person looks like. And these are and
Lactose is not against
requires
cleanliness, I don't think.
care and but it's not it's like people define cleanliness, beauty, and certain things with
I know his
certain
position on certain
actions and
sexual acts.
behaviors.
He's not against cleanliness.
No,
I'm very in favor of cleanliness.
No, listen to me. Like, if society says that it is valuable to have a clean haircut, to have a trimmed beard, the idea that like, well, don't do it because, do it for yourself. Don't do it. No, do it because that's what society says and because it takes effort and because, yes, that is the reality of the world that we live in. This is the whole fucking problem is people want to live in like this judge-free world, but reality check to all of you, people judge. You will never get rid of that. That is, and they judge for a reason, because they create standards, and people that give a fuck meet those standards, and lazy
No,
fucks that are
absolutely,
gross
absolutely.
don't meet those
I love,
standards.
I love the lecture. And also, I would say, Lactoid, listen closely to what he's saying. Pretty much conform. A true leader, the true cultivating leadership, just conform to what everyone else says. I don't think I'm disheveled. I'm going to brag. I'm the closest here to being on a magazine cover than anybody else on the panel. Okay, and I challenge anyone to come by my streams. And if you think I'm low T, by all means, have at it. I will go toe to toe with anybody.
Okay.
Take a testosterone test.
Yeah. So
No,
I
Me
want
right
to.
now,
So
I'm starring in the femboy magazines. I don't know what magazines you're going in, Corey.
Corey's right. Corey's right. I think aesthetics. Yeah,
It's
I don't know.
nothing to do with
I
conformity.
think
It has
I think
everything to do
beauty
with
standards
the framework.
Beauty standards shift. Aesthetics shift. If you want to look different, and you're still able to be an independent and productive member of society, I don't looking the way you look is not particularly on my list of things that I find to be important to improve about yourself. Maybe some people have different preference disagreements.
That's
but
insane. It's insane because look, if you choose to look differently, right? You make a choice and you put effort into doing something different, something out of the mold. People will notice your uniqueness. But if you think people don't have a bullshit detector for people that like don't fucking take care of themselves and are like, I reject categories, so I don't work on any of these things. They're gonna look at you and go, that person's lazy, that person's gross.
if these
And that's the reality of the world that you live in.
if these categories are like directly linked with attributes that I want, like physical fitness,
yes,
sure. But when we're talking about a haircut, or we're talking about sometimes with women, when they're actually physically fit, people say that's gross because they're not super skinny. When in reality, the best body is like a more physically fit body. That should be like, if we're going to be consistent here and like try to encourage like culturally and aesthetically things that are actually beneficial, that's what we should be doing. Not this weird thing of
none
like
of these categories are perfect, right?
We should
make them as perfect as possible.
What this sounds like is that a separate conversation we should have. Like maybe like we'd make a
All right,
topic next week.
fair enough.
Talking
I'm
about
all for it.
aesthetics.
One on
'cause-
aesthetics.
Yeah. I'm gonna write that down now. Topic is I'm beautiful.
We'll get a haircut just for that.
Could I?
I cut my own hair because I'm broke.
So
can I make some of my just quickly make some of my thoughts about this?
Sure, because I love you so much.
Tell him no and invite him next week.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Why don't you come next week?
I don't know if I would be able to. I mean, I only very quickly. Just maybe like a sentence.
Okay.
I agree a lot with what Lactoid was saying here. As I've lost a lot of weight, I have found that it's not the great well of confidence I thought it would be. I found that you tend to think to yourself, if somebody compliments you, you tend to think, okay, well, I'm now just conforming to your predisposed, whatever subjective view of what is pretty or not.
What about me before, right? Like
precisely, you didn't see that. What did you? It imagines in your mind an infinite well of what did you not see in me before, and then of course, as of like what Scott said, no matter how much you lose weight, there's still some people out there that are going to view you. I mean, Scott says, I need to go to the gym more. I mean, like, what should I go? Okay, I'll wake up at 5
I
in
didn't
the
say you
morning.
need to go to the gym more. It was general advice, but the only specific advice I gave you was get a haircut.
So when I lost 40 pounds, the first thing I noticed was that really made me happy.
See your dick?
Was well, no, I could see before. The thing that made me happy that wasn't present before is when I woke up in the morning, when I jumped out of bed, I felt lighter and I felt more energetic and I felt good.
You felt fit and healthy.
I felt fit and healthy, and that's why you should do it. And
But
as long as you're feeling that way, that's good.
Intrinsic motivation, absolutely. Instead of the extrinsic, because society says so, and you're just caving to societal pressure because that's what we prop up.
So
There's a mixed thing living in reality.
There's
Okay,
a mixed
last
thing
thing,
here.
and then
Look, I mean, the self-awareness is off the charts. It's pretty funny.
Lactoid, can I ask you a question? Did you get there because you wanted to feel fit and healthy? Or do you think inside of the back of your brain, part of it was also the fact that you were conforming towards an expected body? Because I think sometimes what gets you in the door is the social pressure. And then once you're in there, you retain it because of the personal value.
Yeah. So this is a great point. I will admit, to start, it was the social aspect. But part of that was also due to the fact that all the other elements of it weren't being properly communicated to me, because when I was in high school, there was really only one reason to do it, and that was, well, you have to look good for women. That's what it was. That's what like culture was pushing on me. And the reality is, when I went through that, I realized that all the benefits from that were somewhere else, and it was in being able to wake up in the morning and feel good and just feel better. And that's, I think that if we can kind of push that as the reason, and to be healthier and to be a better person, and to be able to go out and do more things, if you could sell me on that, I think that or sell people on that, I think it'd be a lot more successful.
Okay. And so we'll wrap it up here. This is really interesting. I think we should do this aesthetics topic. I think it's super interesting. Is aesthetics a virtue? Because it sounds like we might have a really deep discussion on that. Guys and gals and non-binary pals, thank you for being here. Thanks for coming through. If you've enjoyed this conversation, and I thought it was a super wide-ranging conversation, this is much better than I thought it was going to be. Honestly, it was fantastic.
Kobe made it that way.
Kobe did make it. I told you this is why he's so great.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Even though I think he's wrong on everything, obviously. Of course, I'm always right, but Kobe made it better, for sure.
He does.
He's a smart dude, Kobe.
He is. That's why I thought something coming from his son. Anyway,
Despite
guys,
the lack of a haircut.
it was a lack of a haircut. It is just failing. So guys, everyone, follow the channel so you can get more of this. If you just stumbled in, hit that follow button where we'll have more of these conversations, and consider supporting the channel. Guys, we can't do this without you, right? So we can't have these for people here and have this really specific discussion that touches on a wide range of really hot button issues, right, in a more nuanced way. So we only do this, we only can do this because you support. So consider subbing to the channel, just $5. Does a lot, right? Ad free viewing, emotes and all that good stuff. But you also, of course, are allowing us to just stick around, right? Consider give us bits or subs, or using your Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming on this channel. It's free for you, but it does a lot for us. That's how we make this happen. So yeah, help us out. So I'm going to give an outro to all these fantastic individuals, and we'll move on from there. Let's go to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thanks for that. Like, guys have had such great perspectives today, right? Like, really good. Like, even if it didn't line up with what I was, thinking in my head, like, it still sparks something. Like, wow, there's something there that's really valuable. And yeah, you did that as well.
Thank you. I only have one quick announcement. This Wednesday, make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel, because this Wednesday at 6 o'clock Eastern Time, I'm going to be doing a 2v2 debate paired with the wonderful Ali Drummond, and we are going to be debating Madame Genevieve and Destiny on masculinity. So this topic. If you're interested in that, tune on in. YouTube, Lactoid TV. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. And we will go to Scott. I'll say
Scott.
nice things about you, Scott. You're great. So there you go.
It's all right. My arguments are so strong, I don't need you to prop me up. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me at Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere. Please subscribe to the Rumble. Find me on Twitter. All the places. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Corey. Corey, dude, you were fantastic, right? You carried the whole Canadian
once.
topic, right? For always. So yeah, thanks for being a part of this.
Yeah, always grateful to be invited and to be on here with these fine faces and familiar faces. And I'm glad I can at least deliver something. I will fully admit I don't always engage as much as I, let's say, want to on a panel. But given the Canadian topic, I can't help myself, along with Lactoid. But yeah, thank you so much. As always, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84. I do workout streams. Like I said, to learn how to be a real man, you want to work out, you can pass by. And you can find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, thanks again.
Okay. Tuna, you are a great addition, fantastic addition, right? Like, great nuanced takes. So yeah, man, like I'm really happy that you happened to say yes for today. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for having me. Tuna Chip right here on twitch.tv. I'm also building some shit on YouTube. It's also just Tuna Chip. So Tuna Chip, no modifications, just the fucking words right there. Come hang out. We're going to be doing some more discussions about masculinity actually coming up in a couple of weeks. So it'll be interesting. Thanks.
Hey. Got it. Lactoid, what's your the hell's your uh username now? Is it just Lactoid on Twitch?
You got the
So
I and the O switched.
yes.
Slack.
So on Twitch it is Lactoid
You
TV.
gotta rebrand again.
And YouTube it's also Lactoid TV. So I highly recommend you
Oh, did I
subscribe.
do it
there.
again? Fuck. But okay. There we go. Yeah. So you go subscribe to this channel. So do the thing with Destiny, and that'll be great. This is a lot of fun. So do that. All right. We're gonna save him for last. We'll go to Aiko.
I was
Thank
going to
you.
suggest just that actually.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
save Kobe for last because I wanted to. I'm sorry. Were you going to say something?
Nice things. So pretend I
Okay,
did
all
that.
right. I just wanted to answer like Kobe, and I think I have two suggestions. One of them is Somerset Maugham, particularly a book called The Razor's Edge, which takes place like right after World War One. It's sort of an exploration as to about what was lost with the lost generation, and the main character Larry there, I think, sort of shows you, sort of challenges the idea of masculinity in a way that I think presages everything else that would come in the century. So I think Somerset Maugham, excellent example. And
That's
also
Somerset Moth, is that what it's called?
Somerset Maugham, Maugham, I believe, pronounced like Somerset Maugham, and also like I think Saint Francis is a great person to look at it as a role model for masculinity, and certainly challenges a lot of our sort of 20th century, 21st century assumptions about what masculinity. He famously preached to the animals, but also was a critic of the church and reformed it. And I think the church is constantly in need of reform. So he's a great role model for those who want to look at roles for men that don't necessarily fit your stereotypes.
Thank you. All right. Doobie, you didn't say much today, but when you did, it was high impact. So, thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. We will be having the host of China Uncensored, YouTube channel with almost like 2 million subs. He'll be there on Saturday at I think 3 p.m. Eastern.
Dude,
Wow.
I watched that channel. And I've
maybe you
like,
should come on and talk to him. That'd be cool.
yeah. I've used his clips and like for like for solo streams, like talked about like the stuff that I would love to. Holy crap. I gotta write this down.
Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Saturday 3 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Thank you for that. Guys, at Twitch with Doobie in chat to hit up his server. Go check it out. It's gonna be great at AMA, and you've been having a lot of banger AMAs, left and right. So shout out to Doobie. Like it's a great
He
space.
did one for us over at Worlds just the other day.
Yeah. So it's like a really great space. Also dangerous, but like check it out. Well, let's go to and finally.
Careful of the wizards.
Be careful of the wizards, indeed. Finally, we have the man, the myth, the legend, my man Kobe. Kobe, yeah, you hit it out of the park. Kobe's been asking me to do this topic for a while, and he came up with even the phrasing of the question. And it was much better than I expected. So thank you, Kobe. And this is why I see you. You see, I like inundate you with like nice words because these are all true. That's why other people they share my thoughts about you. You're a great guy.
I want to thank everybody for kind of coming on and having this discussion. I'm assuming that most of you guys are probably either older than me or not much younger than me. So I feel like you guys are kind of, I thank you for kind of like sharing with me some of your life experience and some of, even if I very much disagree with the ideological perspective you come from, the sort of like more human, just like life experience stuff, I like a lot. I've written down podcasts and books and animes and Dungeons and Dragons textbooks and modules that I'm going to be reading and analyzing. To answer your question, Prime, about coming on again, I'd be curious to maybe talk to you. I think there could be a marketplace. You used to do an Amazon Lily podcast. Perhaps there could be a marketplace for a man version of that. A panel where you cultivate specifically men. Exactly these the fine little gentlemen we've the Camelot's table we've arrived here and really focus on these issues of like masculinity, what it means to be a man, men issues. You can, like, I think that'd be really interesting. I'm very curious, and there could be a lot there. What I do want to say though is just I have found, as my personal journey is as I've like lost a lot of weight, I've realized that I thought I was going to lose the weight, and under the weight was going to be the person that I wanted to be. I found that that's not the case. I've also found the case though is that you can't just cultivate some sort of love of self. The idea of people have been saying this in chat, just find the uniqueness in you, accept your flaws. That's what Jordan Peterson talks to that I agree with. There's a lot of things about me that I don't like. And that's something I agree with a lot of people in my life, a lot of my peers. I want to be different than I am now. And trying to figure out how I want to be different, that finding the aim I want to go to, finding the route to get to that aim, that's something I'm having a very hard time with, and I don't think I'm unique. I think I'm actually probably pretty normal. I think that I had a father figure. I grew up with my grandpa, but I didn't have it. I grew up in a somewhat single mom situation that millions of people are like me. I see these videos on the internet, and I see why they're attractive. I see why people fall down the fresh and fit rabbit holes. But I can also listen to Destiny, and I don't want that life. I don't want that tradition. So I'm rambling here, but thank you guys so much for having the conversation. Thank you for all the recommendations here. I would hope that we can have different discussions about different things continue, and I feel like we all have a lot to kind of add on the topic.
That panel actually sounds interesting. The more that I consider it, so yeah. And I also just like it has to be stated for the record that I'm much younger than all of you. I'm surrounded by a bunch of old fucks here.
How old are you,
And
Prime?
I don't like to be. What? How
old are you?
He's young at heart. It's all that matters.
But what? I'm quite young. So anyway, for that. But guys, this has been fantastic. So let's do more of this. We're gonna continue to our open walk on panel. So if you wanted to be a part of this, if you had like thoughts about being a man or a woman, or the space between, if you think such a thing exists, then come on, we'd love to hear from you, right? Or if you want to talk about the first thing, which was dead Canadians, topic that always gets me erect. So then let's come inside.
Especially since it's 73-year-old women with cancer, most of them. That's what really gets Prime going.
Thank
I
you.
was gonna say, Prime, if we do that panel, I think we should probably call it. Do you know? Here's a little trivia. What you remember when the 2000 election, where the lefties say that Bush stole the election? That has a special name. What's the name of that controversy?
Hanging Chad?
The Hanging Chads. That's the name of the podcast. The Hanging Chads. Come on. Hanging Chads.
Okay. I was too young to know that.
That's
but
a
okay.
great name.
So
Yeah.
yeah. But that might actually be really fun. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna put some thought into this, and let's talk. All right, so come and join us. Experts are open in chat if you want to join us. Experts are open. Gives you instruction as to how to join. And yeah, so anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion in my community. I know they appreciate you as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you guys very much. It was wonderful speaking with all of you.
Yeah, and what I would say is, to your point, and I agree with you on your journey. Self-worth is not found from whatever conforming. It's a difficult journey, but it's found from within. Conforming to whatever societal beauty or aesthetic standard, that's not where you find your self-worth. I don't know for sure, but I say that with like a pretty high degree of confidence.
Get ripped to move big shit. That's the benefit, right?
I mean, lactoid, yeah, there's a lot that I agree with you said in term, but like I think even you would recognize that the what you brought up is not like uniquely masculine or men. Where I think even you recognize that was brought up on the
It's
panel.
primarily masculine, right? This is something that I wanted to bring up. Where yeah, when you think about like an end goal, like a utopian society end goal, that can be useful sometimes when you're trying to find out, okay, what are we aiming for, or what applies to what. But there's also like the pragmatic reality of like right now, who is dealing with what problem? Right now, what is like the crisis of masculinity? And I almost feel like it's indicative of the problem that we can't talk about the crisis of masculinity without thinking about women. Why do they always become like to the front of the conversation?
I can maybe, I'm not sure I have the answer, but I can speculate because I think there are pages to take out of their playbook. And what do I mean by that? I mean specifically where, you know, men are dropping out of a lot of spaces, both in the workplace, in the academic settings, okay? And and now there's now talk about the feminization of university. Okay, but like, how did that even? I will even recognize and grant that is true. But like, how did that happen? Well, women went into men's spaces. Okay, I think it's fair to say historically, using the example of psychology. Psychology today, 2023, it's like 60, 70, maybe 80% women. Okay, but rewind the clock, 60 years, 100 years, it's all men. And like even still, the psychologists, the noteworthy psychologists of history, they're all men. Carl Jung, Freud, blah blah blah, B.F. Skinner, etc. etc. And so like women went into men's spaces and took over because like they recognize that these gender stereotypes and gender roles, they are silly. It was about breaking barriers. Okay, and now, okay, if men want to get back into these spaces, maybe not necessarily take over, but compete on equal footing, well, they are probably going to have to, for lack of a better term, man up and realize that these gender stereotypes and gender roles are limiting. Like women now make up the majority of medical school applications and acceptance. Like pretty soon, in the next few decades, you're going to walk into a hospital. It's all doctors and nurses going to be women. And due to the fact that I think these gender stereotypes and gender roles are limiting, and men actually don't have the courage to break those barriers, like you're not going to see them go into nursing. Okay, women are willing to go into these male-dominated fields, and they have taken over. Men, because they are so afraid of being perceived as weak, and because I would say they lack the courage to go into these women's spaces, they will not go into nursing. This is why nursing has stabilized, has remained stable in terms of the demographics. You're not seeing like this slow trickle in of men into nursing, and it's hard. It's hard to rely on the argument of it's just women. They just like people, and men, like things. That has that some dramatic revolution happened in medicine and doctors, where like now men no longer like people. Not to mention like being a doctor and physician is a generally widely respected and widely regarded profession. And so you have like every incentive to be a doctor. And I don't know how it is in law school from first-hand experience, but I think from what I'm reading from the numbers, like there's a similar transformation going on there. Still largely male-dominated, but I think you're seeing sort of a shift gradually occur.
Yeah,
but you're not seeing that shift in engineering for some reason. Like there are certain carve-outs that are resisting this overall trend that you're describing.
Yeah, there's other factors and I have my own hypotheses as to why you're not seeing it happening in engineering. And I would say like you're not seeing it like I would say in some branches of engineering, you're seeing it. But like if we want to,
you're right. Yeah, there's some. Yeah.
If you want
Corey,
to, yes.
Corey, we talked about this before. I mean, I think the reason that the carve-outs exist is because this is mostly economically motivated. It's like a risk-cost evaluation. The thing with engineering is men are still going into it and are still like pumping into it, and women are less likely to go into it due to the male dominance because men are not moving to alternative things. But people are risk averse, and with the economy where it is, they're risk averse about a whole bunch of things, but especially going into a very long period of schooling that starts paying at the end, as opposed to engineering, where a lot of the pay starts happening much earlier in the process. I think that that's the real reason that these enclaves of women coming in versus not coming in are coming up.
So I will fully admit that economics is certainly a factor, but and we have spoke about this, and I think I brought up the example of like I can see that being the case in the United States, but it's hard to make that case if you look at the numbers in like Iceland or Denmark, where education is like almost practically free. Like it's almost like an economic no-brainer. Where like in Iceland and Denmark, like tuition is like dirt cheap. If not, I think Denmark is absolutely free. If not, I think they'll even pay you to go to university. And there's still a crisis of education among men in these
If you
countries.
replace the money there, there's maybe something to be said, but at the same time, while the education is free, the desire to start making money, to start making yourself, to create that ambitious life, no matter what, is still a motivator. The fact is that one of these things pays out earlier than the other one, and the other one is like a big investment in time. I don't think everybody's just scared of what if I spend all this money and I fail and then I'm in debt forever. Some people are just like, what if I spend all of this time in my life and I'm not actually good for enough for it? Like
Well,
there's something that seems more attainable about the things that are shorter term as opposed to long.
Can I comment on this and then because I have to go? I just wanted
Yeah,
to.
that sounds good. I have to go as well. So
I just wanted to say like, I think at least from what I've noticed throughout law school, but I think my general perception is with the way culture is and a lot of other factors I understand, but I think that I think one of the issues, and this is kind of a problem I think with masculinity, is that there's like kind of a de-emphasis of the driving factors that we were talking about during the panel. While the feminists and then the women's movements have largely been able to push a sort of like grander narrative of like this struggle to achieve, and the struggle, and men are the declining power while women are the new and upcoming power. And I think when men don't have they don't understand the reasons why it's important to either get a job or get education or to do these things in order to benefit themselves and benefit a family and to benefit society. You're going to have you're going to have situations like right now where you're having among men a lot of these issues of declining educational achievement, declining and I'm not going to gatekeep any particular industry. If men want to be nurses, as long as you're working, as long as you're going out and you're providing good, right? I'm fine with that. I don't give a fuck about what you're doing a job. Good for you. I just there needs to be like a more of a goal emphasized as to why are you getting up every day to go do a job? What is like the underlying purpose here, and to help people find that purpose. And that's why with these Andrew Tates and everything, not only is there sort of they're sort of kind of like gang members trying to entrap people with like the classic things of what you want but you can't have, or what you want but you don't know why you want it. So like bling, like lots of money, women, this kind of thing, as opposed to like what is the process for getting that and why is that important. So that's my thought. But it was a great panel, guys.
Yep, always a pleasure, Lactoid. Take care. And I would just comment on tuna chip, what you brought up. In terms of like, you mentioned that a lot of men are, let's say, for.
All right, everybody. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you are interested in what we have to offer here and the panels we do and the shows we do and the good legal content, go ahead and drop a follow on this Twitch, Lactoid TV. If you want to click on the or YouTube button on here, or just go to YouTube and type in Lactoid TV, you can also find my YouTube and you can subscribe to that. And that's going to be important because this Wednesday, we're going to be doing a debate with a couple people. One of whom we cannot have on Twitch, but is a pretty a reputable streamer. So it's going to be Madam Genevieve, Ali, and Destiny. So make sure to subscribe to YouTube for that. I'm going to figure out how to get the streaming working on that one, obviously, before Wednesday. And now we're going to raid on into Prime. So if you guys have any questions or any concerns, shoot me a message on Discord or Twitter. Thanks again for watching. I really appreciate it.